think I've gotten everything sorted. Should be good to go. Just double checking audio and all that fun stuff is working. Let me make sure my game sound. Yeah, game sound seems to be working according to OBS. All right. So the plan for today, or I guess tonight, because I'm starting this stream at a little bit past midnight, is I'm going to be testing Turbulent Timeways 80 to 90 leveling, as the title implies. Now, also because it happens to be reset, and normally I do this before raid, but my guild's taking a break from raiding this week, I'll pop open my vaults, because, yeah, why not? May as well. And I haven't even really decided what character I'm going to use for this, because I realized that I've actually leveled all of my level 80 characters on Europe. So, I'm not even sure if European servers are up yet. They might not be, but even if they are, I don't know. It's, I wouldn't be able to. I'd have to, I don't know, boost a character or level one from scratch, and I'm already going to be leveling a Death Knight from scratch on Europe from 10 to 90 at some point, probably on Sunday. We'll see the exact day, though. So, already going to do that. I may as well level a character on North America for once this month. And so, I need to figure out which one I'm going to use. Also, before I forget, I saw that, while I was, offline, Nobody's3 subscribed with Prime. So, if you ever end up watching the VOD, thank you, Nobody's3. Appreciate it. Not often I get a sub offline, but, that is extra appreciated. Also, what was I going to say? I forgot. So, I'm going to pop open my vaults, because why not? And as people get in here, I'd imagine it's going to be a smaller stream just because, hey, I decided to start it at midnight. I mean, I kind of figured it was going to be a late stream anyways. I did say that in the streaming channel. But I took a little bit longer to finish all the different updates than I thought. I wanted to make sure I was thorough, and I added notes in a lot of different places. I went through, and actually, oh yeah, I need to, before I forget, in the add-on feedback channel, I keep a pin of all the upcoming stuff. And I just need to remove all the things that I actually did update. That way I button and shift around. I did that, okay. Yeah, so that way I keep it clean. Anything that I actually have added, I can have in there. And I wanted to make sure I focused on that stuff. There were a few things that I was, in process of doing, but I wanted to make sure there was an update out today. So I will probably put out another update over the weekend once we have more concrete info on, for instance, so I have a step early on for, this is the campaign. Where is this? I have a step early on for Turbulent Timeways, which has information. There's steps throughout the guide that explain, how to account for the 30% buff, yada yada. The main thing that, obviously, anybody, I think, who watches this will already know, but this is something that I keep seeing people get confused about, is, well, one, is it worth it to dungeon spam? Or I've gone on that spiel many, many, many times, and the answer is no, it's not. But a lot of people don't know that, so obviously I give all the basic information that you would need to know in this section, and there's also another section in just the... yeah, this is from a while ago. I definitely don't need that. Do I have... I guess I just take this. I can't remember when the last re-clear I brought my warrior was. The main vaults I have are on... Yeah, they're on Druid and Death Knight, so I'll take a peek at that. Death Knight I would really, really like to get a Rotmire piece, but we'll see. But yeah, so I put some clarification about that. Most people are already aware. And then the other thing that some people don't understand, right, is a few people ask, am I retesting the route or something like that? And, no. You only need to retest it when, different variables get changed for, different things, right? So, in the case of the Delver's Call quest and whatnot, different activities got different buffs, and some things that weren't considered at all previously got, buffed by a lot, so now we have to see, is it worth including? In the end, yes, it was. How do you factor that in? That's what requires retesting. What a lot of people seem to forget, which I have to continuously remind people of, is that if there's a blanket buff that affects everything, then everything benefits the same from that blanket buff. The route as a whole for, like, speedruns might get more condensed. So for, like, my eventual speedruns with Darkwind Fair, I'm thinking, like, okay, I might end up cutting Voidstorm. And we're talking about, like, I'm trying to save a few minutes of time here and there. Like, everything in the route is really efficient. I just need to decide what efficient stuff in the route should I cut to save, like, 2 to 3 minutes. Because, obviously, for speedruns, I'm trying to save as much time as possible. You can just follow the route from the start after getting the 30% buff. And, like, when you hit the stage where I say, hey, if you're this level, go turn in, you're fine. Like, that's really all you need. I have Dread Scale on DK. I don't need any of this, right? Yeah, none of this is good. I mean, I could take a socket, I guess. Cool. At least it's a full socket because I got a full raid vault. And then I will look at my other characters. But yeah, so that is something that I've reiterated, and that's also one thing where the big thing I need to do is I need to finish working on the video that I have, like, in progress, which is partially a mini guide for the 12.0.7 changes, but also we'll talk about turbulent timeways. And initially I thought about separating those. I'm going to put it in one video, and then probably later on in the expansion, I'm going to just do like a more detailed guide that covers everything. Right now, what I'm actually leaning towards is doing a complete, probably at some point in 12.1, just a complete 1 to 90 guide. And it will summarize everything. And I think I can condense all that information down into one video, whereas previously I would do, like, 1 for the current expansion and 2 for, like, the different factions and stuff like that. I think that could all be condensed down because by that point in time, Fall the Arrow will cover everything. And a lot of the minutia that I normally would have covered, like a good example that comes to mind is like the Lockbodon Explorer's Documents. That's the kind of thing that I would spend, like, a minute or two in the Alliance Guide talking about. I don't even think I need to mention that in a video, because in Fall the Arrow, you would just be directed to pick up every single document whenever it makes sense. So sometimes you have to take a very minor detour, and if you're, if you don't have an arrow to go by, it's easy to miss, which is why I spent, a minute covering that stuff. But obviously the assumption would be when I make that guide, Fall the Arrow would direct you to do all of that stuff. So I think I can make, like, maybe a 15-minute broad strokes, this is what the route is, give some examples of Follow the Arrow, explain different, like, decisions that you might make, like dungeon spam and stuff, like, for TBC, I think still warrants a bit of coverage, because that section in Follow the Arrow is probably just going to be a lot of explanation on how Chromie Time dungeons work, so having an explanation in video form with examples would help for things like that. Currently, that's what I'm thinking I'll do. So I think a mini guide now for 80 to 90 with the 12.0.7 changes and turbulent timeways will work. And then maybe, still not 100% sure, but probably, we'll do a just full 1 to 90 leveling guide at some point in 12.1. And, I mean, who knows what they're going to do in Last Titan. It's even possible that by the time I make that video, we already have information on, like, how, if at all, leveling will change the next expansion. Who knows? We shall see. But yeah, one thing I need to figure out is I need a level 80 character, and I want it to be a tank spec, or tank class, just because, it can't hurt to have more tank alts. If I'm leveling something on my main account, I'd like to have more tank characters for, like, potential splits, so may as well. And the problem is, I think, like, a lot of the characters that I would have, in theory, wanted to, like, where is, Original Raccoon is, what I could do is just get this character up to, is that even Original Raccoon? I'm not actually sure. I've changed up my characters so many times over the years, I can't even keep track of them all. Whatever it is, no, my original druid that I used to play years and years ago is, like, a regular Tauren, not a High Mountain Tauren. Unfortunately, I have no idea where it is. I hope... I'm not sure if I, like, deleted it or something. No, yeah, this is it. I don't know why that didn't show up. Okay, I guess it was up here and I just missed it. I do have another druid here that I could already use. Maybe I just do that, actually. Because that's already covered. But either way, it needs to be level 80. Because obviously I'm testing the entirety of 80 to 90 for the purposes of this. I've already said I'm going to do not only a 10 to 90 test later on, but I will be doing like a super optimized 10 to 90 speedrun later in Turbulent Timeways. And by later on, I meant later this week, I'll be doing a 10 to 90 Death Knight speedrun. And then later, towards the end of the event, probably like shortly before 12.1, really the only reason is because that's when Darkman Fair lines up, I will do that. So, I'll probably, at some point I would like to finish leveling my original druid, but since this one is already at 80, I'll double check. I would imagine this character is, like 80 flat, because I think I leveled this up during, one of the remix events. So it should be at exactly 80, so it would be a really good character to use. Did I get... Yeah, that's the Wordle thing. As usual. Okay, I'm like 1 bar into 81 or whatever. But I haven't done anything on this character that I remember. And, oh, I have a lot of junk on this character. Yeah, I'm guessing I leveled it at some point, and why do I have... Yeah, that I don't know. I don't know why it overshot. But yeah, I haven't touched... Yeah, I haven't touched Midnight at all, so that would be fine. The other thing is, for the purposes of this test... So, okay, yeah, I remember now what I was going to talk about earlier. So, I got sent a Reddit thread. I don't really ever browse this Reddit. Let me pull it up. I'll close the live split timer, and now I remember. So I saw this post on the WoW Noob subreddit. I only saw it earlier today, but somebody let me know, hey, there's a Reddit post about you. Normally, whenever I look at WoW Reddit, which is rarely, it is only on the main WoW subreddit, so I would not have seen this. But, you know, you can read here, it says, Harldan mentioned that Timewalking Dungeon is not faster. Now, I do a little bit dislike, he's expressed negativity, but, like, ignores the part where I always say, like, if people like Timewalking Dungeons, that's fine, right? So this did kind of, you know, you can see, give people the impression. There's also people saying, like, Timewalking was the fastest way to level. No, it wasn't, but, you know, what are you gonna do, right? The one thing that's weird is, like, you know, I can't find comments talking about it, but also I can't find evidence to back his words. And, like, so this is one of those things where I put a note specifically because I saw this in the guide of, like, the evidence, like, I was about to give a metaphor that, like, fuck it, like, it's... So, like, this is, I think, a fitting metaphor, but I don't know, like, maybe it'll piss somebody off, like, look, freedom of religion and all that, but I am an atheist, right? And I always, like, hear people debate about, you know, like, you know, how do you know that, like, God doesn't exist or whatever? It's like, well, how do you know that God exists, right? Like, you can't prove something that is improvable, right? And in the case of Timewalking, it's like, how do I know that Timewalking is not faster? Well, A, I've tested it, right? But how do I know that I'm not wrong and that somebody out there hasn't proved that Timewalking's faster? Because nobody has. And there's been an open invitation by me for a long time. Prove to me that Timewalking's faster, right? And nobody can beat my runs with just Timewalking. The evidence that Timewalking is slower is the lack of evidence that Timewalking is faster, right? That may be a bad metaphor, but you get what I mean, right? So the evidence to back my words is that I record and post all of my runs, right? And you can see that I have really fast times. And the people who say Timewalking is fast always default to, well, I can brain off it, right? And you never actually see people source real recorded, you know, start to finish runs of Timewalking leveling that is, in many cases, even remotely as fast. It's like hours slower, and they're like, oh, well, I'd rather spend like 1 or 2 more hours to do something I enjoy. And then at that point, like, you're not having a real argument. You're just basically one person saying, I prefer this, and you just have to throw up your hands, right? But then people will repeatedly still say, oh, time walking's the only way to level. Like, you know, this person down here, time walking was the fastest way to level. No, it was not, right? Like, but you still see people claiming this with no evidence. What's their evidence? My evidence is my runs. So, you know, a little bit annoying, but, like, I get it. Another thing that, like, this person also says multiple times, like, because I obviously, you know, I see posts like this. I'm going to, of course, out of curiosity, read through everything. I'm trying to see, like, where was the post? Well, this one, so we'll get to that one. There was another one, another comment where they said, it might be this one. Okay, yeah, no, this. He's publicly tired of talking about it. This person says, ask the creator, and the poster, curious about my stance on this, says, oh, well, he's expressed that he's tired of talking about it, so I'm just not going to ask him. When, like, I mean, I feel like at a certain point, considering many times I always say, like, if you have questions, let me know. Like, I respond to tons of questions in my Discord. I can understand somebody being, like, afraid to ask a question, but wouldn't you be, like, less afraid to ask the person themselves when they repeatedly say, like, I don't know where this person got the impression he's publicly tired about talking about it. Like, I'm not, right? Like, I would gladly want to dispel this misconception that everybody has. There's a difference between being frustrated that a lot of people still cling on to this incorrect notion and tired of talking about it. Like, oh, I don't want to discuss it. No, don't ask me that again. Like, I don't think I've ever expressed that, but I don't know why this person got the wrong idea. That annoyed me a little bit, but going down. So somebody says, one of the, you know, these comments, money, it's always money. Dude wants you to level with his add-on, so you'll give him donations, which, like, you know, little does this guy know, I don't really make much at all off donations. I appreciate the people who do support on Patreon, but, you know, compared to what I make off videos, usually, it's not a lot, so no. The add-on is definitely an considerable investment on my part, right? But then this guy's response, you know, he's expressed a few times weird things about, like, not wanting to ask me questions, but he says, you know, correctly, why not just paywall everything, etc., etc. And then the final sentence, I think it's stupid to suggest this argument is based on a personal gain. It's not hard at all to see that he's a huge nerd. Which, like, dude, what the fuck? I like, he's not wrong, but also, like, man, why am I just catching strays from random fucking people on Reddit? It just, really? So, this whole thing, I said before that I didn't want to, I think, if anything, what this person may have misunderstood when they said he's publicly tired about, you know, talking about it, right? Something I expressed, which is true, is that I am tired of having to, like, actually prove it over and over, right? Like, talk about it. Sure, I will gladly sit down and explain. I've done this many times. But the actual process of setting up a test run just to prove that it doesn't work, the problem with that is, like, it's impossible to prove, right? Because I can do a solo run that is fairly optimized, right? And do as close to a one-to-one comparison as humanly possible, and people will still say, well, you know, if you had better RNG and you had a pre-made group and, like, the stars aligned, then, like, in theory, wouldn't it be faster? And it's like, okay, but, like, do you think that you person arguing with me, are even going to be able to do that? Not to mention, right, like, realistically speaking, no, that would not actually make a difference, a noticeable difference at all, right? It just wouldn't. We're talking, like, it's always over an hour at least slower, even before the War Within nerfs. Like, when I tested this back in early War Within prior to the nerfs, and then back in Dragonflight, I tested it again, and it was over an hour slower than my, like, even my regular runs, much less my speed runs. And, you know, if you think that having optimized groups saves time, do you think having a super optimized group, because I have instant queues every time I test this, which is why when I'm going to do this test on tanks, right? I have basically instant queues every time, and do you think that somehow having slightly better DPS is going to shave off an entire hour of time? If you think that, you simply do not understand how this works. Like, that's just not going to save you that much time. Like, you can provably just look through the different, like, parts of the runs, right? And so it seems so obvious to me, right? And then, obviously, again, goes back to the fact of, like, nobody has done it, right? Nobody who actually says time walking leveling is fast tries to get a fast time walking run and then say, like, here's the entire thing start to finish. There's more people, and this is still rare, right? But there's more people who try and actually follow my speedrun routes or something like a variation of it and get speedruns. Most of them, to my knowledge, none of them have beaten me, right? But even in those cases, I've seen more people post solo runs, kind of like mine, with like questing routes and stuff, and get closer than anybody who just posts their time walking runs. So it's the thing that I, if anything, am tired of doing is having to, every single time there's a new Turbulent Timeways, like, do you want me to just do yet another run to show you that it's slower? Like, do I need to literally do yet another speed run just to show you that it's not fast? Like, what do you need to do to prove this? But then again, like, it's not ironclad proof for this. So that's the thing that I'm tired about. But you know what? Fuck it. In the interest of living up to my assigned role as huge nerd, I will do it again. I'm gonna fucking do it again. And if anything, if this is the thing that people need to, like, actually get it through their head, then I'm not, as that other person put, doing it for the money, like, just lying for money, like, because I'm the only one who actually, like, sits down and records full runs, right? But no, like, I'm lying for money as the only person who actually wastes hours of my time to rule out things that I know already to not be fast. But I'll still do it because I think it's important, fucking scientific method, right? I'll still fucking do it. But yeah, it's all for the money, right? But like, so just to kind of get it through those people's fucking skulls, right? That obviously I'm trying to give as accurate of a simulation as possible. I'll do it again. At least let's make it a tradition. Once per expansion, I reprove to, just these people who just refuse to acknowledge, like, this. I think, if anything, this is what annoys me, right? The people who just refuse to believe that it is slower. If you acknowledge it is slower, but I enjoy it, I have no issue. Absolutely no issue. Do what you want. The people who just adamantly state, no, it's faster, he just wants you to use his guide. Like, have you used my guide? Right? Because I've tested time walking. Have you done a run with my guide to definitively confirm to yourself that, oh yeah, I can totally level faster by spamming time walking dungeons because I'm such a hotshot player, I'm such a good dungeon spammer? Like, this guy doesn't even know. This Harldan dude, he's probably like just fucking dog shit at the game, and like, he couldn't even possibly match my dungeon times. Like, the other crazy thing that I see is people saying like, oh, he's probably assuming that you have DPS queues, right? Like, motherfucker, no. It's with the tank queue assumption. You would know that if you watched any fucking things I actually said. And like, obviously in this case, like, it's a random dude posting on Reddit about me, and then like other people comment who have no idea who I am, but are like extrapolating on this guy's warped view of me that he portrays through Reddit because Reddit is a fucking cesspool. So like, I know that like part of this is it's just Reddit being Reddit. But at the same time, like, it's just so frustrating to see, like, oh, but if you have tank queues, it's totally faster. Like, no, all of these tests I do with pretty much instant queues. And a lot of times I just take out the queue times to make it even more accurate. Because that actually gives an edge to dungeon spam. Actually, I think I did that in War Within. Can't remember. I know I did that in Dragonflight, actually. I can't remember if I did that for War Within. But I did. I tested it both times. And in this case, specifically what I'm going to test, just to make it, like, really accurate. So, obviously, in both cases, you want to do 4 time walking dungeons for the 30% buff. So, I'm going to get this character, I guess. We'll use this character. I'm not going to include all the time to set up, because the entire point in this case is comparing it 1-to-1, right? So the amount of time it takes me to set up will be, like, basically subtracted from both runs. And then, once I'm fully set up, we do 4 dungeons. I get the 30% buff. Then, I copy this character over to the PTR. On live servers, I pick up where I left off. I just only spam dungeons until I hit 90. on the PTR, I take my 30% buff, and I do the route. How the fuck do I turn off guild invites? Social, yep, there we go. Alright, cool. In fact, let me just read, where is, live split, there we go. Zelfier said shots fired, yeah. Like, I did think that was funny, because, like, the guy is, like, in one breath defending me, and the other breath, like, I mean, kind of insulting me? I don't know. It's, like, it's not the worst insult. He could have thrown it my way, but, like, whatever. Lambda wasn't free. Yeah, it's, whatever, I'll do it. I'll fucking prove it again. It's the once per expansion. Well, like, make it a tradition. I'll do it again in Last Titan if I have to. Just to prove to people. I'll be honest, the main reason why I didn't really want to have to prove it again is because when I proved it in Dragonflight, like, honestly, it was closest in Dragonflight. I think it was, like, almost just about 1 hour, which was, like, a pretty close difference in Dragonflight. It might have even been, like, 45 minutes. I forget. My route was still faster. The thing is, Dragonflight is the slowest that current expansion leveling has been in a while. I guess since Shadowlands, right? Shadowlands, maybe it was faster. Honestly, that one is tough to say, though. Leveling in Shadowlands was just extremely fucking slow. I didn't use it for my runs. I do think that my runs were faster than Timewalking spam. At least I don't know of that. But I was less serious about optimizing 50 to 60 leveling for Shadowlands. I did less runs, just because it was fucking miserable. I hated Shadowlands, like, Threads of Fate leveling. So who knows? Like, if somebody wanted to make the argument, I would at least, like, I wouldn't bother trying to fight that point, because it's just not worth it. But, what's it called? Dragonflight, you could maybe say, was close, just because Dragonflight was very RNG. So, Dragonflight had, like, tons of variance with how... what's it called? Like, the fucking Dream Surges worked. It was just such a nightmare. Now, my runs, obviously, I had the optimal setup, so that is maybe a case where somebody can say, like, okay, if you have, like, the perfect Dream Surge RNG, and it was still, like, even with the perfect stuff, it was, compared to optimized Timewalking spam, which obviously I tried to make it as fast as possible, I was, like, only about an hour behind. And in that case, I could totally understand how if somebody really, like, did not want to wait for Azure Span or whatever to be active, then it could be slower. That case also, though, there was the consideration of, in my case, for speedruns, right? I had to get everything to align in a run. There is also the consideration that in Dragonflight, you could, in theory, actually just only level when the massive, like, 75% buff was active in the Dream Surge zone. So you could just wait for that. And you can make it so whenever that went away, you just took a break, right? Which is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. Not everybody does, like, my type of speedrun and levels in a single sitting. There are many people who will, like, chip away at it. Like, often people talk about what's the fastest, like, slash played time for leveling. And in many cases, it is just the same as following the actual route. But in the case of, like, Dragonflight, you would technically want to follow the route, but then log out, like, every 30 minutes to only ever level while you had, like, an additional, I think it was, like, 50% XP. So in a case like that, you could also make the argument that if Timewalking spam is a little bit slower than my speedruns, but then for a practical, then it's still slower, right, in those conditions, but then for a practical person, they could also kind of mitigate that by doing that method, right, of just only leveling when it's really optimized. So, you know, that's kind of also why I thought, like, yeah, if people know to follow my guide, they could probably still level fast. I know a lot of people did that back in Dragonflight, because otherwise it was just a fucking pain having to deal with all the RNG. It was just not really worth it in most cases. So, I don't know. I like I said, that one expansion, if you wanted to make the argument that, like, maybe for some average players it was worth it, sure. War Within, definitely War Within right out of the gate. My alt leveling route with, like, Delves was extremely efficient. There was no way Timewalking was that close. I think people were getting, like, around 3-hour times with it, when I was getting, you know, 1 hour and 15-minute times, and then my fastest was, like, 1 hour 5 minutes, which was, like, crazy. I got really good RNG. But even then, I consistently got 1 hour 15, 1 hour 30, when people were getting, like, up to 2 hours slower with average times. So that one wasn't even really close. And then they nerfed it. right? Then after that, after I already did my tests early in the expansion, Timewalking got nerfed. Or rather, Timewalking Twinks got nerfed. Timewalking scaling in general became less favorable. But one of the biggest things is that you can no longer... Technically, people still have Timewalking Twinks, but they're nowhere near as strong. They do kind of exist still. But on average, your runs are going to be slower. So, obviously, I didn't retest it for the rest of War Within. You know, it was kind of a moot point, right? It was already slower, and then it got slower. And then in War Within, it got faster, right? Other stuff. So, no point going through all of that again. I kind of figured that was the end of it, right? I didn't need to retest it again, but, like, I get it. You know, some people... If people weren't around then, if they missed all that stuff, it's kind of like that person on the Reddit post said, I can't find any evidence anywhere. And part of that, I think, is just because, like, obviously I enlist older videos. So the older videos of me doing, you know, like, kind of debunking the Timewalking stuff it is unlisted now, even though I still regularly talk about it. Right? But I can understand how, like, that might be a little bit confusing. Obviously, you know, I need to do that, right? Especially because if I had videos like that from years ago, like, people would then say, oh, well, you know, prove it again, right? So that's what I was going to do in this next video anyway. But the more I think about it, the more it's like, what is the best thing that I could do to drive this point home in that video I'm about to make? Well, if I just said, you know, I've proven multiple times that Timewalking is slow, even though I know that's true, and I know that people should, you know, try and believe that, right? Because I've provably done really fast runs. If some people view that as trust me, bro, then fuck it. Fuck it. I'll do this, right? I will ensure that I have, like, ironclad evidence. I could start the video by, like, you know, explaining this experiment and being like, I basically have an exact same character with, like, all the variables, all exactly the same. Copied it over to the PTR, and these are the results, and you can see exactly how much slower Timewalking is. And then if I'm wrong, then I get, you know, proven wrong by my own actions live on stream or whatever, you know. Not gonna happen, right, obviously, but, you know, at least the evidence is here for people to watch. I wonder for Druid of the Claw. I do think that, like, while leveling, I don't know, like, Loon's Chosen, the damage is just, like, not good for leveling. Druid of the Claw just has so much better burst. I know that at endgame right now, Loon's Chosen's better, obviously. But every time I try to levelize it, like, especially with killing strikes, right? Like, this is just so good in a leveling context. And then what do I do? Yeah, I don't need to... I guess Maul and Raise damage is nice. Yeah, you kind of need to have, what's it called? Empowered Shapeshifting, right? Shred and Swipe damage. Or, it doesn't matter that much. Like, Bestial Strength is just too good, I think. And then, I guess the question is... I think I do this, right? I get so little value out of this stuff, right? I think that while this is, like, okay for damage, I get more damage and survivability out of Strike for the Heart compared to it, and I can take that right now, and the other stuff I'd have to wait until higher levels, and I wouldn't even reach this right by the ends, because obviously you're not doing things at higher levels, but whatever. I'll set up my talents now. I also do still want to check my vaults. I guess for leveling, yeah, you don't really need persistence, right? Like, who cares? Definitely want that. Definitely want that. What do I really care about? Yeah, I do need to spend all these points for... I mean, I think I'd rather have... The problem is I'd rather have this into Scintillating, or into Ursoc's Endurance, but then, like, what do I drop for it? I do think that survivability will kind of matter for dungeons, especially if I'm running Druid of the Claw. And I guess the question is, do I probably put a point into Blood Frenzy and Moonless Night. Gives me more single target. That's probably ideal. But then realistically, I can't afford to take Ursoc's Endurance, I don't think, unless I drop this. Want to drop that? Yeah, fuck it. Frenzy, sure. And then here, what do I take? I'll take, increased healing. I will take... Don't need that, right? Yeah, so then... Matted Fur... Just do that. That works. Yeah, I have Wild Charge Talented, which I usually like for leveling. And then really, this is the important stuff, right? Getting physical damage dealt, Heart of the Wilds, and Gift of the Wild for more Mark of the Wild effectiveness, and then we'll go here. That way I could take Fluid Form. That one's always awkward while leveling a bear, not having Fluid Form early on, so I'll have to manually shift for Heart of the Wild, but that should be fine. And then these talents won't really matter all that much, especially not for the time walking part, but I think I have what I want here anyway. Yeah, so all I need is... Let's do that. No, normally... I honestly... Oh, God. I think I have Lunar Beam here. I'll check my main druid in a second anyway, so it works out. I have to swap out my heirlooms, I have to get, like, green gear and whatnot. I wanted to at least get this set up now. And for professions, I may as well do this now just to save time later. Because then, yeah, I don't have blacksmithing tools, but okay. I will... In fact, I'll just take the heirloom stuff off entirely. It is, I think, criminal that they haven't upgraded heirlooms for over a full expansion now. Like, they have really neglected this system. I understand that they clearly don't really care about keeping up with it, but not even doing the bare minimum and just giving us the ability to upgrade heirlooms, like, it's kind of a slap in the face. It feels pretty bad. So, I don't know. Blizzard's gonna do what Blizzard's gonna do. Like, the last 10 levels matter so little anyway, and the final scaling is kind of inconsequential, so at the very least for speedruns, the fact that it doesn't scale into the late 70s actually doesn't make a difference. It's kind of whatever, but it just feels bad. Kind of wish Blizzard had actually bothered to fix that, but what are you gonna do? Okay, so I will... Also, I just realized, like, I was kind of wondering why I had all this stuff on. This is the druid that I did in Midnight Pre-Patch. I did the Devourer DH run for... I don't need the trinkets right now, so I can delete these. I did the Devourer DH run for Alliance, and then I did this for Horde. That's where they came from. I was kind of wondering. Alright, let's... I'm just gonna... I'll pull out, like, 75k, and then I'll deal with it later. And then I am going to swap to my other account real quick. And there's actually two things I need to do. One, before I forget, I need to grab the gold from my sales alt before that expires, because I haven't done that in a few weeks. And if I don't do that, then it gets bounced back to our officer and causes him a whole host of problems. So since I looked at my warband bank and I'm like, huh, that's like lower than it should be. So if I don't do this now, especially since we don't raid this week, I will forget. Because normally whenever we do a sale run, they ping. And every now and then I'm like, oh yeah, I should probably go and do that. But we're not going to get a ping this week, because obviously we don't raid, so no sale. But before I forget... come on, game. Okay. The game is being very laggy right now. Is it lag, or is it just this mailbox is not working? Does my... Okay, it's just... I had 11 days left. Just this regular mailbox is like... Actually, when I hover over it, nothing shows up. Like, normally it says mailbox in the bottom right of your screen. but it doesn't. So, cool. I don't know why that's broken. Of all the things for the new patch to break. And then I will check my Druid's Vault, and then I will also remember what my keybinds were on my Druid. So every now and then I forget. Now, I will say I don't know exactly how much I'm going to stream tonight, because I did mention earlier I was kind of feeling a little bit sick. My throat's still like, not amazing, but I had like, bit of a second wind, and also I really know I need to kind of get this done ASAP, because I want to make sure I have that footage and the information done so I can finish up my video. At this point, I do think that I probably won't have time to finish the video by tomorrow, but I want to have it done by, like, Thursday morning, at the very least. Garbage. It's a ring option, but I don't really care. I actually don't know if I have that weapon. Yeah, like, this is, in theory, Bis Bear weapon. And right now I'm still using a crafted weapon. And I actually, I don't think I've ever gotten that off any of our Chimera skills. There's, like, Chimeras, or what's it called? Rotmire doesn't have anything, right? Rotmire's no weapons. I'm just gonna double check to make sure I'm not crazy. Yeah. And then there's no other weapon that I'd rather have off any of the other bosses, right? Pretty sure this is it. Yeah, okay, fuck it. It's rare that I don't take a socket, but in this case may as well. And, oh yeah, right, it ended up being the case that my set bonus, even with one of them being hero tracks, still sims higher, at least in raids, so... I do think when I eventually get Eye of Midnight, using this and the Rotmire ring is probably going to be better, but, like, well... Cross that bridge when I get to it, and I'll worry about the weapon later, so... Okay, yeah, I couldn't remember where I had which, so I have Lunar Beam on Shift T, and Heart of the Wild on Control T. I knew that, like, it was one or the other, but I couldn't recall. Generally speaking, with stuff like that, the moment I start actually leveling, my muscle memory will kick in, and, like, my fingers will instinctively go to, like, in this case, Control T, when I want to press Heart of the Wild. So I would have realized at that point, but it helps to double check, I think. But yeah, I think that is all the vaults I have to check. Obviously I have vaults in Europe, but I don't even know if Europe's up, and it's 1 AM, maybe it is. But yeah, I'll worry about that later. Maybe after I'm done, I'll check that. I'll check this in my bank. Alright, for... I updated the shopping list. So we can test that out, whether or not I forgot anything. Because I always, every time I was doing one of these runs, oh yeah, it's actually Druid's on the other account, so logging over once again, the screen will go black. It's fine. In a minute. But every time I was doing leveling runs, I had to double check, like, where do I need green items, where's the level 81 stuff, and I wrote that all down. So yeah, I should have that all set. The one awkward thing is for level 81 gear, I think normally I would be fine with just, getting the level 81 piece, right? Especially early delves don't really matter. But the time-walking scaling would feel quite bad if I didn't have it. So I would really like to have at least a green in every slot. And I think in this case, just to, like, I want to give as little, potential evidence, or what's the word? Like, room for discredit, I guess, for detractors who are like, well, if you had slightly better gear in these slots, then in theory, you would be able to do the time walking dungeon slightly faster. So actually, it's not a legitimate test of turbulent timeways, right? Like, the entire point here is we're gonna do this. I'm gonna do everything I can to prove that I am in fact a massive nerd, and hopefully, if I do my job right, I won't have to prove this again for at least the remainder of this expansion. And then whenever a random fucking idiot on Reddit is like, actually, time walking leveling is faster than questing unless you are a speedrunner. All those speedrunners, they think they're so much better than everybody, but I know the truth. And then hopefully somebody will pop in and be like, actually, dumb fuck, he did test this very concretely, and here's the proof. And there will be nothing, no holes for them to pick at. It'll just be pretty ironclad. That is the goal here. All right, let's pop open my shopping list. So in this case, because I kind of just want to make sure my character is as geared as possible, I'm just going to be buying any level 80 items that I can. Except, holy fuck. All right, there's... What server is this character on? I'm going to check to see, like, are there cheap options for the other things? If I cannot find any cheap options, then I'll look on another server. Wow, yeah, everything here is just stupidly expensive. Though, I can't remember what server this character is on, so it's entirely possible that I'm on, like, a dead roleplay server or something, and... What server am I on? Yeah, whatever the fuck Illyria is. So, okay. I'm gonna go onto... I'll go on my warrior, because I already have 100k. Turbulent Timeways is nice and brain off. And, like, see, here's the thing. I disagree. I actually think that because, at least if you're tanking, right? Like, I'm not gonna say Turbulent Timeways is the most, like, complicated content ever. But for me, as somebody who, like, my route is second nature to me, I don't find questing to require a lot of effort, which, on one hand, I am biased. I'm not going to say that, oh yeah, everybody should have a super easy brain off time following my questing route, but I often find that I have to invest more time into paying attention for stuff like Turbulent Timeways, like Dungeon Spam in general, because there's just unpredictable variables. But if I'm solo leveling, I can just follow my route, and it's, like, super instinctive. Turbulent Timeways... You never really know what people are going to do. But that is the constant argument that I hear from people. Yeah. It is ultimately subjective, right? Also, I just realized I checked the auction house, like the actual auction house on my other druid. I'm so used to having to do that because I don't have the Brutosaur on Europe. So I've had to get back into the habit of, like, finding auction houses, but, I'm so privileged on North America. I have my stupid fucking Brutosaur mount, so I can just do this. So, for weapons, I'm gonna filter 80 to 80. I mean, like, yeah, that's cheaper, right? It's still expensive, but considering these ones were, like, what, 30k? And weapons usually are. Like, even the 133 is, like, way lower here. Weapon I will actually consider buying a decent one, though the only one that I could use on Druid would be this, and that's a little bit much. So I'm gonna check, like, another server just to see, like, is there a better option? And if not, then I'll buy, like, the cheap option. 133 versus 139 is, like, trivial, but just to prove a point, I would not mind. Yeah, like, some of this is not terrible. There's only a few options, right? But, like, in the case of boots, because this is a slot, so... Also, Todius said, unless you're a giant nerd, super rich coming from anyone playing WoW. Yeah, apparently I am a giant nerd amongst giant nerds, according to people on Reddit. So, lucky me. But yeah, unless it's a slot like pants, which is obviously why pants are more expensive. In this case, you aren't replacing it so soon. So, yeah. Kind of all this is a little bit overpriced, so I'm going to check a few options just to make sure. A lot of my characters here are on Zul'jin. I might need to... I know one of my hunters, Area 52, is another one, and then I'm actually going to start opening my second account at the same time so I can quickly price check multiple servers. All at once. I think that would save a little bit of time having to constantly, like, check. And normally, like, again, you don't need to do this. The only reason I'm even spending all this time double-checking all these things is because I want to make sure that I am doing these dungeons as efficiently as I possibly can to give people absolutely zero room for complaints. Let's do level 80 to 80. Yeah, that's actually... Wait, that's the... even better. Okay, yeah, actually, this is very cheap. So... I'll definitely buy that. 6k for... That was, what, like 20k on Zul'jin? So just... 100k as well. Alright. Hey, Goose Comics. You know people find a way to complain. You missed it. I would say, I know you'd probably enjoy that. Go, like, you're on Twitch right now. I don't know how easy it is. No, you're good, you're good. In fact, I'm looking for leather. I happen to be on a hunter that is on Area 52 to check the markets. This is on North America, right? I have more than enough gold. I do not need contributions for this, though I appreciate the sentiment. But I am just getting stuff prepared for the test. Honestly, like, the price here is pretty comparable to what it was on Zul'jin. Let me check. What's another server? I think Illidan is probably another good one to check. I actually have a Death Knight on Illidan that I'll log on to. I think I probably won't bother checking outside of Illidan, Area 52, and Zul'jin. Like, those are the biggest servers on North America. In theory, if I had, like, infinite time, which, like, I technically do, but I don't care. I don't care enough to spend, you know, hours hunting down, like, a few thousand gold saved at this point. I'd rather just get, like, the cheapest I can realistically find and then get on with the run. You leveled the Dune and came across some random 80 BOEs? Yeah, I have a bunch stockpiled on Europe because I just finished leveling a bunch, but it's fine. But yeah, check the VOD on YouTube. Earlier, I showed a Reddit post basically exactly about that. About people arguing about literally my personal take on time-locking dungeons. On the WoW Noob subreddit, of all things. Lovely. Okay, let's see here. 80 to 80. Yeah, this is, like, cheap enough. There's... I could just, I'm not, like, I have my second one open. I'll buy the cheapest across all of these. Right, so there's a really cheap chest piece and pair of shoulders on Illidan. So I'm buying them here, and then I'll put them in my warband bank. And then... boots. I believe these are the cheapest boots I've seen, so I will buy these. Then... honestly, all of these are pretty expensive. This stuff is pretty consistently in, like, the 2 to 3k range across all servers I've looked at. Yeah, that's the price I'm seeing for Illidan as well. And if I check... I'm gonna check on Zul'jin once again. You guys can't see this, it's on my other tab. But I think as long as I have 133 in every single slot, which is pretty affordable, it seems like I could do that for about, like, 2k per slot. The the weapon obviously is... I bought it already, right? It was, yeah, 5k. That's worth it, I think. And then the jewelry is probably going to be around, like, ballpark 5k each as well, I suspect. But that's fine. Okay, so let's check. Leather, level range, 80. There are... Yeah, it's pretty expensive. Zul'jin actually has the priciest ones. The only stuff that is cheap is boots and pants, which I just bought on Illidan. So, yeah, that is... I wouldn't even bother looking at that then. At this point, it's just about finding the cheapest option on either Illidan or Area 52, I think. So... here, I don't know how much I care about bracers just because that's one of the slots I'll replace. It is, though. It's kind of pricey. I'll see what the Illidan price is, and then I'll make my decision. I don't necessarily think I want to buy either of these, because, again, belt is... Yeah. No, that was another thing, right? Like, I didn't see that post until, like, literally earlier today. It got sent to me, so I wasn't aware of it. I didn't have a chance to comment. But there have been times where people have sent me posts, and I've gone in and, like, you know, clarified my position and stuff like that. And, like, I couldn't even do that. So that's kind of why, like, part of me was like, fuck it, you know, if enough people are curious, then I may as well actually do a more involved test once again. But yeah, apparently it got, like, so heated that they locked the post. Whatever, man. I didn't know that my stance on time walking was such a divisive subject, but apparently it is. Wow, okay, bracers are really expensive on other servers. This is a steal. So I'll buy this. I have boots, weapon, bracers, and chest shoulders. So I need pants. What is the price here? Price for pants is 2.4k. Price on Illidan is... It's literally exactly the same price. Okay, it doesn't matter then. I'm just gonna buy 133 pants. Doesn't matter. Gloves. Gloves are expensive on Illidan. They're fairly cheap here. Sure. What else? I need a helmet. It is only 3.8k here. It is 2.1k on Illidan, so I'll buy it there. And then I think belt. I have not got a belt. Okay. Belt is almost non-existent on Illidan. Belt is still pricey here, but yeah, sure. And then jewelry. I need to check that. So kind of expensive. Okay, no, actually that's not too bad. So about like 5 to 9k, and then what about Illidan? Illidan jewelry is varies. Let's see, there is... This actually works out well. There are two different rings. This one is 5k here, and it's expensive on Illidan. And then there's a crit haste ring for 5k on Illidan that is expensive here. And then cloak. Cloak I could get Reshi wraps, actually, so that doesn't matter. And trinkets. Usually for trinkets, I like to get the Algari competitors stuff. And it is... Yeah, it's dirt cheap on Illidan, so I guess I'll do that. There's, I mean, not really many good options for trinkets. That being said, when did they... Oh, that's a ring. Okay. Right. There is... Yeah, trinkets, while leveling right now without heirloom trinkets, because technically you could use heirloom trinkets, but they're just not scaled well at all. You kind of need to use the PvP 2 set from War Within. It's the only good trinkets that aren't, like, extremely expensive that you could actually equip at a low level. Unfortunately, yeah, just not really many great options there. I think that covers everything. I can buy the enchants and whatnot on the druid itself and get all of that sorted. But I think this covers... actually, the enchants might be kind of expensive on the other server. I'll price check it. Like, look, if it ends up being super pricey on, like, whatever... No, enchants should be region-wide, though, right? I think they are. So it probably wouldn't be an issue. We'll see. Cross that bridge if I get to it. Morning owner. And... let me see. Gooseman, some pretty valid responses to OP. Yeah, and I think that was also why it's, like, frustrating not being able to respond, because I will say, right, like, when my stance is presented in that way, which, you know, not by me, by some random dude on Reddit who, like, I don't really think entirely did me justice there, I can, like, some of those responses, I agree, are fair. And what a lot of the people said in that post is, like, why don't you just ask Harldan himself? And then he's like, oh, well, Harldan doesn't want to be bothered about it. Bullshit. Like, if you have a genuine question, come to me, right? But it's a little bit, like, imagine, you know, my frustration seeing my words kind of twisted, and then people beating up a straw man of my argument without my ability to go in there and defend it. So I'm like, you know, I have to clear this up. I have to explain why my point is right in my own words. And the best way I can do that is by demonstrating it. I actually, no, I don't need enchants on Europe. This is on North America, this run. I appreciate it, though. Yeah, let me... I have to log out of my Death Knight and log back in, because only the most recent character can access the Warband Bank. Gonna skim the video at 1.5 times speed. Understandable. Yeah, exactly. The only conclusion that I kind of came to in regards to why that person might have thought that, which I did say at some point, so maybe you'll get to that part of the recording, is that it is frustrating having to, like, reprove this to people, like, to have to actually do the test runs over and over to demonstrate to people, yet, yes, time walking is still slower. But then, like, and the other problem with that is, like, I can do that, right? And then you'll still have, there's, like, that person also on that same post who's saying, like, well, time walking, definitely 100%, I'm certain it used to be faster. But maybe that's changed now, right? So, not only is that wrong, not only have I proved for multiple expansions in a row that time walking's slower, but this person is now taking the stance of, well, it might have been faster before, but this might have changed now. And of course, if you were to try and argue with that person that I already proved before, I'm sure they would say, oh, well, no, it's not. But if you prove it again, then maybe I'll believe you. So, like, what I have come to as a realization is we're just going to have to do, once per expansion, a time walking, you know, disproval run, where I demonstrate once again with hard evidence that no, dungeon spam is not faster. Just to really, really, really drive that point home. It's also, I saw another, like, that one wasn't explicitly about me, but I saw other discussions on time walking on, like, a separate Reddit post. And somebody was saying, oh yeah, you know, Dragonflight time walking feels really fast. It's only 15 minutes per dungeon. I'm like, that's fast to you? So that's the issue that I have. And, like, look, if somebody doesn't mind a dungeon taking, you know, 15 minutes, that's fine. But, like, you get into these arguments with people who, like, they've never actually recorded their times. They've never actually tried to optimize their times. And they're like, oh, this speedrunner, you know, he thinks he knows what he's talking about, but, like, I get these really fast runs. And then you press, like, what are these fast runs? 15 minutes per dungeon? That's, like, horrendously slow. That is really, 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 really slow. And like, that isn't even necessarily they are doing something wrong. They are slow as a player. It's just, yeah, like, that is, I think, a realistic time. Like, you want time walking to be in the 5 to 10 minute range. It tends to be a little bit slower, but like TBC dungeons, some of them you can get in like 5 minutes. Some of the longer ones are like 10 to 12 minutes, but it kind of averages out, right? But if you're seeing 15 minutes per dungeon and being like, yep, I'm okay with this, right? Then it really goes to show how, like, some people don't realize, like, obviously, you know, whole Dunning-Kruger thing, like, you don't know what you don't know, right? If you're sitting there thinking, oh, yeah, I'm getting 15 minutes per dungeon, this is super fast, and you don't realize that that's actually super slow, then it becomes really hard to, like, argue and convince that person that, like, no, actually, like, your entire perspective is wrong here. But those people usually aren't interested in their perspective being wrong. If you push back on it, like, the thing that you see a lot in that Reddit post is people saying, well, you know, I enjoy it, so who cares if a speedrunner says that XYZ thing is faster? I just realized I did not get, I missed, what's it called? Necklace. Yeah, we have, Reshi Wraps will have, but I need a necklace. I'll check the auction house to see if on this server there's a cheap one. If, like, the cheapest necklace is, like, fucking 20k, then I'll swap back over to my alts. I was about to say, that seems cheap, but then if I search by usable, yeah, that's that's closer to what I expected. Alright. To Area 52 we go. Hopefully, the Area 52 necklaces aren't grossly overpriced, so I don't have to go all the way back to my Illidan alt. What you're saying is if you can shave it down to 1430 per run, then you're zooming? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's... I don't know, it's That is also, like, one of the reasons why I think people misunderstand the points I'm trying to make when I say, like, there's no point arguing this to people, is exactly that. It's not like I don't want to have to prove this over and over, because I have done that already. It's that even when confronted with the proof, people largely will default to, I just prefer it. And it becomes really hard to argue against something like that, especially when most people don't even have a fundamental understanding of what fast leveling is supposed to be. And, like, you see in things like that, the entire, like, repeated idea, especially because most of the people responding to that Reddit post don't know who I am. They're hearing somebody else describe me in a Reddit post. So to them, it's just some speedrunner, right? With no real context put behind that. And I could totally understand, like, you know, if all you're hearing is some speedrunner says that it's slower than his routes, like, okay, sure, you know, that sounds, like, biased. But that has never been my point. My point has been, even for regular people using leveling routes, it's going to be slower. Now, obviously, my speedruns will be faster by an order of magnitude. But the reality is, whenever I'm running time walking dungeons, usually I am kind of carrying the run. Especially in, like, the higher level range where, like, chwinks aren't really a factor. At lower levels, you can get more really overgeared chwinks that can, like, really affect the scaling. Not so for, like, 80 to 90. It's a lot harder for the scaling to benefit you that much. So oftentimes, I am the one carrying the run. And I know that, like, if I am going as fast as you can realistically expect, unless there were, like, 4 other people pushing the dungeon ever so slightly faster, and even then, a lot of times you will run into diminishing returns with that, which is what a lot of people don't understand, right? Like, just because one person is making the dungeon go really fast, by adding 4 other really efficient people, it doesn't make the dungeon go, like, 4 to 5 times faster. Like, that's not how that works, right? So you can't just say, this is my time, but if I had 4 other people making me go extra fast, I would basically be able to divide my time by 5, and that's, like, the real speedrun group time. Like, no, absolutely not. That's not how that works. But like, that's the thing. The people who will make silly arguments like that won't understand those points. And it just becomes a vicious cycle, right? I can't sort by usable. I have to sort 80 to 80. Sure. Okay, fuck it. 8K, that's cheaper than it was before. Alright. And then I'm going to hope... you know what, actually, I should double check. I can't imagine that the level 81 items are going to be that bad in price to where I have to, like, price check them on multiple servers. So if I do 81 to 81, I do miscellaneous. Yeah, that's normal. That's what I would expect. The only thing I might need to do is, like, I want to find haste versatility. Honestly, for leveling, I don't really think verse matters quite as much for bear. And then, yeah, like 500 golds, as long as I can find really anything with haste. Ideally not master. Yeah, that's good. That's cheap enough. Leather, we take Evercore Shades. That has crit on it, though. So that I might check another server. But haste mastery, crit haste. Where is it? Yeah, I saw crit haste. There's crit haste. And then that's crit haste. You know what I'll do? Since this is completely dirt cheap, and there are a lot of times, there are many specs that I level that I actually do want crit on. I'll buy this, I'll keep it in my bank. If I find a cheaper option that has, like, pure haste on it, I'll use that for the run. If I don't, then at least I have this still for dirt cheap. And I can also just use it if all else fails, so it won't hurt that much. Okay, there we go. I think that was everything, right? So all I just need to do is find a better pair of Evercore Shades. And I think... Let me double check my shopping list, make sure I haven't missed anything. Bracers, yes. Boots, yes. Chest, yes. Belts is cloth only. So not applicable here, but that stuff will get the level 81 BOE stuff anyway. Necklace, yes. Ring, yes. And I'm going to buy the enchants on the character itself. Everything else, I think I have. And then I'll buy... Consumes are region-wide, so I don't need to worry about, like, buying them on an alt. So then just pop over. People confusing leveling fast with brain dead, zug, press W. Yeah, exactly. And, like, well, the problem, I think, more so, is people don't really confuse that. People will argue that time walking is fast. But then it becomes one of those of, like, you know, I think time walking's fast. But if it's not, then it's still better because XYZ reason. So it just makes it an impossible point to beat, right? And, you know, for people who genuinely do value that, sure. The bigger issue, I think, for me, right? And it's one of those, you know, there's kind of two factors there. One, if somebody genuinely just prefers it, and I know that, like, I have friends who have told me, who, like, are, obviously, they know me, they're well aware of my leveling routes, they have tried it, and they have said they just like dungeon spamming. Some of them just, they really enjoy dungeons, even time-walking dungeons, and they just prefer it. And you know what? That happens. That's fine, right? I understand that that's the perspective that some people have. The problem that I get to is where a lot of people using those arguments, who obviously I don't know, I have to imagine that some of them have just never actually tried my route. And they will frequently make the argument of, oh, well, it's just because it's a speedrunner, right? And obviously if you have this, like, super optimized thing, but now, more than ever, you can't really make that argument. Follow the Arrow is designed to be as foolproof as possible. It is designed to make it so anybody can follow my intricate speedrun routes without having to, like, you know, really fully understand it. I will point you to exactly where you need to go. All of the information is, like, detailed, outlined in these, like, blurbs here. There is nothing that it does not cover. There is no excuse now for somebody who has access to the add-on, which it's free, everybody does, right? There is no excuse to not be able to follow this. And hey, if you don't want to, that's one thing. But the people who are still trying to argue, oh, only if you're a speedrunner it's worthwhile, it's simply not true. It's just not. That's the thing that irks me a little bit more. It's the people who make these claims without actually having properly tested it. And like, look, it's the fucking internet, right? Like, you know, we live in a post-truth era. People are just going to say whatever the fuck they want about things, frankly, way more damaging than fucking World of Warcraft leveling. Like, this is the least of our, you know, species' concerns right now. So ultimately, it's not that important, all things considered. You know, I'm just like, is what it is. But I can still be annoyed by it. What was, fuck, what did I... Right. The helmet. Evercore Shades, 78. Haste. Let's go. Oh, yeah, that's pretty cheap. Alright, well, I have, crit Evercore Shades for, I mean, that was, what, 98 gold? That's almost vendor, actually, well, no, the vendor value on this is fucking trash. Okay, yeah. Look, 98 gold, even if it's not literally vendor price, is a pretty fucking good deal, so... I think it was worth buying this, even if I'm not using it for this particular run. I have the haste ones there. And... I've been sitting on this, like, random haste gem since, like, the start of the season, because I bought one more than I needed, so it's finally gonna get a use. Technically, I'd want to gem, like, haste crit, but... fuck it. I don't care. It's, I saved like 1k gold, because I've been staring at that gem on my warrior for like ages now, and I'm just like, I don't even need this thing anymore. So now it's gonna have a new home. We're putting out a new leveling add-on called Follow the Eyeball. Whenever you turn it on, it instant cues you in the dungeon finder. That sounds like a pretty funny, like, April Fool's, like, you know, joke to do for Follow the Arrow. Something like that. Could add an update. Though I will say, like, I'm hesitant to do April Fool's things with add-ons because I forget, there was some add-on, I don't even remember the name, but there was some add-on back in War Within where they made it so, I think it was GTFO? Where, like, it started rapid-firing, like, brand quotes at you on April Fool's Day of, like, that web summons the Rubians, don't stun them, or something like that. Whenever, I think it was GTFO because of that. But I don't remember what it was, but it was driving me crazy. Like, and it wasn't even just the regular frequency, it was, like, actually super fucking annoying, and it took me, like, an entire hour to figure out what it was. And I remember when I finally tracked it down to which add-on it was, and I looked at, like, the CurseForge page, there was, like, a line in there of, like, you know, oh, stop bothering me if you don't like the April Fool's joke or whatever, you can just disable it or something like that. I'll be honest, I just straight up uninstalled that add-on. I think it was GTFO, but it's been a while, so I don't remember. But I do think it's one thing to have, like, you know, something... April Fool's Day, I'll be honest, like, I think I probably talked about this, like, last April Fool's Day or whatever, but as a quote-unquote holiday, it's really fucking pisses me off these days. Like, I think I'm just at a point where I don't really find, you know... I think April Fool's Day more so these days, the idea of, like, misinformation being funny, I think is, like, I no longer find it humorous because, like, there's just so much misinformation out there. So, like, so often in April Fool's Day, people, like, make a little joke and be like, haha, you fell for it. And it's like, yeah, haha, I did, right? You know, but the reality of, like, you know, these days, everybody is just, like, there's so much fucking misinformation out there that it just becomes exhausting to try and keep up with it all. So that part of it, I'm tired. I cannot give a shit anymore. So I'm already, like, at my wit's end. So when I see somebody do something like that, which it's like, it's not like a once and glance, like, funny haha. It's something that, like, actively pissed me off for an entire hour and made me have to track down and disable the add-on. At that point, it's like, honestly, fuck you. Fuck you for thinking that this is a funny haha. Like, it's genuinely annoying, and you're genuinely ruining the user experience of your add-on. And then, like, they clearly understood. I can't be the only person who was annoyed. The fact that they put a line in their CurseForge page saying, like, oh, you know, stop complaining about it. Like, brother, you're the one who fucking added this to the add-on. You know, maybe realize that it wasn't funny and that you pissed off a lot of people. Whatever. If it was GTFO, whatever add-on that was, I installed it, and, yeah. I never want to use it again, because it's just very disrespectful of the user. So, like, I think that if I did something like that for Fall of the Air, it would be like more of a cosmetic thing. Like, my tolerance for April Fool's Day jokes is like the Blizzard patch notes stuff, right? It's when Blizzard puts something out where like everybody knows that this is fake, right? But they make jokes with like fake patch notes about like, ha, you know, like people joke in the community about like Ogavoker, so we're gonna put some like funny patch notes for Ogavoker, right? And nobody is at any point thinking this is serious. Everybody's in on the joke, and it's just like it's an excuse to have a little bit of fun. I think that is when April Fool's Day is at its best. But when it's like deliberate misinformation for laughs, or like worse, outright annoying somebody because haha, you fell for it, like that is just ugh. And I can kind of understand in how somebody might think, wouldn't it be funny if I like added like the brand noise that everybody was joking about all the time? But it feels like that one was not tested at all, because it like you could play the game for 5 minutes and be like, this is just blatantly disruptive, and it's like extremely distracting just having this constantly fire off. Like at that point, if it happens once and you're like, huh, that's weird, like, you know, maybe that's like a funny April Fool's joke. But when it's just repetitive, it's no longer funny, right? It's been fucking beaten to death. So I'll stop ranting about this particular subject now. But like I don't remember if I ever talked about that when it happened. And thinking over it again, I'm like, I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off for like, you know, past Harldan in the middle of War Within who had to deal with that shit. And I'm sure that at the time he would have loved to rant about it. Maybe I already have. I'm like rehashing that, but I can't recall if I ever did. Let's go with a Deadly Peridot. How many Deadly Peridots do I need? I need one. None of these have sockets, right? This is going to be a diamond, so... And one of my rings will be reused. So I only need 2 Deadly Peridots, I think. One for this ring, one for this ring. Yeah. I could buy a level 85 ring, but I don't think I'm gonna bother. It's fine. Alright, we'll do you. Just gotta make sure it's the same slot, so it doesn't become a hassle to switch the gems. Do this. At this point, you're a 20-something-year-old man? Exactly. God, I feel old. I'm closer to 30 than I am to 20 at this point. Fucking hell. Let's see. So, Farstriders. And then 2 Mark the World Soul. World Soul. Acuity of the Rendorai. I guess the one thing is, am I committing to using this weapon for the entire leveling process? Like, I guess. Honestly, like, you're gonna end probably at, like, level 84. I could get a weapon that has, like, 10 more item levels, but do I really care all that much? Not really. That's one of the nice things about doing everything late. Also, you don't really need to get multiple sets of gear, because you get, like, 1 upgrade at 83, and it's just like, who gives a shit? Okay, then armor kits. So, armor kits, current expansion only. Blood Knight's armor kits. Okay, Blood Knight's armor kit, and then I'm gonna put a prior expansion armor kit on here, just so that it has something. Which would be... what would it be? It's, Defender's armor kit, right? Just so it has something on it, because I can't apply that one until 81. Not losing out on stats that way. Then we have Empowered Hex of Swiftness. Or Empowered item enhancements. Empowered Blessing of Speed. Yeah, that's what it's called. And then I'll just search this current expansion only. Ackles on swiftness, but this is probably a faster way to search it. And I believe that's everything. So throw my trinket on my bars there. It's there, it's there. That all looks fine. I need to... At some point, I am going to get fluid form, right? So when I eventually get fluid form, I want Mangle to be on my bars. But right now, it won't matter. And... But there... I may as well put Mark of the Wilds on every shapeshift form. I already have it in bear. Do I have... I don't have it in flight form, I assume, but I'll do that real quick. Yeah. I can do that, just to make sure. And... Okay, yeah. Seems good. The issue with April Fool's jokes and add-ons is that dumbasses like you will down... Yes! Yeah. Yeah, that's another issue, right? I mean, I know for a fact, that's why the moment that I noticed that there's like an... Like, I found there was an issue with Fall the Arrow. Like, I had a bug in it, and I had to, like, drop everything and make sure I updated that, because the last thing I wanted is for, like, a bunch of people to download it. I think even then, it was only, like, the bugged version was only up for, like, an hour, and like 8,000 people had already downloaded it. I was like, fuck. I'm hoping, though, that at least those people noticed in time and fixed it. At least I got it before the other, like, 80,000 people downloaded over the last, like, week or so. But that's why it was really critical. I wanted to make sure I had that out as soon as possible, because I know that I usually update my add-ons, like, once every few weeks, and then it's a pain in the ass for me if, like, something's broken. So, 100%, yeah, I know where you're coming from there. Let me see. Did I forget anything? Ring enchants. Yes, I forgot ring enchants. I need Eyes of the Eagle. And I need 3 of them. Outside of that, I believe I got everything I need for armor. I just need to get consumes. Isn't it like 1 or 2 gold to make those goggles? Well, yes, but keep in mind, it's 1 or 2 gold to make it for any rank. Technically, if you have maxed out engineering, I'm sure that you could probably just, with basic materials, pump out, like, rank 5s of these. And, honestly, if you have that set up, maybe you should consider posting some of these, because it's not actually that easy. And obviously, for speedruns, I want to make sure I have not only rank 5s, but the optimized stats, right? So I specifically sought out, like, double haste goggles, because haste is really good for druids. So, in that case, it is worth more, and you can regularly find them being posted for, like, 1,000 gold or more. So, if you already have the profession set up, might be a good way to make some money. Especially nowadays, right, where a bunch of people are going to start leveling, and one of the early sections in Fall the Arrow, in Eversong Woods, purchasing level 81 gear. I literally direct people to go to the auction house and recommend that they buy blue BOE items, because a lot of times it won't be like 1,000 gold, and even then, if you don't want to buy the 1,000 gold one, you can usually find, like, the rank 4s or rank 3s for, like, under 100 gold. They're dirt cheap. On this server, like, let me check if I look. This is a random, like, dead server on Illyria or something. So if I go to armor, leather, 81, what are the prices? Yeah, like, dead server, right? So you're not going to find amazing stuff here, but already, look at this. 99 gold for 178 item level boots. That's a steal. But even if I didn't want to price check everything else, like, yeah, this is 1,000 gold. This can be... I still don't think this is that expensive, right? But then you look here, 219 gold for 171. That is still really good. That is better than any other item you're going to get while leveling. Is that worth it for 219 gold? I think so. I think anybody leveling their alts, like, if you just want to stop by the auction house in real time, boom, 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 you know, you should have a few thousand gold to spend to make your leveling process super easy. It's not that much. Like, it'll be, if you're really conservative, like 2,000 gold or less to get multiple pieces of gear that you will not replace until you hit max level. You know, let's look at jewelry, right? Like, you could go down here, get a ring for 150 gold. Dirt cheap. Get a necklace, 389 gold. Dirt cheap. You're never going to replace this. You're going to use this all the way to level 90. So, I think that's good value. I mean, you get this off a fucking world quest, right? Like, this is not much at all. So, especially if you can guarantee, like, churn out some of those, what's it called? Some of those 178 ones. Could be worthwhile. And in the case of speedruns, something I'm not bothering to do for this run, but in my monk speedrun, I actually did this, is you can put embellishments on this stuff. So in my monk speedrun, 2 of the 178 pieces I was using had Arcana Weave lining on them. And at that point, like, you're not just getting a really strong piece of gear, you're also getting a bonus proc effect. You can do that for any of the crafted items, War Within as well. War Within, I forgot what the good ones for War Within is. It's been so long. But there was one that I used, I think I might have used Blue Silken Lining or something back in War Within speedruns or something like that. There's a... I don't use them anymore, but like Shadowlands, also Shadowlands, you could get one with like gave you a big chunk of speed on the crafted ring. So I used that for a while. Now the scaling is like kind of shit, and it's not really worthwhile to do, but that was an option. So the problem with that is like most people aren't going to look for that, but in theory, right, you know, if the thing is cheap enough, you can maybe slap some bonus embellishments onto it, and then if somebody's scrolling through and you have it like priced with the same ones, you might be able to sell some extras, because if somebody sees like, hey, this is 1,000 gold, and it also has an embellishment on it, ooh, fancy. And if the embellishment is like, you know, 10 gold to add on to the craft, it'll probably increase the odds that somebody buys yours, and it costs you basically nothing. So, could be a way to make gold. It's like I always say, right? Like, I'm not going to make gold guides, but I do think often, if you know, like, trends, which, you know, right now, leveling is hot, you know, turbulent timeways. There are usually ways, if you look at, you know, what I'm recommending to make a profit off it. A great example, which is unfortunate, is my enchanting guide for War Within. At this point, at some point at the end of War Within, people bought up all of the crystalline powder, whatever recipes, and like illusory adornment crystal. It used to be like literally worth 5 copper or something like that. People are now selling it for like 10k gold. And I get questions all the time, like, is it still worth it to make that craft? No. The only reason it was on there is because it costs like 5 copper. So the price of the recipe was cheaper than any of the crafts that you could get, and the materials for that craft are really cheap. So it was a really cheap craft. And actually, it's technically slower than just doing another recipe off the vendor, right? Because you have to actually prepare the recipe, right-click it, learn it, and then go back to the craft thing. It adds like 5 to 10 seconds. The reason I recommended it is because it was so cheap. Now it's worth 10k gold. It's just another first craft. Definitely don't do that. But I guarantee you the reason why people have just hiked the price up to 10k is because it's been recommended in my crafting guide for the past 2 years. And, you know, it's hard to control the market when it's current content, when there's like new ones constantly flooding in. But at this point, nobody is really farming that recipe, because I think it dropped off like, what, War Within Delves or something like that? So now somebody's able to corner the market, and unfortunately, right, like, until I update that guide, it's, you're gonna have people who stumble upon that and are like, oh, I guess I will buy this, and then they lose 10k, which, you know, is unfortunate, but there isn't a whole lot I can do about that. Let me put on my Druid title. Podden said, your add-on is crazy good. You don't get my times, but it's still insanely fast. I appreciate it. And honestly, like that, if anything, that's what I want to hear, because we just got done saying earlier that like people on Reddit will say like, oh, well, you know, those routes are only good if you're speedrunners and you're like doing the super efficient speedrunning stuff. And the point I have always made is like, no, if you just understand the route, and nowadays, if you just use Follow the Arrow, it's still fast. You can still get just as fast a time. Well, not Maybe not just as fast because obviously you're going to be following the guide, but I try to show you everything that I do in the add-on. Okay, let's see, what do I still need? I think, yeah, just, I need 3 Eyes of the Eagle enchants, and then, like, oh yeah, and Reshi Wraps. But then we're pretty much good to go. So, Eyes of the Eagle. 3. Overall, I mean, I don't know, what did I spend? Probably like 50k on this. Whatever. Right? Small price to pay considering I think I looted like over 1 million golds earlier on this very stream. Like, at this point, it's just, I don't give a shit. On North America, I don't give a shit. I try to conserve golds, or I've been trying to conserve gold on Europe, because I don't have nearly as much, right? But on North America, I'm drowning in gold at this point from sales. Like, the fuck do I need it for? So, if I need to spend 50k to prove a point, I'll spend 50k to prove a point, is what it is. I think I have just about everything I need. The only thing is... I guess the question then becomes... Well, I'll just do... I'll get the Reshi Wraps first, because obviously you're going to want to do that. So... General... Mana Forge... Really? Do I not get the raid portals? Oh, okay. I can't type Mana Forge Omega because it's called fucking Path of the All-Devouring. My bad, Blizzard. Right. Sure. How much XP does this give? Okay, it doesn't give any XP. The only concern with this is, like, I want to stay as close to level 80 as possible to not, like, fudge the numbers or whatever. But if this gives no XP, then that is A-okay. Yeah, I mean, I discovered... I got, like, 3k XP from Discovery on the way here. Whoop-de-doo. Add this here. Fiber... That's... Then... My hearth is still set in Thunder Totem. Alright, whatever. I won't need my hearth. So... Obviously, I explained this earlier, but I'll reiterate this, because obviously, you know, more people have joined since the start of the stream. So, the plan for this run... This is an old-fashioned type of speedrun that I have done a few times now, over the years. But... I think it's, you know, it's high time that I do it again. I'm also going to make sure my Fall the Arrow is, like, reset back to the start. That way, yeah, I'm not getting lost or anything like that. Definitely, before I begin, I'll make more coffee, right? I'll need to do that. And... what I'm going to do is, obviously, at the start of any run, you're going to want to run 4 Timewalking dungeons. And that gives you the 30% Turbulent Time Waste buff. Now, the thing that people constantly debate, which I'm trying to put to rest, is whether or not it is worth it to spam Timewalking dungeons. Invalid Run the streamer got 3k XP. Yeah. But... So, and here's the thing, that actually, it doesn't even matter. I know you're joking, Goose, but that doesn't even matter in this case, because the entire point of this run is to just give a one-to-one comparison, right? As long as whatever I have in one run is the same in the other one, that's all that's important. So, no matter what, you start the run by doing 4 Timewalking dungeons. At that point, after I have the 30% buff, which is how I would normally approach it, then I copy this character, I log out, I copy this character over to the PTR. I duplicate the druid. Now we have 2 identical copies of this druid. So all variables are exactly the same. One of them is, whatever I'm going to be, like level 81.5 or something with the 30% buff. And I do Follow the Arrow. That'll be the one on the PTR, obviously, because I need to be on live servers to do dungeons. But then on live servers, I just continue spamming dungeons. And I only spam dungeons. Now, the thing with, like, this is... Another reason why this is always a tricky thing to say is because most people would agree, right, that you're supposed to do delves. Like, delves are worthwhile. And honestly, there is a chance, right, that if you just do 4 time-walking dungeons and all the delves, you're done, right? That is possible. I think you would need, like, Darkmoon Fair buff, probably, and definitely the 25% bonus to make that work, but who knows? That's possible. I don't think I will need much else. You'll still probably need, like, some of the weekly quests, right? Like, maybe South Rolls, etc. I will do more tests, right, to figure out exactly what is needed. That is another thing that, like, later in the week I will be doing. But, by doing this, right, we'll be able to figure out one-to-one comparison, how much faster is Follow the Arrow compared to Dungeon Span. We'll get to see it in real time. But yeah, that is the goal here. We'll be able to double check that. And the only thing I need to think is, like, how exactly am I going to handle the process? Obviously, in a real run, what I would do, well, in a real run, a lot of the test runs I'm going to be doing will probably be, like, 10 to 90. And this is something also, I understand why people are confused about this, because it used to be, when they first made it so time walking was accessible at lower levels, you could only do it from level 30 onwards. So a lot of people still think that is the case. At some point in War Within, they changed that. It now works, I think, when they changed the scaling, it now works from level 10. So you can do time walking dungeons immediately, the moment you can do War Within or Chromie Time dungeons. So the best possible time to do Turbulent Timeways is right at the start of a 10 to 90 run. Because, you know, if you are familiar with the alt route, we always do dungeons at the start there in those 10 levels because you don't have access to War Mode. War Mode does not apply to dungeons. Therefore, if dungeons are generally good to do while leveling, they're extra good at lower levels. Now, there's other reasons why I tend to do it early on in, why I tend to do it early on in Chromie Time. There have also been runs where I don't do TBC dungeons because while they are good, if you have enough XP modifiers, you can actually just skip it entirely. It's just, if you're gonna do it, that 10 level range is the best time to do it because you don't have War Mode and because you have better odds of getting really good dungeons. But then, at a certain point, if you just have enough XP modifiers, like, if you don't have to do any of the slightly less efficient stuff in the Chromie Time route, then you can just cut TBC dungeons and just only do, like, Silverpine Hillsgrad or Elwyn Forest, the best parts of Duskwood, and then lock mode on, and then you're done. Right? I believe that's what I did for my my human 1 to 80 run back in War Within. I don't think I actually did TBC dungeons in that. I can't recall exactly, though. It's been over a year at this point since I did that run, so my memory is a little bit fuzzy on that. But I know I have skipped TBC dungeons before. That being said, that is still, regardless, the best time to do dungeons, and you are 100% of the time going to want to do time walking dungeons for the Turbulent Timeways buff. So it just slots in perfectly in that 10 to 20 range. And then because obviously you carry the 30% buff over, right, throughout the entire leveling process, if you do it at a time where it's not actually inconvenient at all, it is optimal to include dungeons, then you just do the most efficient possible thing for the entire rest of the leveling process, and you don't need to basically consider how long would it take at the start of 80 to 90 to do 4 time walking dungeons. You already have the buff. You just do Follow the Arrow 80 to 90 without even having to do a single dungeon because you already did it back in 10 to 90 or 10 to 20 and you still have the buff rolling. So some of the runs I'll be doing are like that, where that is just like hyper optimized, but obviously that doesn't apply to people who are leveling 80 to 90 alts, right? In that case, even though the time walking dungeons, like this experiment obviously has a, expected outcome, right? Of time walking dungeons are slower than Follow the Arrow. Like I know that to be the case, right? Maybe I get proven wrong, but that is the expectation. And in that case, you are losing time in theory by doing those dungeons at the start, but it's made up for the fact that you get that massive buff, which both makes everything else that you do after it faster, and also you get 30% from the big turn into the end, so then you're able to finish at an earlier level. So it will save you more time than it loses you by the dungeons being slower. But that is only until you get that 30% buff. After that, it all blends together. It averages out. So there's no time saved by doing additional dungeons, which, that's the entire thing that we're trying to demonstrate here. But, for this particular experiment, I'm just trying to think, like, how do I best represent it? I think that, in theory, if you're starting at 80 to 90, while doing a dungeon, you'd still want to be doing other stuff along with it, right? Even if I have, like, maybe not literally instant queues, I have no idea how long it's going to take. Actually, just for science, we can test this. Oh, shit, I need to get consumables, so I will have to do that. But let's see, like, time walking dungeon, if I queue for it, how long does it take? That actually, I think, would be good to get a baseline for. Nearly instant. That's basically instant, right? Okay, good. So confirmed for tank queues, it's almost entirely instant. Even that, you'd still want to fit in, like, a quest or two, because there will be some times where, despite getting mostly instant queues, it takes, like, a minute. And it's still optimal to, in between those runs, try and squeeze in, like, 1 or 2 extra quests, and if I was doing a speedrun, that's exactly what I'd be doing. I'd be trying to do as much as I can in between these runs. But, definitely for the purpose of this experiment, we're just going to chill here in Orgrimmar. And I'm just going to do the 4 runs here. I'm not going to start the questing process at all. I'm not going to do anything else. Just do this, 4 dungeons, and then that's where we, like, split. And then we just continue doing dungeons. The other thing, right? I kind of talked about this a little bit before with, like, some people will say, oh, well, obviously you include delves, right? There definitely are some purists who will say they only want to spam time walking, but you do see enough people saying, oh, well, you'll want to include this, and that with time walking spam, right? Like, you use time walking spam to fill in the gaps, but then you do include some stuff. And you'll get some people who will argue that, like, well, technically sitting in the main city and, like, not doing anything else is, like, not really the accurate experience. And, like, I would agree with that, right? But obviously, I think that the optimal way to do it is to just get the 4 dungeons and then do Follow the Arrow. But there will be some people who will argue for, like, varying degrees of time walking spam. And that is just something that I cannot possibly account for, right? It will be impossible for me to account for every random individual on the internet's, like, personal definition of what they believe is the most optimal route, which is why, obviously, if somebody thinks I have it wrong, and somebody thinks that they know that doing time walking dungeons is faster than this particular section of leveling, and if you combine it in this way, like, the obvious thing that I've always said, do your own speedrun. Do a speedrun, record it, show me the evidence, right? Present the run. I post all my runs. Everything I do is easily fact-checkable. So, if you think that my personal setup that I will do for, what's it called, for the Follow the Arrow section, where I get the, 30% buff, and then boom, off to the races, I do my actual route. If you think that's inefficient, and you think that doing more time-walking dungeons and then, cutting other stuff out is better, record it, get the time, and let me know. But I think this is, this is the purest way that I can go about it. Only dungeons, just dungeons, nothing else in there, just to, completely isolate. Like, this is our control group, I guess, for lack of a better word, of exactly how long this method takes in isolation, without the buff being a factor, right? Versus what I think you should be doing. And we'll see. You were 81 tonight, you did 5 War Within. Or I'm guessing that's time walking. 5 time walking and 10 delves in the weekly and hit 90 with 25%. 5 alts, 30%, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. Obviously, you said you were 81. So my theory is that, like, at 83.5, roughly, you'll be able to turn in if you have Darkwind Fair buff. Without Darkwind Fair buff, it'll probably be closer to 84. If you have all the other stuff, the max warband bonus. And with the 30% buff, obviously the XP that you get from the dungeons themselves, because that does count for something, which is why it's going to be a little bit faster when I do it for the full 1 to 90, because then I will be able to do more efficient things for that first level. So instead of having to spend like 45 minutes doing dungeons, I'll just spend 15 minutes doing something else to get the exact same amount of experience without the buff being a factor in that case. But you'll get some XP from dungeons. Then obviously you're going to get a lot of XP from just doing the delves and, like, the 10 delve weekly and stuff. you should still do Legends of the Harrenir, right? Legends of the Harrenir literally takes 1 minute. You know, that is worthwhile. Don't skip that, right? And then do the other stuff. Frankly, Legends of the Harrenir would be better than some of the delves. There are some delves that take like 4-ish minutes to complete, and they give 180k. Legends of the Harrenir takes 1 minute to complete and gives like 100k, right? We're kind of, you know, nitpicking here a little bit. My real point is, don't skip Legends of the Harrenir, right? If anything, you would drop something else. But if you do all that stuff, and, you know, like by the end with the 30% buff, you probably should already be close to level 84. There's very little else that you'll need to do. Keep in mind that, like, Voidstorm quests, if you have all of the modifiers, probably you skip them. And because you're skipping that stuff, you skip Prey as well. So you are losing out on early XP because of that. So you might still need to do a little bit in Eversong, a little bit in Zul'jin, TBD, right? You can play it by ear. Maybe if you feel you're a little bit short by the end, you do a few quests in Zul'jin, etc. But we'll see. Abundance, honestly, there's a chance that you just cut Abundance. I do think the problem with Abundance is Abundance feels like it's like a slow delve. It's like a below average delve that also doesn't give mob kill XP. That's the biggest issue with Abundance, right? It's still like, it's good, but then if we have to cut something, right? If we're cutting Prey already, which I think you probably do cut Prey, then I definitely think Abundance also gets the axe, right? And this is for hyper-optimized Eye of all the modifiers runs. This is also, again, why it is so difficult to make these runs, right? Because, like, you kind of need to know your own personal situation and know, like, given my XP buffs, and the other thing is, like, some delve variants give more mob kill XP than others. Some time-walking dungeons give more mob kill XP than others. So some people may come out of, like, the entire time-walking XP at, like, level 81, some people at level 81 and a half. And then if you got more XP from that process, well, then maybe you get to skip a little bit later on. And by dynamically looking at what level you are and making those judgment calls, you can kind of figure that out. But, like, that would be so insanely impossible for me to code within the add-on, right? Like, there's just way too many variables. So that's why I think if you just hold W, follow the route, it will still be fast. We're talking about, like, minutes of difference here. But these are the decisions that you need to make when trying to really optimize speed leveling. But that's where, like, when all those people are saying, like, oh, it's the speedrunners, right? Like, I'm able to save minutes here and there by making those judgment calls. But it is just that. It is minutes, right? A lot of that, you know, real time save obviously comes with familiarity with the route in general, which obviously, yeah, you know, if you've never used Fall the Arrow before, the very first time you may have to do a little bit of reading to understand exactly where you're going. But by the second time, it should at least be somewhat muscle memory. Like, you've already gotten some of it down, you know where to go. It's a little bit easier, and you can just follow the arrow, because you don't need to understand the whys. You just need to know what's next. You'd rather commit a crime than do Dragonflight dungeons? Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it, I'll be honest. Especially, like, Brackenhide Hollows in the pool, and I fucking hate Brackenhide. It's, like, what dungeons are in the pool again? Let me, double check. It's, thank God Knockout Offensive is not in here. This would be a fucking nightmare, so that's good. Yeah, Algathar is probably fine. Brackenhide, fuck my life. Halls of Infusion's a rough one as well. This one, I don't know. This one might not be the worst thing ever if people really speedrun it, but it's rough, man. Neltharis, again, if people know how to optimize it, it might not be the worst thing ever. Azure Vault, the problem with some of these dungeons, right, is, like, even if, the way that you have to think about this stuff is, like, even if the mobs literally instantly died, some of these dungeons are just so fucking big that it would take you so long to just run through it. Okay, Uldamon's not in here, thank fucking God. Dawn of Infinite, I assume, yeah, not in here. Goodness. And then Ruby Life Pools is, like, the only one that I think you could probably reliably get done quickly. But then, the thing that you always need to consider for time walking, obviously, TBC and Wrath are the fastest. And then I think, like, stuff like Classic Mop, and even Kata to an extent, though Kata definitely a step behind, they have potential, largely because there are a few good dungeons. In the case of Classic, there is absolutely a universe in which you just alternate between the Dire Mauls. If you just get Dire Maul back to back to back and you alternate between East, West, East, West, that is really fast. There are good dungeons in the pool. And even then, both of them are leaps and bounds better than Ruby Life Pools. Now, Classic does have a few stinkers, like OG Dead Mines is easily like as bad as some like Brackenhide, Halls of Infusion, etc. So that one's rough, right? That's why Classic I would not put on the same level as like Wrath or TBC. The worst TBC dungeon is what? It's probably, well, we don't have the worst ones. I think the worst one would probably be like a tie between like Shattered Halls and Magister's Terrace. Maybe. Botanica is weird because like Botanica has a lot of bosses. It's kind of long, but like there's not that much trash separating some of them. Right? Where like the last two bosses are basically like nearly back to back. Some of these bosses are pretty close together. I don't know. I think Botanica, the main issue with Shattered Halls, right, is there's a lot of trash. There's a lot of running. It falls into a similar category to what I said for Dragonflight of like, even if you one-shot every single mob, it's a big dungeon. It's a long way to run. Magisters, you could probably speedrun it. There is a lot of trash. Kael'thas has like some unskippable roleplay, which is kind of annoying. So I would say this one maybe like if you know how to do it properly is like not as bad. Probably Shattered Halls is the slowest, but TBC has 3 really good dungeons. It has Blood Furnace, it has Mana Tombs, and it has what's the other one? Underbog, I think. Yeah, Underbog. Those are extremely good. Like we want those in the speedrun routes for Chromie time. So those are optimal. A lot of really good dungeons in the Wrath Pool. Mists of Pandaria also, like, the worst dungeon in MoP is not... It's not, like, amazing, but it's, like, the same tier as, like, Magister's Terrace or whatever, and there are potentially good ones that you can alternate between. But what is your ideal situation for Dragonflight? I think it goes without saying that you want to get Ruby Life Pools as much as possible. So a perfect world for Dragonflight would be Ruby Life Pools X, Ruby Life Pools Y, because obviously you can never get the same dungeon twice. But, you know, I think realistically you'd want, like, Ruby Life Pools Algathar, Ruby Life Pools, and then, like, I guess Algathar or Neltharis. You want to avoid Azure Vaults and Brackenhide at all costs. Especially because Azure Vault, you can't do the skips anymore. Like, obviously you don't need percent, but now if you try to do the skips, there's a kill plane there. So you do need to do a decent amount of the trash in that dungeon now, which makes it a lot worse. So, iffy. Halls of Infusion also, you know, there is some trash that can be skipped, but there's also, like, a lot of roleplay. It's rough. They're definitely much slower. Even, like, honestly, Algathar. Well, Algathar is not a terrible dungeon. There also is just actually a lot of unskippable roleplay here. I didn't even think about that. Like, I think of this as a fast dungeon, but there is a decent amount in here that you actually cannot speed up. There's only so much that you could do. So, this might actually still be on, like, maybe not the, Brackenhide slow, but, like, on the slower end. We'll find out, but it's kind of undeniable that Dragonflight is just not going to be a fast set of time-walking dungeons. Like, I can't believe I'm once again, like, I'm just... The theme of this stream is just me getting extremely tilted at, you know, random shit on Reddit, and then making a big point out of it. But I did see some people on Reddit saying that this feels like one of the fastest sets of time-walking dungeons, and I'm just like, are you fucking high? Have you ever done TBC or Wrath time-walking? Like, how could you even possibly say that this is remotely the speed of TBC or Wrath time-walking? Like, what the fuck? And that's, like, not even including, like, MoP. And I would say, I don't think WoD time-walking is super fast because there are some stinkers, but WoD is, like, not that far behind. For sure. Another thing to consider is that at low levels, the thing with quests in time-walking dungeons is, in order for the quest to appear, you need to have reached the level range. So if you get Blood Furnace, which is a level 10 eligible dungeon, and you queue for it at level 10 in time walking, the quests will show up. And they have regular Chromie time scaling. Even if you are in Chromie time, any quest in Blood Furnace you can complete as if it was a regular dungeon, but it will only scale up to, like, what does TBC scale up to? Level 30, right? So as long as you do Blood Furnace in the 10 to 30 range, you actually, at least last I checked, can benefit from those quests. Which is another one of the reasons why Wrath and TBC are so much better. Because a lot of times when people think about it, they only think about it like how fast are the actual dungeons. and they still are really fast in that case, but they are like extremely fast, lopsidedly so, for realistic low-level speedruns, because you can just do the regular quests, and both of those expansions have really good dungeon quests. That's also why I would say MoP is a close third, because while MoP has less dungeon quests on average, it does have some. So there usually are quests that you can pick up. MoP is a little bit weird, though, because there are some times where you'll get a dungeon where, like, technically it has quests, but you aren't at the required level. So if a dungeon only shows up in Chromie time at level 15, but you get it in Timewalking, you won't have access to those quests. They have a minimum level of 15. You'll still be able to run the dungeon, right? It still scales to you, but those quests won't appear until you are the required level. But that's also why for like TBC, it's really good. And in theory, for TBC, you would want like Blood Furnace first, or Blood Furnace or Underbog first, because those are level 10 dungeons, and they're extremely fast. And then you want to get Mana Tombs in the 15 to 20 range, because that's when it becomes available. And then it also has quests that are really good. So that's really nice. You can skip the RPN Kel by pulling trash and the boss at the same time? Really? I did not know that. That's interesting. Follow the arrow for some reason did not tell you to do all delves. Almost certainly, I'm willing to bet you follow the campaign route. There's no way that you just skipped. You did one of two things, right? You either just skipped the delves section, right? It's right there in the name. Or you went to the campaign route and you did this, right? But I mean, in fairness, right? A few people got confused early on. It does specifically say, this is the campaign route, go to the alt route, yada, yada, yada. That is almost certainly why you got confused. But like that is not a bug that can happen. You know, there's no way the guide bugs out and like, whoops, half the guide didn't recommend to me, right? Almost certainly you're just following the wrong guide. Yeah. I'm telling you that the add-on can't break in that way. It's just it's not possible with the code. Like what you're saying. The only way that happens is you click the wrong thing. Yeah, like you said, it is what it is, right? You know, just make sure next time you click alt route, right? Midnight 80 to 90, like this. But I mean, the first section is literally delves and Voidstorm side quests. Like introduction, midnight, like talk to Lady Hydrant, teleport to Silvermoon. I have now a new step here, telling you information about turbulent timeways, explaining how to skip the Sunwill intro, and then entering Harrandar. This basically is like teleporting to Harrandar and then doing Legends of the Harrenir, and then Grudge Pit, that's one of the delves. Gulf of Memory, that's another delve. Pick up the Voidstorm Prey quest. Collegiate Calamity, delve, delve, delve. Enter Voidstorm, pick up quest, delve. Quests. And then like Abundance, then delve. Right? Like you get over half of the delves within the very first section. And then after that, after you blitz through all those delves, Eversong will guide you. So yeah, either you pick campaign or you accidentally clicked Eversong and skipped the initial section. I don't know. But I'm glad you like the add-on. It skipped Zul'jin zone delves. Well, Zul'jin delves are done as part of Zul'jin, right? So later on, you go to Zul'jin, and then when you go to Zul'jin, you do a Telemon. At this point, it'll direct you to do this, right? And then shortly after, right, you do Twilight Crypts. Now, obviously, if you're not following it completely linearly, and I do have notes explaining this, if you reach a point where, like, you're already level, like, 85, and you're close to turning in, I have a note that says, skip the rest of this section, and then manually go do a Telemon and Twilight Crypts, because they're naturally integrated into the Zul'jin route, because if you don't have, like, the 25% Warband bonus, then you're going to want to do it when it makes sense, because Zul'jin is part of the route, so you're going to want to do the delves when it's the least amount of travel time. It doesn't always make sense to do all of the delves at the start, right? Like, the amount of time that you're saving is entirely tied to the mob scaling being slightly more beneficial, but how much time does that really save, right? Like, across the entirety of the leveling process, being able to skip, like, the final 5 levels, that makes a big difference. But whether you do, like, 2 delves at 81 versus 85, that's going to be, like, maybe a difference of a minute if you... the entire time it takes in terms of your kill time difference. it's fairly minor, right? But the amount of time that it would take you to fly all the way down to Zul'jin, do those delves, and then fly all the way back to wherever you were before, like use a teleport item or something like that, that alone in travel time, you lose from whatever slight benefit you would get from scaling. Yeah, okay, I think that's probably the issue then. Yeah, that makes sense. The new zone is fine. I will probably... I will add like an extra note, probably not right now, but like in the future about, I did expand it. I think I added like one note to the, I actually, I might have forgotten to add that to the patch notes. I did somewhere in here. Let's see. Yeah, I added a note here about the invasion points, right? Main issue with the invasion points is in order to make it worthwhile, you need to do the entire thing. You need to do a lot of stuff in the invasion points. So the overall efficiency of it can look good if you stay there for a long period of time and you get value out of like all of the weekly quests. That being said, it takes up such a large amount of time to actually get all that stuff done that it ends up falling behind. If the invasion point was something like Legends of the Harrenir, like Southrills, that you could just kind of like cleanly interweave with all the other really efficient sources, and you just like pick apart, the most efficient bits and pieces and put them into the guide, it might be more worthwhile. But because you kind of need to take the entire thing as a whole, it ends up not being worth it. But it's not, I will say, it is better than I had initially given it credit for. I do think people are overvaluing the whole like, oh, you can farm accolades, right? It's like, well, yeah, I could also get to level 90 and within 2 hours of running delves have a full set of champion gear. Like, whatever pitiful amount of accolades you get while leveling up, it genuinely doesn't matter. A lot of people like to convince themselves that they're multitasking when in reality, that 1 hour of time that you lost by leveling up a little bit slower, you could have spent doing delves at max level. But I understand that, like, it feels good, dopamine of, like, I'm making progress on multiple things at once. When, if you know how to gear properly, it really doesn't matter that much. But I understand why, and I will admit it's not a terrible option, if that is something that you're interested in. But yeah, that is not included in the route. Let's see. Missed some messages. Good morning, Puritus. You got 80 to 81.5 in 4 Timewalking dungeons. That sounds, about what I was expecting to get. I think that is what I was thinking would happen. They are stupid easy. You did it on your vengeance without putting talents. Well, to be fair, easy and fast are two very different subjects, right? Like, I don't think they're going to be hard. I hope Timewalking dungeons are not tuned to be hard. I don't think they will be. Never said that. But I also don't necessarily think like delves or questing is hard. But, something being easy is not necessarily like, it's fast, right? But we'll see. The real question there, environment, because like that's the number that I expected. Around 81 to 81.5 is about what I would expect 4 dungeons to get you, especially with 25% warband, and then as you're completing them, you're getting the stacking bonus, right? That sounds correct. The real question then is how long did it take you? Because most people who I've spoken to have said it took them like 45 minutes to an hour to do the 4 dungeons. Because you're expecting about, 12 to 15 minutes per dungeon. And, like, I mean, that, obviously you want to get those numbers faster. But, like, 1 hour to do that, like, first 1.5 levels, like, you're still going to be leveling faster than you did before, because then you could probably get the remainder of the route done in, like, at the absolute longest, 2 hours, or something like that. And then you get, like, a 3-hour leveling time extremely consistently, even if you're putting in the minimum amount of effort. And I think I might even be able to get, like, a sub 1 hour when I fully optimize it. But that's, like, hyper-optimization, for sure. But that is the real question about how long it ends up taking. But it might be easy, but then that's the thing, right? Like, there's a lot of those dungeons are just really long. They have a lot of unskippable roleplay. I know Goose said that you can skip RP on Kel. Halls of Infusion, you can skip Gulping Goliath by just walking to the next trash. Can you actually skip that boss? I did not know that. I will check, though. I mean, I'll test that. If you're in Chromie time, you can turn the Dragonflight dungeon quest at level 80 for full XP. If you're in Chromie time, you can turn in the Dragonflight dungeon quest at level 80 for full XP. It doesn't give that much XP though, right? I get what you're saying. If I recall though, like, what does it give? It's like, it's not like 100k or anything crazy. The other thing is, regardless of, I guess I'll see. If I enter the dungeon and I pick it up, then I may as well get it. 3 to 5%? Well, like, XP value, right? At level 80. How much does it give? Especially because it wouldn't scale past level 80. So, like, we would be able to just determine what is the exact amount at that point that it gives. Obviously, free XP is free XP, right? Like, I wouldn't complain. I would do it if I had to. But it should go without saying that, like, TBC dungeons will still be faster for, like, a speedrun context. But that is still good to know, either way. I guess, presumably, I will be able to test that, right? Because if I recall, back in Dragonflight, they made it so you can pick up those dungeons in the entrance. If I remember correctly, there were some dungeons where that didn't work. But I know most of them were. But I do remember that being a pain in the ass where they said they fixed that, and then I checked, and, like, it wasn't working for a bunch of them. Yeah. We'll see, we'll see. It's good to farm Marl to get champion gear. I mean, like, you know, if you need Marl, I guess, but well, I can't check Marl in this character. But I mean, I have more Marl than I know what to do with, right? And you could use it for champion gear. I just use it for bonus rolls, and I just never run out. But then also, like, I just do delves to get a mix of champion and hero. And, like, delves, the thing that people miss, right, is it's still worth doing delves if you have the Delver's Journey maxed out, right? Can I even check this on Traveler? It would be Journeys, right? Current season. Like, if you have this, it's still worthwhile to do your weekly delves to get multiple potential pieces of hero track gear. So you're going to come out of there with, like, basically half hero, usually. From Delver's Bounty, you'll get usually 1 or 2 upgrades, and then you have the crystals that you can target by a slot for. And then whatever you don't get hero track on, you get champion. So you don't really need to, you shouldn't, if you're being efficient, buy a full set of Marl gear. You can, but you don't like, need to be drowning in Marl, right? So that is, I don't think, that big of a factor. I'm not trying to say it's terrible, right? But I do think people tend to oversell the value of the new invasion points, and my entire point is, like, they're not bad, but, you know, people act like, oh my god, I'm being so efficient by, like, doing 2 things at once. Like, calm down here. It's fine. With M Plus being so easy, upgrading your key to 10 and getting people to carry, I'll stop you there. I'll stop you there. As somebody who, you know, spams plus 10s and 12s on my main account on my tanks, right? You know, getting into good groups. I also have just had nightmare experiences with plus 10 pugs on my Preservation Evoker on my European account, right? M plus seems easy until you get Warlock players that just refuse to do a single fucking mechanic, and then somehow you manage to deplete them. There are people that's the problem though, right? You're correct. M plus is very easy, but then you have people who will just get, like, basic champion gear, get a plus 10 key somehow, their friends help them out, and then they just waltz into LFG, the fucking demon that they are, and brick keys left and right. But they're just like, oh, I'll just find people to carry me, and I don't like that logic. I get PTSD flashbacks from the fucking warlocks that I had to play with a few days ago. They were, yeah. I'm sure they probably thought the same thing. Unfortunately, I was the one who had to fucking carry him. Not fun. So, I would not advise. The owner said, one upside to do time walking right now is queues are faster and you'll get at least 2 level 90 pumpers. Following weeks, this might not be the case. You can get 5 leveling people. He did 1 Bracken High, probably tanks first time here, took 15 minutes, second run took 10 minutes. Yeah, Algothar being closer to 10 makes sense. I do think, though, optimized leveling characters, obviously, you know, you should be the tank, right? Like, because Timewalking scales, now, am I going to be as strong on this character as a you know, full fucking 290 optimized mythic person? Probably not. But I do think that with my semi-optimized gear, I'll be able to solo carry a dungeon just as well as somebody in, like, hero track gear. Because everything is relative, right? Everything scales. So I don't think that'll be an issue. I also just realized, what's the cloak enchant? Burrowing Rapidity? Burrowing Rapid. I need to enchant my Reshu Wraps. And then I also need consumes. So, Flask of the Blood Knights. Okay, that requires level 81. Buy 5 of these. And then we'll buy Alchemical Chaos. Let's buy 1. Should be all I need. Tempered Pot. I can't spell. Tempered. Oh my god. Why can't I type today? Tempered Potion. Fried bone fish. Buy a stack of 20. What else? Thalassian Phoenix Oil. Some oil. Buy a stack of 20. And I don't really care enough to buy augment runes. Probably not important. We know we are good, so we can just take good people. Well, if you, like, I will say, getting your initial plus 10, that is a luxury that, like, I was not able to get on my Prez Evoker, right? Like, I had to join Pugs. So, if you have your own key, yes. But on your very first week, unless you have a guild to help you, it's a little bit easier said than done. I have done that before, right? And, like, I'm not going to say that that's impossible, because I've been... So I have, like, an ongoing challenge where I'm trying to learn how to play every single spec in the game. And Keystone Hero is the benchmark, so I have a Keystone Hero on every spec challenge, rolling over since War Within. And there were a few times when I did a spec back in War Within, and I did exactly that. I got a plus 10 key, and then every single run, boom, 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 just extremely good people. It was done in like 5 to 6 hours. Super easy. And then I had a few days ago on my Prez Evoker, where there were multiple keys that were finished in under 30 seconds left on the timer, and I had to play out of my fucking mind to make sure that it wasn't bricked, and it was... Whew! It was, spooky. So, you know. I also drum, so just fucking hurt. What is it? Drums. Void Touch drums. And yeah, I will be doing, or 10 to 80 Fall the Arrow routes, but that won't be... They will be done by 12.1. The goal is, by the weekend, I am going to have... I'm going to have, like, the first draft of the Alliance 10 to 80 route up on Patreon for people to help beta test. And hopefully that is finished by, like, mid-July. You know, accessible to everybody. Right? And then same thing for the Horde route. I'm going to start rolling that out. I'll have it at some point available in July for people to beta test. And that should be up by 12.1. But that is 100% I want it available by 12.1. Well, while time permits, Todius, you can do that. Unfortunately, well, fortunately, actually, I don't know why I said unfortunately. I'm fucking glad that shit's dead. But, yeah. Technically, if you really still want to get one last hurrah in, you can do that. I'll put Light's Potential here for now. I'll put my Tempered Pots here. I don't need to put my Alchemical Chaos on the bar because I'm just gonna drink that. Chug it and go. And this stuff I'll put here. What else should I do? What is the consensus? We do 10 to 80 time walking? Well, no. 10 to 80, you still follow my route, right? Time walking is slower than any of the stuff in my route, for sure. You only do time walking to get the 30% buff, and then you do other stuff. Time walking is nice for 10 to 80 specifically because 10 to 20, you always wanted to do dungeons anyway. So 10 to 20 is ideal for getting the 30% buff. And then you follow my questing route. Because it applies to everything. And then if the buff is about to expire, you just do one more time walking dungeon, refresh it, and you're good to go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you didn't... I guess you must be new? If so, congratulations. I already have routes. They're just not implemented in Follow the Arrow yet. I've had routes for years. If you go to Follow the Arrow, you can see, like, basically, so I have Alliance 10 to 80, I have Horde 10 to 80. Click on this thing, gives you the YouTube thumbnail, Control-C, and then hit OK, pop that into your browser, boom, there's the video. Shows you exactly what to do. And, I mean, people have been using my guides for years. I only made Follow the Arrow, like, 4 months ago. And I've been making YouTube leveling guides for 5 years. So, they have been helping people long before there was ever an arrow to follow. And then also for 70 to 80, 70 to 80, eventually when I update the route for Follow the Arrow for 10 to 80, this will all be bundled together. But back when I made these guides, because these were made at midnight, or in War Within, but because Chromie Time scales, they still work from 10 to 80, just like they did for 10 to 70 before. But as of midnight, you still want to include some things from my 70 to 80 guide from back in War Within, and I explain in this section like how you want to mix them together. So I'd give this video like a cursory watch, right? All the really important things that you need to know for it are explained in this section. Like there's a lot of information here explaining like what to take away from the video, which sections you really need to understand. But for those last 10 levels, 70 to 80, you could either just continue following the route, because there's so much in here, right? Like you're going to reach level 80 before you even get to like the last zone in the vast majority of cases. So you can continue following this entire thing all the way to 80, but if you want to save a little bit of time, you could instead go to 70 to 80. And then when it's all bundled together, like I said, it won't be separate videos, there'll be one guide, and then the route itself, Follow the Arrow, will direct you along that path seamlessly. But right now, because it's split across, 3 separate videos, right? I have these sections explaining what to do. And then level 1 to 10 is fucking weird right now. But I'll figure out some elegant way, hopefully, to include that. 1 to 10 is just, 1 to 10's a fucking mess at the moment. Frankly, I mean, it just doesn't matter, right? It's like, worst case, do Exile's Reach. Best case, there's so many things you can do to just fucking ignore levels 1 to 10 that it's dumb. Let's see. So, what else do I need to do? I think I have just about everything. The only thing I need to think about is, for time walking dungeons, I'm set, but I need to consider, is there anything else that I will need? What do I have for mount equipment? Okay, I have light buff plates. It doesn't really matter for Druid. I guess I should probably get my midnight crafting stuff set up. Now, crafting is also one of those things where some people might argue, well, it's so efficient, you should definitely do it with time walking, but I want to keep the tests, I want to keep the control group pure, right? We're going to only do dungeons. In theory, even if you time walking spam, you should still do crafting. It's still fast. But some people, they don't want to spend the gold. They're only doing this because they want to brain off. They don't want to have to look at the shopping list, right? There's always going to be a case to be made for why this isn't worth doing. So, let's see. I'm gonna, go to my shopping list, and I'll prep this. I won't use this in the run, but because we're using the same, or in the dungeon run, since it's the same character that I'll be copying over to the PTR, I want to make sure that I have all the stuff prepped ahead of time. Actually, I should buy 5 extra, pending RNG. Pile of junk. I know these are vendor items, I don't care. Malleable wireframe. In fact, actually, I'm just gonna... I don't feel like doing enchanting. And I'm just gonna do the pure, engineering path. So I'll just buy another 50. I could reuse them later if I want to. Soul sprockets. 12. Song gear. 8. Pile of junk, I think I bought a bunch, right? And then malleable wireframe, just buy 5 just to be safe. Fulgent copper times 15. Umbral tin 15. Then mote of light. Pure void. Okay. Then I'll do the leatherworking stuff. Silverleaf thread. Void temp. Let's just buy 150 of each. That covers it, and I can use the leftovers in the future. 150, sure. Okay. That should... yeah, that should cover all the stuff I need. I think I have more than enough bag space left for that. Yeah, alright. Oh... You're planning to prepare all tanks before Season 2 just to make sure you're ready for any meta. You have Bear, Brew, and DH now. I would say... yeah, the only tank that I don't think you need to bother preparing is Vengeance DH, which, well, for dungeons, who knows. Vengeance DH is like 0 chance in raid. And similarly, Blood DK has 0 chance in dungeons. But Blood DK will be probably insanely good for raids. And Prop Warrior and Prop Pally both look interesting. So definitely, yeah, worth preparing those, I would say. Bear looks good, too. Brew, I think, looks bad, but yeah, we'll see. You didn't know about the Prey Repost mechanic until you watched my 11-hour gearing guide? Really? Yeah, that is, like, such a critical element of Prey. Definitely makes it way easier. You always know to repost. Did you miss the barrage of people asking if Timewalking leveling is better? Oh yeah, you missed... we went over a Reddit post about it. Specifically about my comments regarding it. You'll have to go back to the start of the VOD. It's in the first, like, 30 minutes. Definitely, that's worth checking. Before we start the run, I am going to go grab coffee, just refuel up, and then we should be good to go. And if you're on North America, you're welcome to try and snipe into me. Obviously, I'm going to be queuing as tank, but if you want to try and snipe as like a healer or DPS, give it a shot, right? I'll probably do that in like 5 minutes, so. Alrighty. Coffee. I have water. I believe I am being stalked by a kitty. He was sitting on the steps watching me. I don't know if he's followed me down here. Really depends on how much attention he feels like he needs today. We shall see. If you hadn't turned your computer off and tucked yourself into bed, you'd try to snipe for sure. All good. There will be plenty of other opportunities for that, especially later in the week. Let me finish. I grabbed a quick snack real quick. Mute my mic while I eat. Should take like all of 30 seconds. Alright. I think I'm mostly good to go. I guess I buff up, I put on the oil, get fried bonefish going. Do I keep the fortitude buff? Honestly, it doesn't matter. And I'll pop alchemical chaos, blah, blah, blah. And then I guess I can start the timer. I will... Shit, where's the insert button? Oh, right, yeah. Alright, we'll do that. Nice, instant queue. Love to see that, because that means less people who are like, oh, well, if you had instantaneous queue times, then technically it would be faster, and it would maybe match your speedrun times, like... Alright. Oh, Neltharis, not Brackenhide. Off to a good start. What do we get from this? Okay, so I guess, do you need to be in Chromie time still? Because, Goose, you were saying that, like, it scales, but I'm guessing, so that only applies if you were already still in Chromie time while doing the dungeons. So, presumably, yeah, that wouldn't apply in my case. I wasn't sure exactly what you meant. But yeah, so that would be for lower levels. But you can see here, even without my level 81 gear, my scaling is still pretty favorable here. I'm still able to, like, basically solo this. Say I want to be sorting by current segment. Okay, somebody's not LOSing, but it should be fine. Okay, Molten Core. Yeah, so, like, you know, in terms of, are the dungeons hard? No, this is easy, right? But that's the other thing people always get confused about. Like, when I'm saying Timewalking is slow, I'm not saying, like, oh my god, Timewalking takes forever, you know, the mob scaling is, like, horrendous. When people say, like, the mob scaling is horrendous, I think some people expect, like, oh, so you're saying that the dungeon is just going to take, like, an eternity to complete. When, if you remember old Timewalking, somebody with, like, full twink set could basically just solo the dungeon. And you'd, like, insta-kill everything. So Timewalking dungeons would end consistently in, like, 5 minutes. And even then, mind you, even then, it was still kind of slow. So here, with, you know, me doing shitloads of damage as Druid, it's still, I mean, the boss died in 32 seconds. Is a 30-second boss very long? No. I'd say that's pretty fast. All things considered, right? But, you know, is that, like, so exceptionally fast that it, like, outpaces questing? The thing that people always fail to remember is that everything is relative. I am curious if... Like, I have to imagine that Dragonflight probably won't be as bad. I wonder... How does the scaling and the chains work? I guess it doesn't show in the blizzard damage meters. It did okay. I wanted to wait a little bit for other people to get here, but... I'm gonna stop short of pulling this into Chargath, because I don't want to, like, get kicked out of the group. And I feel like if I pulled the boss and locked everybody out, you know, that would actually slow down things. But LOSing around the corner like this is fast. I'll ping myself so they know to run over to me. You said... No, this is not PTR because there's other people here, right? I should also... I forgot I can't use these drums until 81. It's fine. The plan... So what I'm doing is I'm getting the 30% time walking buff, and then after I have the buff, I'm going to copy this character onto the PTR, and then we're going to do, on live servers, we're just going to continue spamming time walking and see how long that takes. And on the PTR, we're going to do follow the arrow with the 30% buff. And then we get to compare the time. But we'll only do the copy after these initial dungeons, because you want to do this anyway, and obviously I can't do the dungeons in the PTR, that's impossible. But that way we can get a one-to-one comparison. We'll have a carbon copy of this druid. Come on. This is, I think, where, like, people argue, oh, well, if you had, like, a full group, it would be slightly faster. Obviously, I would be probably going ever so slightly faster, and I might be getting, like, 1 or 2 minutes faster in dungeons if I wasn't, you know... I could probably run ahead and solo it, but I don't want to leave the group behind. There is actually a genuine fear of, if you completely abandon the group, people will vote kick you. That can happen. And obviously that would be a death sentence for any remotely fast run. So there is some strategy in, you know, going fast, but still trying to keep people feeling like they're, you know, they're tagging along. I think most people expect time walking dungeons to be fast. It feels really bad when you don't really feel like you're a part of the run and everybody's going on without you. But if I just do big pulls, and then, you know, give him a little bit to catch up. Ooh, that guy died. I don't know what he died to. And, you know, to make it easier, I'll hunt him down. A little bit of a time loss, but now that guy's not going to feel bad. He's not going to feel like, you know, I'm being left in the dust by the tank. This tank is so nice. He, you know, came back to save me. I'm definitely not going to vote kick him out and, you know, fuck his speedrun. We hope. Actually, I don't even know what. I'm not in a pre-made group, no. That's what I mean, right? Like, people constantly argue, oh, well, like, pre-made groups can go faster. If you know what you're doing, right? Like, oh, I guess he stood in the lava puddle. Like, if you know what you're doing, I'm playing tank, right? I can do big pulls. You know, I'm topping the damage right now because, you know, scaling is pretty favorable. And I did manage to get, another Death Knight in this group who seems to be doing really good damage. But, frankly, even if he wasn't here, we'd still be fine. Do this. Okay, we have friends, but that's fine. Fuck it, I'll use Incarn here. Okay, this... Actually, both sides are fully clear. So all that matters is, where the patrols are. Rebuff. I just want to make sure none of them get stuck behind. Okay, none of them did, so I can dash ahead. This is live. Guys, how would I be queuing dungeons to the PTR? Come on. Also, what is there to test in the PTR? Everything is on live servers. The only reason I'm even going to partially use the PTR for this run is just because that's the only way to make, like, a one-to-one copy of an existing character, right? But that has nothing to do with, like, the PTR itself. It's just, I want to basically make sure that we have an accurate simulation. The only other way I could do that is try and get as close of an approximation as possible, but with a PTR copy, we can literally say, what if we had this exact character? Would it be faster? Could pull ahead. I'm gonna stamp roar these guys. Don't wanna leave them behind. So, like, here, you know, if the Warlock and the Priest weren't behind, you know, I'll try pulling into boss. I'll see if they follow me. Because, like, I mean, this boss is not very difficult. You definitely could. But I don't want to lock them out of the room. Okay. The Priest is almost here. It's the final boss, right? Like, you know, they can't really kick you. Unless we wipe, right? So, you know, just don't die. So that was what? About a 10-minute dungeon? We can actually just break the shield. We don't need to use the relics. So that is, like, I did say Neltharis likely among the faster dungeons. Sure, and I'm gonna leave, especially because I think the Death Knight's the one who left. Got to enable class colors, so I couldn't really tell, but it's fine. Immediately re-queue. So we have the 5% buff. Honestly, got a decent amount of experience from that. But also, I think I have some rested experience still built up in this character, so that definitely played a role. Ah, Halls of Infusion. Alright, yeah, so the quests are... Yeah, if you had Chromie Time enabled, it's possible. I think the moment you hit level 80, it would probably kick you out. So it would have to be before level 80, I think. It's not a bad idea, Goose. It's just, you know, definitely seems a little bit tricky. If anything, though, it would mean that, like, Dragonflight probably wouldn't be as bad as, like, BFA and Shadowlands, because in most cases they don't have quests at all. So I think, if anything, that's probably the takeaway for Dragonflight. Which I suppose is good, because Dragonflight does overlap the second Darkwind Fair. And it will, I think... it will partially overlap the next Darkwind Fair, yeah. So, you know, I guess if you want a level, if you're not doing it with TBC, then I suppose Dragonflight is not as bad as the other ones, just because of that. But that's also low-level stuff, wouldn't apply to 80 and 90. Okay. I'm always a little bit worried about this dungeon, right? Because, you know, like, well, really I'm worried about pulling too much in general. With this one, there's a lot of kicks. It doesn't seem like the damage is a lot, but again, you really do need to consider whether or not you get, like, foot kicked out. Which, that is a concern. But I do think, so, like, Neltharis was, what, 10 minutes? Like, Shattered Halls, I think, is maybe, like said before, the slowest of the TBC dungeons. And Shattered Halls would be... I can't imagine Shattered Halls would take longer than 10 minutes, right? Because you can just kind of hold W through a large chunk of it. It looks like the scaling on this boss might make him actually quite easy. Because he is kind of melting. Obviously, I know he starts with low health before you say anything. That's what I mean. I mean, they might not have scaled it properly. Though, like, the elephant died in, what, 30 seconds? Oh yeah, and he has the immune phase, so actually... Okay. It's probably going to end up being about the same as the other bosses, which was... How long did it take me to do? What was... Last boss was 46 seconds, but I pulled it with the trash. So this guy will probably end up being about the same. I forgot about the immune phase. You made it just in time? Indeed you did. I'm going to save Incarn so that I can do a big pull afterwards. I'm going to Stamp Roar. I should loot this because there is a chance... Oh, fuck, I dashed. I just instinctively dashed. Won't matter a little bit, but... And technically it is faster than Stamp Roar, so my personal speed will be higher. Now, I do need to be careful about these mobs, because they can crowd control, right? So if I pull too far ahead... I think they crowd control, right? There's a stun. I know the elemental focus was like a big prio kick, but obviously the damage from this is not going to be that high prio. But I remember there being something that stuns. It might be... Oh, I think it's like the shadow, the stealth guys. Like, if they get you out of stealth, then they stun you, or something like that. It's been a hot minute. Everybody's caught up for the most part. I'm just gonna... Go. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Right. So... Because I remember I always had to, like, throw an AoE at these packs before pulling the Skulker guys. And then I remember there being a high prio kick, but I got it mixed up, because the high prio kick is, like, the pulsing AoE. Which, here, I mean, doesn't seem like it did much damage at all. Nice. Rashed him out. Yeah, I want to make sure everybody gets caught up. Once they're all caught up, we pull this. So, Goose, you're sure you can skip Frog? I will trust you on that. '81 kicks you out? Ah, gotcha. Okay, well that's good to know. So I guess if you start... Obviously, you can't re-enable Chromie Time at 80. But that is good to know that if you already have Chromie Time enabled, you can kind of carry it over. I think, yeah, that can make sense. Yeah. Oh shit, the fucking frog pats back and forth. Okay. We can... I mean, I'll give it a shot. I'll definitely want to try for science. I am, of course, worried that they might pull the frog. Okay, somebody got stuck behind, that's fine. I'll refrain from doing aggressive pulls until they catch up. Nice, alright. Well, everybody in my group skipped it successfully. If we have to go back, then now we know. That's nice. I mean, that makes Halls of Infusion better than I thought. Skipping an entire boss saves like 30 to 45 seconds. How long was the first boss? First boss actually took 1 minute 7 seconds, so irony is the immune phase made him take longer, I thought. Hunter Pet is taunting, so that's slowing you down a little bit. So far, I will say, though, yeah, Halls of Infusion probably faster than I would have expected. Now, this is not among the fastest time-walking dungeons. but this is definitely better than average. Because we're on pace for like another 10-minute, roughly, dungeon. And that's definitely better than what I expect for like Brackenhide, which I think owner said Brackenhide took a while. Fuck it, I'll do this for science. Ooh, it does hurt. Okay, well, not me. My health bar didn't move, but that healer. Almost dead. You're almost done watching the rant at the start? Truly an exquisite rant? Glad to hear you think so. I mean, that's better than my current rings, but also... Apex. Yeah, that was a fast-ish boss, 41 seconds. Obviously, if you can just ignore mechanics. Now, this gauntlet I fucking hate. And I don't want to pull super aggressively, because this is one where if I go too far ahead, I can totally see people being a little bit annoyed. Because they'll struggle to get caught up. So I'm gonna at least wait until everybody is in the area. Ooh, this Warlock. I also gotta make sure I don't breath on the entire group. Now let's go here. Oh, but this is... Yeah, so this is unskippable RP, right? Because you have to kill all the adds to get her to spawn. Unless, can I, like, run up here? I can't remember. No, you do have to actually kill the adds. I mean, it's not, like, that hard to do, but... You can't just, like, pull on top of her. Okay. And then, obviously, mini-bosses like this will end up being a little bit inefficient. Right. Now, if you can one-phase Primal Tsunami, which, like, I'm sure you can. I don't know if we'll manage it here. But I'm sure if you were able to manage this, this probably would be a decently fast boss. Damage check. I mean, the boss is kind of dying. We did lust here. Oh, it's like... Oh, right, it's percent-based. I forgot they changed that. They changed that when it became an M+ dungeon. Okay, so it's actually impossible. Never mind. Alright, well then this boss probably is a little bit slow. Yeah, and I can't... Ooh, okay. I can't move forward past that. Yeah, actually, I was about to say, this dungeon feels like it's maybe faster than I expected. But this is, I mean, I went basically as fast as is realistically possible. And that's still a bit of a detour. And then if I recall, because it's percent-based, he's, what is it, like 66 and 33? He should do it again, right? Maybe not? I guess maybe not. Maybe that's only on higher difficulties. Okay. Not the worst thing ever. I mean, that was a slow boss, right? We got credit, right? I can re-queue. I mean, I guess I'll test for science. It did finish. Okay. And I am level 81, so I will re-queue. I'll put my new gear on. And then now I should basically be able to carry even harder than I was before. Because my gear is now going to be scaling through the fucking stratosphere. And then put on the necklace, put on... Right, I need Midnight Engineering. That's fine, honestly. That's... Put that, check that. Then I'm just gonna vendor that. Throw the what's potential here. Actually worked out quite well. The one time I don't have an instant queue, I actually need to set up all the level 81 stuff, so it wasn't that much of a loss. So far, no Brackenhide, so, I mean, I might have just jinxed it, but I do think getting a Brackenhide in the mix would be nice to kind of, like, you know, average out. Oh, we got Ruby Life Pools. I mean, that is what I think will be the fastest. I'm expecting this to probably be under 10 minutes. So I think we had, like, roughly 10 minutes again for Brackenhide. Okay, 3 people are not in here, but I'm gonna go. We had roughly 10 minutes first dungeon. I think it was, including, like, queue times and stuff, about 10 minutes for the second one. Skipping the boss definitely helps. So, starting this one off with, people not being here is a little bit unfortunate. I'm actually gonna Feral Frenzy the big guy. To kind of smooth out the mob kill times. But you can see what I mean when I say, like, if you know what you're doing, you don't even need a pre-made. Like, I'm literally, most of my group is not even here. I'm doing the vast majority of the damage as a tank. What would having a pre-made really accomplish here? The answer is not much. How would this realistically save that much time? It would save a little bit, for sure. You can go immediately into Meladrusa. I want to make sure everybody's in the room, though. Okay, everybody's in the room. The fact that the scaling isn't super punishing, like, it has been punishing at times in the past, right? So the fact that it's not does mean you can do pulls like that, and it works. And that was a 30-second boss, so average time, actually slight upgrade. Ever so slight. Technically, there's the level 81 stuff that you get from the rep vendors, but I'm not going to include that in here. Just because then I would be getting XP by, like, taking the teleports, and that would also fuck with my follow the arrow route, so it would kind of make the simulation a little bit inaccurate. Just kind of one of those, like, it's impossible to really get a perfect simulation here. I think also I entered this dungeon at, if I recall, 23 minutes on the clock. So, ballpark. I think it was a little bit over. We'll round down. So we'll stay, I entered here at 23 minutes, and we'll see how long it takes. This is also an example where, like, an optimized group can maybe save time. You could divide and conquer here if you really wanted to. You could have, like, some people go the other side of the route and kill multiple destroyers at once. So there are dungeons like that, where if you're not just holding W, it could make a difference. I do think Ruby Life Pools is probably, no matter what, going to be the fastest one. But that is probably a good example here. I'm going to stamp roar these guys. As usual, I don't want to leave everybody too far behind. Ruby White Pools, yes. Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with this shit next season, huh? Honestly, like, maybe a hot take, I don't hate Ruby Life Pools as much as a lot of people do. Like, obviously, with high key scaling, it fucking sucks, but I think that they've been better about, like, balancing raw number tuning, which I think that's what a lot of people are concerned about with Ruby Life Pools. But, like, the raw number tuning was just bad in, like, Dragonflight Season 1, which I think even by the end, it wasn't as bad. It maybe was one of the more punishing dungeons, but, like, they can tune the numbers. I really don't feel like, mechanically, Ruby Life Pools is that bad. And, like, the overall layout doesn't feel too bad to me. I don't hate it. Compared to, like, especially the other dungeons that they previewed, there's a lot, like, Temple of Sethless that I'm way more scared about. Because that's the issue, right? Like, numbers aside, it's just really hard to take a dungeon like Temple of Sethless and make it not dogshit. It's like you would have to turn it into a different dungeon. They've already kind of outlined some of the changes they plan on making. I don't know. I'm not really sold on, like, exactly whether I think it'll make that much of an impact. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, this boss is kind of fucking melting, dude. That was 29 seconds. On, like, close to par, I would say, but a little bit faster than expected. And, I mean, you can look at the meters. Yeah, definitely a big factor is just the added scaling for my level 81 gear. Like, I am just kind of fucking slaughtering stuff right now. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just pull straight to fucking Ravati. So I am doing, like, extremely aggressive pulls, but I think that is the advantage of Ruby Life Pools. Ruby Life Pools, you can make an argument that this is, like, among the faster dungeons. Like, this would probably be on par with, like, Blood Furnace or something, but, I'll be honest, I don't really think, I don't think this alone makes it, like, on par with TBC. Something like that. So, trying to make sure I can cleave them. Help me, Kyraka. I also like this boss. Like, this boss is definitely a fucking clusterfuck. And I did not enjoy how people would often mess it up in M+, but mechanically, I've always thought this boss was pretty solid. I quite enjoy it. Wow, I'm like barely short of 82. Yeah, that was good. That was like, I think, what, 7 minutes? Definitely, like I said, 5 to 10 minutes. That's the sweet spot for time walking dungeons. That being said, I did go in saying I think that, I think Ruby Life Pools is what I would anticipate to be the fastest in this set. And that's still, like, not necessarily better than TBC. While I wait, I may as well check... Word Blessing of Speed. That last boss got shit on? I mean, that last boss died in 37 seconds. So actually, that last boss died the slowest out of all three. It did die, like, quickly, don't get me wrong. But, relatively speaking, now we get a slightly longer queue. Still says pretty fast. I'm sure it'll pop any second now. But this is where, like, obviously, if you're... Like, if I was doing this as part of a regular route, I would have time to, like, run over to you know, Silver Moon City. I'd, and yeah, even that was, like, a pretty fast queue. We're about to pause, right? So, I got Azure Vault. Well, I didn't get Brackenhide. Actually, Goose, you said something about Azure Vault. You can pull everything after Azure Blade down to the bridge. I believe that, yeah. Oh, shit, is this an in-progress dungeon? Oh, no, everybody was just teleporting in. It was weird. Yeah, no, I believe you that you can chain pull quite a lot. That said, this is... So this one's going to be a little bit interesting, because you want to jump down. That would definitely be faster. Okay, I can do fluid form now. Though, if I recall, these guys have a CC, right? Or kick that you need to do. I forget exactly why you need to kick them, just that you do. I can't remember if it's a heal. But, like, so the point I was making earlier with, like, Azure Vault, I believe absolutely that you can just chain pull all the way to the boss, for sure. The issue is, even if you do that, it's just a lot of running. So, we got in here at, let's say, like, 31 minutes. I'll round down again. 31 minutes, how long does it end up taking? My hypothesis is that Azure Vault will probably take about 12 minutes. A little bit longer than the other ones. We'll see, though. In theory, this is also one where I think an optimized group could skip some stuff, because you can skip some platforms. But, like, look at how much of that. This is just a lot of running. But in theory, you don't need to do this first ring. That you could just run down. If people don't trigger the whelps, you can skip this. Honestly, it's probably worthwhile for me to pull one whelp. Holy shit, that's done. That was kind of sick. But obviously, like, I don't expect these people to drop down here and do that. But that is, I think, all you could skip. And you might be able to skip a little bit more. I can't remember exactly. I just know you can't, like, literally skip Azure Blade now. That there is a kill plane now. And, I mean, to my knowledge, you can't just jump straight to Umbral Skull. I don't think that works. I don't think he spawns. I could be wrong in that, though. I mean, I've had no reason to optimize that. The tree... the stun on a random DPS. Right. I look at chat for 1 second, I get stunned. Okay. Yeah, they weren't... I was hoping that as I was killing everything, they would kill this guy. And then... Right, there's these things. And this, you just pick a side. If they're fast, we can beat that patrol on the other end. They're not fast, though. Okay, yeah, we got it. And just a reminder, so after I do this dungeon, this will get me, so I'm currently at 15%. This will get me my 30% buff, and then we pause. So we pause the timer, I copy this character over to the PTR, and then I'm gonna do the dungeon spam first, but obviously I need to make sure the character is properly copied before I do that. But once I have the character copied, we'll dungeon spam first, and then we'll do follow the arrow. And I'll be honest, if it's really late and I'm tired, we might do the second part tomorrow. We'll see. I've only been streaming for 3 hours, but I don't know how much time the dungeon spam is gonna take. Because you do have to keep in mind that on this character, apparently I have 2 full bars of rested experience, which has made this faster. It doesn't affect the comparison, right? Because both characters will have it. And that's the only important thing here. And as I said, most of my runs are going to be done starting from like a fresh level 10 character in the future anyway. So for the actual real speedruns, obviously that won't be a consideration. But I think people are saying that without any rested experience, they finished at around the 81.5, which seems about right. That tracks. 3 to 4 hours of spam? Yeah, it could definitely take a while, right? Which is why, you know, if we end up, it's like hour 7 or something, I don't know. That being said, I mean, the fall of the arrow thing is going to be really fast, right? Like, without the 30% buff, it only took me 1 hour and 38 minutes. Now, I don't have Darkmoon Fair, right? So I don't necessarily know if it's just going to be, like, that much faster. Especially because I don't have, like, all the same, you know, prep. I also... What day is today? For, oh, come on, handy notes. Don't do me like that. Is it Calamitous today? Yeah, oh my god, okay, actually, whoa! Fuck hell, it's Calamitous today? Well, that actually means that today is the day to do this test. Fuck it, fine, okay, I guess... That cements it for me. I didn't realize it was Calamitous today. That means that, like, kind of no matter what, I should probably do this. I will say, this is... shaping up to be... Why is the boss taking no damage? Oh, the hunter... Is the hunter bugging it out? That is strange. I guess I should have waited. I assumed everybody was right there. I mean, if this... Wow. What the fuck? Alright, some weird shit just happened. The boss just absolutely fell over. After that phase. I don't know why he was taking no damage. And then suddenly just boom, 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 boom. That's not even like lag or anything. It's just, that was weird. But I will say, I'm surprised by Azure Vaults. What did I predict? 12 minutes? And we're on pace for this to be about 7 to 8? So faster than the other ones. Alright. It is better than BFA and Shadowlands, I think. For sure. That I can already say. Still not better than TBC? Yeah, I mean, that was like 7 to 8 minutes. That was, not terrible. It took, yeah, it took the damage a while to catch up. Alright, okay, hold on. We're gonna pause. Where's my... Pause the timer there. I'm curious, you do actually get, I mean, a quest's worth of XP. I don't think that's worth stopping in Valdrakken for. Obviously, if you were doing this while leveling, like, with Darkmoon Fair buff, then technically you'd want to stop by Valdrakken anyway for Dragonflight crafting. But... yeah, so the exact amount of experience, because I had, for this section, because I had the rested experience, take that with a pinch of salt, right? But I figured 81 to 82 ballpark is what we would expect. So that makes sense. Classic is not the worst one. I don't know if you're familiar with the Classic. So we have Dragonflight, then we have BFA. BFA is terrible. We have Shadowlands. Shadowlands also terrible. These are the two worst ones, and it's not even close. Then we have TBC. This is obviously the best one, right? I've said that a few times. Classic is weird. I do think there's maybe a case to be made for... It seems like the average time for these dungeons, for Dragonflight, the tuning on them definitely seems to be a lot easier than some of the... a lot faster. They're weaker. And the fact that you can, like, skip some stuff in Azure Vault, Halls of Infusion. I am curious about Algathar and Brackenhide. Obviously, we'll get to see them, presumably, a little bit, unless we somehow dodge them constantly. But I would imagine Brackenhide's going to be the slowest. Algathar, I think, probably would be closer to 10 minutes, just because it's not a slow dungeon, or it's not the worst dungeon ever, but there is a lot of unskippable roleplay that would just eat up time. Yeah, Classic is not bad. Classic is definitely better than BFA and Shadowlands. Like, that's just not even debatable. The thing with Classic is it has the potential to be extremely fast. Dire Maul East and West, if you alternate them, are really, really, really good. That being said, there is still decent travel. I would say, because that was pretty fast, I think you can make an argument that, like, because, like, so... OG Deadmines is probably, like, as slow as Brackenhide. Stratholme is probably about as slow as Brackenhide. There's a case to be made that, like, the difference between Dragonflight and Classic is maybe not as bad as I thought. This is definitely easier than I expected it to be in terms of like how quickly you can get them done. So credit where it's due, right? And the unfortunate reality of Classic is Classic doesn't overlap with Darkwind Fair at all. So it's very safe to say, like I've said this before, I am planning to do my speedrun in this like 2-day, it's like 2.5 day window, Saturday morning, which, you know, is Darkwind Fair technically. I guess it's Sunday 2 a.m. But the key thing here is when Darkwind Fair activates on Sunday, it'll still be on the daily reset of Saturday, which means if Calamitous is up, Calamitous can either be up Saturday, Sunday, or Monday for this run to be perfect. And if it's up on Saturday, I can still do the run. I just need to make sure I'm awake at like 3 a.m. or whenever it's up to do the run then. And I would have time right before the daily reset. I need to be ready to go. So, I have 3 days here, and this is the perfect opportunity. TBC just is the fastest, for sure. Especially at low levels, right? Like, we can argue in a vacuum for spamming. Like, for spamming for completion, which also, completion time is the only thing that really matters for 80 to 90 leveling. Even for the, like, getting the buff stacked up. But for full speedruns, as I explained earlier, the quests matter a lot too. And in that sense, even if you can get the Dragonflight quest, I suspect that it's probably scaled... I'll have to check the numbers on that, but I would imagine that it is scaled to be like a regular quest. Maybe a little bit more, but the TBC dungeons have really, really, really good XP, because there's like multiple quests in there. And I'll be honest, I think... we'll test it when it comes around. I can't imagine that, like, it would take longer to do Underbog, Mana Tombs, or Blood Furnace than it would to do the vast majority of these dungeons. Right? You could maybe argue that, like, that Ruby Life Pools was pretty fast. You could maybe do Ruby Life Pools as fast as some of those. But then, would Shattered Halls really take, like, longer than 10 minutes? No. So I think it's probably going to average out a little bit. And they have good XP value. So, we'll see. But Dragonflight maybe not as bad as I would have thought. So at least if you don't manage to level all those alts in this Darkwind Fair overlap window of, like, Saturday, Sunday, Monday here, which is, like, theoretically the best, you still have this entire section to level your alts, and you get Dragonflight again for the final week, which is definitely better than BFA and Shadowlands. And then I would say, you know, whenever, like, these last few days are another good time, because obviously we're going to get Darkwind Fair overlapping mostly with BFA Timewalking, and that's just bad. BFA Timewalking is total fucking dog shit. So, if you want to level some immediately, do it ideally like Sunday, Monday of this week. So you get Darkwind Fair with Dragonflight Timewalking. That would definitely be preferable to BFA. Okay, let me, before... So I'll log out at this point. I'll log out and I'll switch over to the PTR. And, that way my buffs aren't, like, sitting here ticking down. I only lost about, like, a minute or two of them. Let's, I'm gonna check to see... I don't know if the 12.0.7 PTR is still active. If it is, that would just be easier. Otherwise, I'll use the 12.1 PTR. And it should be the same, right? I don't think that would cause any issues. I would be surprised if the 12.0.7 servers are down already. They're not. No, we're fine. It's taking a while to load. Here, I'll fix the game capture. I might have to force close reopen. But I'm gonna catch up on chat real quick anyway. Viliana said I was on my 292 blood DK. Or not blood, but just DK. Did you see these and it phased almost instantly? Yeah. So that was for, I assume, Halls of Infusion. Well, this is awkward. Okay. Obviously not really in a rush, right? Maybe. I tried connecting to Razageth at first, and it gave me issues. It says the servers are working. It should work. PTR... The 12.0.7 PTR, I don't know what was going wrong, but it was very buggy the entire time I was testing it. It was quite frustrating, actually. So, it looks like maybe I wasn't crazy. Because for a second, I'm just like, am I getting really unlucky? Or is, like, everything going wrong and the servers are just, like, having a fucking meltdown? But I haven't really had that many server issues with the 12.1 PTR. So I don't know what's going on with 12.0.7, but yeah, I'm going to entirely restart the... What the fuck is it? Yeah, this was, like, really, 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 really tilting while developing the 12.0.7 follow the arrow route, because obviously I had to do a lot of testing on the servers, and they were constantly having issues like this. Right? It took me like 15 minutes. I would get randomly DC'd. It would take me like 20 minutes to get it working again. So... I don't know. Yeah, see, like, it works. It's just... I was like, maybe they took it down, but no, it works. It's just, yeah, exactly what I was dealing with, like, a few weeks ago. Of just, these servers, I don't know what the fuck they went wrong with these. They're a fucking mess. Okay, so... I'm actually, just to play it safe, I'm going to make multiple copies. So this is Elvara on Illyria. There we go. And then we're going to copy again, multiple times, just to be... I'll copy it 3 times. I think 3 is like... We should be good. Another thing I want to test, right, is let's say after I do the fall arrow thing, I do the final turn-in, and then I, like, massively overshoot or something. Well, it would be good to know. That way I can test it again in the future. Sure. Yeah, that should be more than enough. I'm going to also log in real fast, just to make sure the buffs are working, right? Obviously, if I log in and the 30% buff is gone, that would be disastrous, and I'd be like, oh, fuck, well, I can't do a test, but it should work. Yeah. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I did exactly this test at some point in War Within, or Dragonflight or something. And yeah, all my buffs are preserved. You can see the 30% buff is working. My warband buff is 25%. Everything is working as expected. Now, sometimes what happens... Let me just double check. Okay, no. Sometimes when I copy over my character, my toys reset. Our Cantina key and Hearthstone. And that is quite annoying whenever it happens. But it looks like it's working. Yeah. I think... I'm going to log out. I want to preserve the buff. Well, exit game. Now we're going back in live servers. I think everything's working correctly. I think we're good. So just to reiterate, I'm going back on live servers now. I'm going to write down the time. That way, when we go back and test this, I have the exact number transcribed. The timer is 40:33.60. All right. And then whenever I go onto the PTR again, I gotta switch it over again. Game caption. So whenever I go back to the PTR, we'll set the timer once again back to what it is right now. And we'll be picking up exactly where we left off at the exact time, but then we're doing Fall the Arrow. You said Algathar is pretty standard. Pull all on Tree Boss, do Mini Boss, do Bird Boss, walk back to Tree Boss. Pull the bridge trash and all the platform trash to spawn Veximus. I mean, honestly, I think it would be faster to just pull the, like, do the regular trash, you can skip a little bit and just hold W to Veximus. Not only would the travel time be a little bit less, it would take you maybe a little bit longer to kill mobs, but, like, you wouldn't die, right? So that wouldn't be a factor, and then you'd actually be getting more mob kill XP that way. So I don't really think you'd lose any time, and you'd gain mob kill XP. So you'd probably just hold W. But yeah, I mean, that's what I would expect, for sure. And you can kind of ignore some of the door Ghosts of Trash. And whatever you do pull, you could probably drag onto the boss. I can't imagine it's going to be that bad. I don't know how fast it'll be, though. Alright, we're back on live servers. This is the Timewalking spam test. Also, I should note, 40 minutes. What did I predict? 45 minutes for that. So a little bit under my prediction, but I was actually pretty close for how long the 4 dungeons took. I said, I think 45 minutes to an hour. So my optimistic prediction actually was better. Make sure I do. There we go. And I'll requeue. Random time walking. Now we sit here and we dungeon spam. Brackenhide. Ah. Now, if Brackenhide had happened, then we might have gotten closer to 45 minutes. So I do think that overall, I got lucky. I also think that, well, could I have had slightly faster groups? Perhaps. But I do think they were, overall, on average, like, decent. I think my groups could have been a lot worse. For sure. So I think that also is maybe slightly above average for, like, random groups. Which also kind of goes towards the... If it takes 40 minutes, you know, which is, you know, good projection compared to what I expected, without a pre-made, how much time do you think a pre-made could realistically save you there? I think you can maybe argue, if you're being really generous, that, like, a super optimized pre-made, maybe they could get it done in, you can you do this in combat? No, you can't. Yeah, so this kind of slows you down a little bit, because you can't just, like, chain pull this entire thing. You do kind of need to pull this in clumps. Nice thing is, Druid of the Claw is actually quite good for that, because of, the talent where you get a free Ravage every time you exit combat. Oops. Should have, wild charge there. Let's... Okay, the shaman's getting it. I think we're probably good. And then we can pull both of these together. I mean, this is kind of how I normally pull Brackenhide when I did it, like, current content. In fact, actually, I should probably pull these guys in. It'll make the mobs take a little bit longer to die, but I think we'll... So we won't be able to drop combat. But as long as somebody kind of cheats over to get the, thing over there. Oh, and there's the fucking patrol. Honestly, I'm gonna pull the patrol just to be safe. Because otherwise that's gonna... We're gonna have to sit there and wait on it. Shit. And then I'll get the far one, I guess. Because then I can dash and catch it. I want to make sure nobody gets locked out. Hunter... I think the Hunter didn't realize that I activated that and went for it. We have a Shaman, but I guess, yeah, maybe shouldn't have drums. Doesn't really matter. Okay, the same bug is happening here. Oh, I see the problem. Look at this. So, the boss is actually taking damage. It's just the Blizzard nameplate is bugged. So if you look at like the tooltip here, they are taking damage. It's just it's not actually like the overall health is not updating properly. Also, oh my god, look at this. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, yeah, Druid on Cleave is somewhat obscene. I actually, okay, fuck it. I have a hunch. Obviously, you never go here because, like, these mobs are really fucking toxic to deal with. But I think the travel time here is shorter. Overall, compared to going that long way around. I feel like if you just do this, like, is this not faster? I feel like this would be faster than doing it, like, the other way. It's probably fairly, like, minor, but I don't know. I'm going with my gut here. Fucking look at Bear go. Did somebody die? How are they... Hello? Where's my group going? Guys? Hello? They're all fighting a single mob. The Hunter got real... Okay, the Hunter is, like, absolutely fucking cooked. Somehow they got lost. I don't know how. Like, do I need to, like, constantly ping myself so they know where to go? I don't think it's that complicated. Maybe they're so used to... Because, like, nobody ever took that route in M+. So it might just be that they are so conditioned as there being only one possible way that you can go that they just didn't know what to do when I went the other way. Like, maybe they just didn't even realize that was the direction. They assumed I was going the wrong way. I don't know. How fast was that first boss? Because I feel... Honestly, yeah, so even with me completely shredding that... 37 seconds. Yeah, look at the Death Knight. Death Knight is so conditioned that after you kill that boss, you head up to the final boss. He started heading there. Nope. I do feel like this ends up being... faster. Like, you have to clear more trash, right? Because normally you can skip some trash. But skipping trash kind of doesn't matter, right? If you can just hold W and pull all of it without it really making a difference. Also, I definitely feel like Druid of the Claw was the correct choice. Because earlier I was like, on the fence, Obviously, Loon's Chosen is good at endgame, but I do feel that strongly for leveling, Druid of the Claw just is better. Come on, let's not sit here and like 4 people fight a single mob, right? Like, can we use a little bit of logic here and just like not do that? Definitely out of the doesn't help Brackenhide, right? That out of the dungeons that I've done. This is the slowest dungeon, and then also the slowest group. By so far a considerable margin. I mean, the Resto Shaman did 2nd damage on that boss. Which, like, I mean, it happens. Such is, the variance of Timewalking. Which is also, like, here's the thing, right? Look at my damage right now. My damage compared to other people... I got a trinket. I should set my loot spec to Feral, so that if I get a trinket, it's, not a shitty tank one. Like, I'm able to basically solo carry these dungeons because of the OP scaling of level 81 gear. But as I get to higher levels, that scaling is going to really, really start to fall off. So if you're only doing dungeons for the first level, right, well then that feels amazing, right? And we're still early on to where it feels really good. But then the longer this goes, the slower it's going to end up being. Alright. I think we hug right here. There's only one pack, right? I would say that if they weren't... Like, how are... I'm not even going into dash. I'm popping Stamp Roar. They all get a speed buff. I don't have that much passive move speed. Okay, come on. Get in. Because if it pull the boss, the arena fills up. Okay, yeah, so see, it's doing it again, right? The boss isn't taking damage. It looks like that is a health... Yeah, so if I click off the boss and then click back on, it properly shows the health bar. Just a Blizzard spaghetti code thing. Yeah, the damage here, though, is... I mean, this is a little bit questionable. Now, the boss is healing, right? What causes the boss to heal again? I remember there was something, but I genuinely can't remember for the life of me. But I know she does it like 5%, right? So it should be almost over? Or is it? Yeah, like 3%. And it stuns you for good measure. So that was what? What did, that was about 12 minutes. Let's call it 11 and a half. Honestly, all things considered. You have RP on the other side. It's not really RP, though, right? Like, there is roleplay wave spawning mobs, but, like, in theory, you can just run there. Like, honestly, for 11 minutes 30, that was faster than I expected. Because I thought Brackenhide would be closer to 15 minutes. And I actually do think that I lost a considerable amount of time there, largely because that group was really bad. Like, that was not even close the worst group I've had so far in these dungeons. I was doing the entirety of the group's damage. So, I actually think that doing that, like, if the group had stayed with me, and had killed things a little bit faster, like, how long did that final boss take? 1 minute, 19 seconds. Jesus Christ, yeah. So, I actually think it's probably safe to say that that could have been close to the other dungeons with a regular group. But, again, luck of the draw with Timewalking, that's just how it goes. What do I spend my next points on? Next point is Druid Claw. Okay, yes, that's just one thing. Yeah, I had to double check. I was like, the damage meters are resetting properly, right? They are. I mean, that all I kind of expect to be higher up, right? But we'll see. Boss damage will be a good test. Yeah, we hit him with the Ravage, Thrash, boom, boom, boom. You really wish Blizzard stuck to scaling characters instead of mobs? Yeah. I don't know, I definitely think that the old time-walking scaling thing had some issues. But I think they overdid it. Okay, at least one of the hunters in my group is doing solid damage, so... I likely won't be completely alone here. I think that was like, what? That was a 38-second kill, so how long did it take the last time? It was about that much. I think it was comparable. Overall. Thought I clicked the chains, I guess not. Oh, you have to. I'll do everything but the boss. But the nice thing is, I mean, I can literally solo this, right? So we pull around the corner, we do this. And you can also see that the mob health is not properly updating. So all the mobs look like they're at max health, but they are dying. It's just the nameplates aren't updating properly. Don't know what's causing that. I haven't seen that issue before today. Okay, I need to get, oh shit, were we still in combat? Okay, that's, nice, okay, I got a Ravage proc. If you don't know, Dreadful Wounds makes the enemy take more bleed damage. There's, what else does it? Enemies take 15% more damage from bleeds. So, whenever you apply your, for Druid of the Claw at least, your Feral Frenzy, you want to have Ravage active on the target. Because Feral Frenzy is a bleed. Now, usually, that's not a problem, because if you're running this talent, right, of your first Mangle gives you a free Ravage proc, then you kind of always have Mangle, Ravage, Feral Frenzy. But in that case, because we were barely still in combat when we pulled the mob, or pulled the boss, I didn't get the first free Ravage proc, because we never dropped combat. Like so, boom. Free Ravage. You know, around the corner, sit here. Pull a gun. Mage is lagging behind a little bit, but we should be fine. I can go. Leamy Lone said, "Good morning and thank you for your time and effort with Follow the Arrow. No problem. Is Turbulent Time Waves buff account wide? It is not account wide, no. It's per character. What is the mage in combat with? Honestly, I mean, he just needs to keep running. I don't know what he's in combat with, but I'm not going to go all the way down there just to figure it out. But yeah, you have to get it on every single character. Every time you level now, 4 time-locking dungeons, get your 30% buff, and then business as usual. Same thing as always. What we're doing in this run, we are doing dungeon spamming, just to demonstrate that it is not faster. So I have a character that I got up to like 82.5 with the first 4 dungeons. I copy that character over to PTR. At that point, basically snapshotted it. Now we're continuing on live servers with just dungeon spam. Just demonstrate this is how long it takes if all you do is time walking. And then I can show if you have Follow the Arrow, or if you follow the arrow, how long does it take. I expect it to be over an hour of difference. Obviously, in Follow the Arrow's favor. We'll see, though. I mean, there's basically no way that Follow the Arrow is, or the Follow the Arrow version of this will be under 2 hours, right? Like that, it's just not possible. Or will be over 2 hours, I mean, blah, 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 blah. I think I said that wrong. Like, we're gonna get some sub 2 hour time. So the moment this goes above 2 hours, we kind of already know that it's fallen. We have 2 hunters, so hunter putts are probably gonna pull here. Dude, the mage just stood on the fucking tank buster. Oh, goodness gracious. Give me a Ravage proc. Ravage proc. Ravage proc. Ravage proc! I guess not. I mean, I could just kill them with the raise. Alright, we wait. Come on, mage. Come on, buddy. Please don't. I'll be honest. If he's that slow and hits the patrol, I was not going to save him. It doesn't look like he got the patrol, though. It's fine. I generally... Honestly, I don't like to drop these mobs down. In theory, you can, right? But then obviously you have the issues with them potentially snapping. People will get confused. So... What I'm going to do, I'm going to try to make this a little bit easier. I'm going to drag these in. I'm going to LOS these out. That way we can pull with boss. But it'll be, it'll be a few less mobs in with boss. So we do a bigger pull here. And a slightly weaker pull into boss. Just because... Like, obviously, I don't know. That's the tricky thing. I know I can solo this, but you know, they are contributing some damage. And I don't want to be a total asshole. I doubt Mage is gonna lust, so I'm just gonna drums. It's fine though. Okay, boss HP is visual's bugged, so I'll just fix that. Give me a Ravage. Yeah. God, I really, 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 really need Druid of the Claw to be meta again in Season 2. I'm gonna be so sad if I end up on Bear next season, and Druid of the Claw is, like, not played, and you just fucking run a Loon's Chosen. Like, I don't mind a Loon's Chosen in dungeons. A Loon's Chosen in dungeons, fine, whatever. Like, I get it. It gets the job done. But in raids, I mean, I love Druid of the Claw in all content. It's just peak fucking Bear. It's so good. But especially for raids, God, it's so much fun. Alright, what do we get? I still have not got an Algathar. So I would like to see an Algathar. Long queue. Another Halls of Infusion. Okay. Give my group Mark of the Wilds. And then away we go. I'm gonna LOS back behind this pillar. Just because I don't want to risk... I did get the Moonfire, right? Oh, fuck, I missed the Moonfire. I thought I was in range. Shit. Oh, I think, you know what? I got the Moonfire, but I must not have gotten Threat, because they're fighting each other. Or, oh, it doesn't... They're not chained together. Okay, that's... news to me. Look at this! Look at this! Oh my god! I'm not top damage! It's a miracle. I've never been so happy to be beaten on damage. Alright, well, hopefully... We started this at, like, about 103.5, give or take. So let's see. How fast can we get this done? Actual DPS. Give me a Ravage. Give me a Ravage. Give me a Ravage. Ravage, Ravage, Ravage. Yes! I will say, I am glad that we are getting a new set of Apex talents for Guardian, because the current ones, like, the design is really janky. But, at the same time... God. Getting the, like, the Echoed Ravage during your Incarn, whew! That is... I mean, like... That's the reason to play Bear, honestly. Like, that's what it's all about. Another Ravage? My sacrifice will keep these halls safe! Get under the boss, nice. I guess this boss could be really annoying if people don't know the mechanic. It looks like you don't need all of the orbs, though. I can't remember if that's, like, always a thing, or just, maybe on actual Mythic or whatever. Yeah, that was 46 seconds. I think it took over a minute last time. But the DPS in this group are actually doing damage, so that is... It's good. Just gonna ping so that they know to go up here. Then there's, yeah, Stealth Guy. Nice. Popped him out. I'm gonna wait for them a little bit. Okay. Nice. I don't have to wait too long. This group is doing a good job keeping up. Now this is always tricky. Ah, nice. My swipe got him. I guess that one I don't have a target to charge to. And it patrols. So there's some variance. Alright. Echo Rage. Or Ravage. Echo. Oh, another Ravage? Oh, another Ravage? Let's Stamp Roar. I think I hit most of them. Nice. Okay, because we skipped the boss. What's next talent point? Is this is another Apex. Right. Okay. Yeah, so I think last time the mistake I made is I saw the frog over here, and I went the other side. And then we had to wait a little bit for that person who got stuck. But that is quite clean. I do kind of think, like, look, I'm not complaining, but I am very surprised they let you skip the boss. Usually whenever that happens, Blizzard puts in some way to prevent it. Okay, one of the heals went off. Jeez. Okay, but our Fury Warriors are doing a good job. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, give me, after this dungeon, I'll read. I looked over a Twitch chat and I just saw a block of text. I will read that. I tried to skim it and I could not Okay, yeah, I don't think Kajin's gonna live long enough for me to get the, max value. I mean, this was a pretty, like, fast Talisman Fusion, honestly. Really? No second Ravage, man? Alright, fuck it, I'll just double raise. Stamp Roar. See. I think I trust this group enough that I am just going to kind of hold W to the end and trust that they can keep up with me. Because I really want to see, like, if you just full fucking send Talisman Fusion, which, like, this has been kind of just straight hold W. Can tap targets to Refreshing Tides. Not that it really matters, but... Yeah, how fast could you get this done? Definitely worth it to use Heart of the Wilds here. Oh my god, she's fucking dead. Wow. Okay. That was, I think, yeah. That looks like that was mostly Feral Frenzy, but goddamn. I mean, so far this has been roughly 7 minutes. Which, like, yeah, I mean... Kind of goes to show, though, even when fully speedrun, also Infusion can only be so fast, right? Oh, no! Oh. Wait, that doesn't knock you back, it just does damage? Okay. I know the wave knocks you back, I didn't know the, get them dead. I full blitz that. I was about to say maybe I should have saved that Ravage, but in the end... Get 2 Ravage procs. Woo! Alright, that was a pretty fast hauls. I'm tempted to re-queue with these people again, but at the same time, I think that we should stick with, purely random groups. I don't want to influence it positively or negatively. Okay, let me try to read this. Hi, Harldan, nice to catch you live. I switched over from YouTube. I just returned to midnight. Love using your add-on and the gearing insight to push your main through campaign. As you've never done a Turbulent Timeways event, what would you recommend to make leveling a couple characters the comfiest when Darkman hits? Like consumable buffs or spamming with dungeons and then continuing the alt route. What do you think the time of the big turn-in will be? Nice, we finally got Alcathar. I'm not sure I fully understand the exact wording, but based on what you said, I can say you definitely want to wait for Dark and Fair if you want to level as fast as possible, obviously. It's still going to be fast without it. But yeah, I should go without saying, obviously, Darkman Fair buff is 10%, can't hurt. I need to remember to refresh Fried Bonefish. I'm gonna be honest, I was gonna say I could wait for these people, but, like, it takes time to round up these mobs anyways. I don't have Incarn. Ooh! Whoa! My health bar just moved! Terrifying. Okay, Feral, look at this Feral go! Alright, buddy! Hell yeah! Okay. Right. This group looks solid. Okay. What is that thing? What have you done? This is your fault! Alright. While this happens, we, refresh Fried Bonefish. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I don't mind the wall of text. Like, that's fine. I don't think that I fully understood the question. If the crux of the question is like, I did see. I think the part about like consumables, right? That's the part I'm not sure exactly what the question is, right? Because like, if it's just will consumables help, like, yeah, obviously. Will it make that much of a difference? Not really. Will Darkwind Fair help? Yeah, approximately by 10%. And as for what level do you think that you should turn in, roughly... Wow, okay, we just... That thing fucking died. My napkin math going into this is level 84. Maybe a little bit under 84 if you have Darkwind Fair buff, and a little bit over 84 if you don't have Darkwind Fair buff. With a low Warband Mentor bonus, you're looking at like closer to 85, but I think that is to be expected. That being said, like, there's no way for me to know for sure until I actually fully test it, right? So that's what we're doing now. So that is my napkin bonus. That's also, like, in Follow the Arrow. I have added, where is it? For crafting and delve turn-ins. Yeah, I say if you have the 30% Turbulent Sideways buff, the recommendations can be moved up by roughly 1 level to 84, 85, etc., etc. But make sure if you are doing that, you still have the buff. Like, it cannot expire before you have finished doing all the turn-ins. Otherwise, the numbers will be thrown off. So you have to actually keep the buff going. And then I say, if it's close to expiring, you may want to run a single additional dungeon. So I've put notes throughout the guide already to basically just, like, let you know this is what to expect. But I wanted to have, like, a basic update out in time so people had the information available to them. But that's why, like, right out of the gate, we're doing the testing now. Probably my goal is by the weekends to have a second update out with both more, like, concrete information, and I will put, like, links to this stream, and I'm working on a video that will be out, like, by Thursday, which will be, like, a mini guide covering the results of this video, and just generally what to do for 12.0.7, Turbulent Timers, etc. So a link to that will be included within the add-on. That way, anybody who's curious, like, if people want to just follow the arrow and, like, trust the process, if you believe what I'm telling you, you can do that, right? The guide will be fully up to date. But if you want to understand, you know, the whys, not just the whats, that's what the videos are for. Somebody else clearly... Really? Come on. Really? I have to run both of them?
At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
That activated the lust. Huh? Oh. Oh, the BM Hunter popped lust. Okay. I see. Ah, it's fine. It doesn't matter that much. I guess they're friends, because they're, like, teasing each other. Honestly, we should probably just do fire. I didn't even think of that until now, but, like, the fire one's better, and we're gonna kill it in one burn anyway, so... Especially if we had lust. Yeah, it's fine. I wasn't paying attention to... Actually, I have timestamps, right? So I can check when did we enter the dungeon. We entered the dungeon at 4:19:29 seconds. So I can use that to check. Just burn the boss, right? It'll be interesting if Algathar actually ends up being one of the slowest. Because we do have, you know, some amount of roleplay left. Like, so this is what I meant before when I was saying, instead of like doubling back through the tree boss, you may as well just hold W here, right? Like, what is this trash going to do to you? And then it's just, the healer is struggling a little bit, but as long as I don't lose threats... Gonna stun those mobs.
Please excuse the mess. It is because
But then now I can do this. And then I'm gonna get a Ravage proc. Right on cue. And then, because those mobs are the only ones that matter, the boss RP starts up. Yeah, okay. Clean. Yeah, I was looking at fucking drums, and then I just remembered the hunter burned the lost. It's fine. What level am I? I'll be honest, I kind of expected to be 85 by now. So, we're a little bit behind. But, I mean, that, honestly, kind of goes with what I was thinking. Time walking is just, not necessarily guaranteed to be super fast. Especially now that, you know, my power is slowly waning as I go beyond the 81 to 82 threshold. It's like right around now, if you're doing the Fall the Arrow route, you're close to turning in, pretty much. So this is the absolute weakest that you should ever feel while using Fall the Arrow. But for Turbulent Timeways, dungeon spamming, you have 6, in this case, like, and a half, or, well, 5.5 more levels ahead of you. Not used to chat with Twitch, fried bonefish being mentioned as the thing. Oh, well, what was specifically the question about fried bonefish? I didn't see you mention fried bonefish. Is the question, like, why use fried bonefish? The main, like, so, fried bonefish, honestly, it doesn't make that much of a difference, right? Like, it's all it does, increases speed for a short time after killing an enemy. It is better than the stat food that you get, just because, like, the stat food doesn't really contribute that much. So, overall, across a leveling run, you're going to save more time by, like, minimizing travel time with the fried bonefish speed buff, which is, like, it's noticeable. It's not insane, but it is noticeable. Compared to, like, the extremely, like, less than 1% damage gain you'll get from the stat food buff. If that's the question. Yeah. And then the thing about fried bonefish is it's, like, dirt cheap. It's worth absolutely nothing. So it is the cheapest consumables to get by far. So you may as well. And also, other nice thing is because you could use it starting at level 55, you just buy a stack of 20 for basically nothing, and then it covers you all the way until level 90. So, yeah, may as well. If that was the question, then there you go. If not, just clarify and I'll try to answer. I deliberately did not get the Ribbon Dance buff from the Midsummer event for 10% XP. Yes, that's correct. Partially because it really doesn't matter all that much. And also, the only thing that I care about for this particular test is a one-to-one comparison between the two different types of runs. So, as long as I don't use the Midsummer buff in the Fall the Arrow run, which I'm not planning on, then it doesn't matter. In theory, like, you can if you want. Something else, the main reason why I'm not using the Midsummer buff, if you don't know, it does not stack with Darkwind Fair. So, it's not as if, like... Midsummer buff, by the way, 10% mob kill XP, if you don't know. That's another thing people get confused. But those are two big misconceptions. 10% mob kill XP, not flat 10%. So, it's actually not as good as you may initially expect. And... can I just leave? I can just leave. Okay. And it doesn't stack with Darkwind Fair, which is a flat 10%. So I would rather just, I don't want to muddy the waters, right? I want to just get the values without any, like, you know, stuff mixing it up. It's just time walking, and then turbulent timeways with follow the arrow. That way, also, when Darkwind Fair rolls around, we know exactly how much faster it will be. Well, roughly. Obviously, it's not literally just add 10%, right? Or subtract 10% of the time. It doesn't work that simply. But this gives us, like, a more blank slate to more easily approximate what the Darkwind Fair time would be. Whereas the Midsummer buff, it's not remotely close to a flat 10%, because there's a lot of stuff it doesn't buff. But then also, it does make it harder to really understand exactly how much value you are getting from different sources. Hopefully that makes sense. But obviously, like, it's free XP right now. So if you are just leveling your alts, obviously grab it. But I'm trying to approach this from a perspective of, like, gathering data. And in that case, it's just better for me to not use it. I want these mobs to get a little bit closer. This mob's kind of high, so I'm at... Okay, that's awkward. It's actually really awkward. It should be fine. Just means that the mobs will be alive longer, so we'll be stuck in combat. I mean, Brackenhide just sucks, right? I think this time around, I'm gonna try doing, like, the regular Brackenhide path, going right. I still think that if your group was coordinated, going the other way would be better. Because, like, honestly, I think, what was that, an 11-minute Brackenhide going left. I do believe it is a less travel time. Less travel time and actually slightly more mob kill XP, so in the end... As long as people follow you, it's good. But, like, whatever happened, I don't know, like, I did that run and everybody just got mind-fucked. And nobody followed me and just made things a lot harder than it really had to be. Okay, we got the cage. I should also note, for general streaming plans this week, because I think, I wasn't 100% sure the other day. So, my guild's definitely doing Thursday raid testing, so I'll stream that on the second channel as usual. That's just one of those, like, already doing it, may as well. Not really going to do anything special afterwards, it'll just be raid testing, short stream. I think it's like 3 bosses, so 3 hours. Nothing crazy, but again, may as well. And then, what's it called? The 2 main things that I'm going to stream at some point this week is the Death Knight 10 to 90, and the Disc Priest Keystone Hero. Death Knight 10 to 90 will almost certainly be Sunday. The only thing I'll have to check is, I remember there was like one weekend where my dad said he wanted to, like, go for, like, pancakes or something, and he asked me, like, weeks in advance. And I can't remember if that's, like, this weekend or another weekend. So I'll have to double check. We always, like, whenever we do go out for, like, breakfast, it's always on a Sunday. So I'll have to double check that it's not this Sunday. And, like, I might still do it on a Sunday. It's just if that happens, then it would probably not be until, like, later in the evening when I do the run. Whereas otherwise I'd probably start, like, early afternoon or something. But that's definitely when that's going to be. As for Disc Priest Keystone Hero, it'll definitely be sometime this weekly reset. really, at this point, the only question for me is whether it is Saturday or Monday. I think what I'm probably going to try to do is I really want to have, like I said, a work in progress version of the Alliance 10 to 80 route up for people to beta test on Patreon, just so I can start collecting, like, you know, bug fix information and whatnot. The earlier, the better. That way, if I throw it up there, even if it's not 100% done, the parts that are done, people can start giving feedback on, and then I have plenty of time to, like, get it fully integrated. So I really, really, really want to get that done sooner rather than later. So that is the main goal. All right, so if I can get that done by, like, Friday or Saturday, then I'll probably do the Discreased run on, or the Discreased Keystone Hero on Saturday. But if it takes me until, like, Saturday night to do it, then we just do Discreased Keystone Hero on Monday. It should be fine. I can't imagine it takes me long, or rather, I can't imagine that by Sunday I won't have, like, enough to where I'm like, yeah, I can upload this now, and then, you know, start getting relevant feedback, right? Even if I don't finish, like, all of Warlord to Draenor or something like that, you know, not a big deal. We're going this way this time. But that is the plan. I'll probably do more than just, like, the Death Knight, and I think I've already said, but I'll mention it again for people who didn't hear. Later on in Turbulent Timeways, towards the end of the event, when TBC is around, I'm going to be doing a super-duper fast 10 to 90 speedrun with Havoc Demon Hunter, which is the first time ever that I'm going to try and get, like, a record run with Demon Hunter. Just because previously I couldn't do it because Demon Hunter started at level 8. But now that you can play Void Elf, I can actually do a basically comparable start, which means I can use it for real speedruns. And I've kind of weighed my options. I genuinely think Havoc is... It's hard to say if it is 100% the fastest spec, but I think at the very least it's, like, equal to Windwalker. Especially right now, I've tested Windwalker a little bit, and I'll be honest, I'm not really vibing with Windwalker. It's not bad. It is still a good spec, but, like, there have been times, like, honestly, War Within Windwalker felt, like, disgustingly overpowered, especially for leveling. Like, War Within Windwalker was obviously just kind of nuts in general, right? Like, think back to Undermine Race the World First. But the toolkit that it had for leveling felt like the strongest that it's ever been. It was just, honestly, a fucking disgusting spec. And even Bear, right? Like, Bear felt pretty good. Bear, I think right now, I'm more inclined to think that Bear is actually ahead of Windwalker, but I do think Havoc might be ahead of both. It's close though. I mean, right now, like, you see me doing these dungeons, Bear is kind of fucking blasting. The main downside for Havoc is that you would need to, realistically, you'd need to play Vengeance for dungeons. But that doesn't really matter all that much. Like, Vengeance is not terrible. It's not a bad spec while leveling. The biggest issue is that it feels kind of clunky early on when it's missing, like, most of its kit, whereas, like, Bear is kind of ready to go. It does really well at the early levels, and then as you get to higher levels, you then get, like, Druid of the Claw package, and it gets even better. So, Bear, you can just kind of do the same thing for open world and for dungeons, and it feels amazing. Havoc is incredibly strong, but you're a little bit weaker in dungeons. But I don't expect that would be enough of a penalty to really make it not worthwhile. Especially because, while I do think that, honestly, once you get Druid of the Claw, which, like, technically you have that at, like, at level 70, right? But 70 to 80 is basically like a 15-minute level range at this point. It doesn't really exist. And, like, a big chunk of that is spent crafting. Like, it's really not a consideration at all as part of speed leveling. So, realistically, hero talents only matter for 80 to 90. And while I actually think there's a case to be made of Guardian Druid being stronger in the 80 to 90 range, and while Guardian Druid is not bad, especially at very... Like, Guardian Druid, I think, would be better than Havoc for like, 10 to 30, and slightly better for 80 to 90. But I think for the rest of the levels, Havoc would be considerably better. And it's, and honestly, more than anything, I just really want to see how it does. Because we've never gotten an opportunity to test it out. So, it's entirely possible that, like, maybe in the future, Guardian Druid ends up just being so obscenely broken once again. Like, kind of, Guardian Druid at the start of this expansion was just so disgusting that you would never consider anything else, right? Until, like, the nerfs started rolling in. So by the time I did that recent Windwalker Monk speedrun, I'll be honest, I still think that Guardian Druid probably would have been better. The main reason I did the Windwalker Monk run is just because I had a better monk setup. I didn't really have any good Guardian Druids that I could have, like, built, and I think they're closer now. I think I was a little bit more high on Windwalker before starting the run. After doing it, I think there's actually a good chance that maybe it was the wrong play and Guardian would have been slightly faster. Obviously, hindsight's 2020. But, like, start of the expansion, obviously, like, launch day, I played Guardian. I think Guardian on launch was just objectively the strongest spec for leveling, and it wasn't even close. I mean, it got, like, colossal damage nerfs multiple times over the course of the early season. Like, that's kind of no secret. It was a little bit disgusting. But at this point in time, I think it's fairly close, and who knows? We may end up in that situation again, so I kind of want to just do a run with Havoc. And, like, worst case, Guardian might be, like, up to 5 minutes faster. If I'm wrong. That's, like, the worst that I could possibly be wrong. I can't imagine the difference being any larger than that, so I don't think it's going to make or break my ability to get a fast time, so Havoc it is. Also, I'll be honest, this, going this path, definitely, I mean, it felt faster. But the question is it faster because it actually is faster, or is it faster because, like, it's pretty hold W, and most people know what to do? And this group seems solid. Definitely better than the group I ran Brackenhide with before. When did I enter? I'm scrolling up. We entered the dungeon at about 4 minutes 32, or 4:32. Shit, I forgot to check Algathar. I think Algathar was about 10 minutes. But I forgot to actually look. I think Algathar was like 8 minutes, 8 to 10, give or take. Ballpark. So far this has been about 10 minutes, I think, for Rack and Hide, which, I mean, it's close enough to what it was before. I also think I'm going to run out of Light's Potential potions. I end up using them way more frequently in dungeons, because there's just more logical use cases for it. I'll buy a few more. It can't hurt. I can reuse them at max level. What the fuck killed that guy? Ah, shit. I should be paying attention to those kicks. Because that's actually quite bad. Where even is it? It's that. Hideous Cackle. Right. I don't know what happened this pull, but it kind of feels like the entire group just fell asleep here. Especially, this was a bit of a spooky pull, and nothing really happened to help out. I'm gonna ping myself. Like, we're not gonna single target down the mob. We're gonna hold W. We're gonna keep going. What? How? Are you dying to a stationary object? What are we doing, brother? Oof. Fucking Brackenhide, man. Yeah, this is... Like, I think the Dragonflight pool is definitely better on average than I expected, but I don't know. The other thing is, like, this final section, right? Like, this is a fucking nightmare. Admittedly, in M+, normally, you wall skip a lot of this trash. Ideally, you don't really want to do that here. I don't know. I kind of feel like, overall, this has gone worse than when I went left. Because, like, left has a lot more mobs, but, like, they don't really disrupt you quite as much. And, like, dude, what is happening? Dude, I'll B-res him, but, like, man, like, all you gotta do is just not stand in the puddle. Is he, like, fucking naked or something? Is he just not wearing gear? He has heirlooms on. Like, I don't know what's happening. Maybe there's a scaling issue. I really don't know. But every single time I've seen him die, he's standing in that puddle. So unless it's one-shotting him, questionable. Probably could have lost it. Honestly, I'm gonna be real. I fucking hate this boss. Are you kidding me, dude? Was that a frozen orb? Jesus. Alright, dude. Alright, we're fucking free from hell. Less bracken hides, please. Shaman said thanks in all caps. Ugh. Okay. Back in the queue we go. We are roughly halfway there. It's scaling. Did he actually get one shot? I will admit, I wasn't watching his health bar like a hawk, but I mean, if he did get literally one tapped, then yeah, I guess that's obviously not a whole lot you can do about that. Rough. Yesterday, you just did 70 to 80 in 3/4. Or three. I was going to say in 3/4 of a time walking dungeon would be that questionable. 3 out of 4 time walking dungeons. I mean, that makes sense, yeah, but. Yeah, 70 to 80 is just... It basically doesn't even exist as a level range anymore. It's absurdly fast. And the other thing is, you actually... I mean, I suppose if you are... It's actually tricky. If you are starting in 70 to 80, like... You technically want to get your Turbulent Timeways buff as fast as you can, but also you really want to get value out of War Within Crafting. And if you... reach level 80 before getting the full value, then technically you're losing more value than if you got the 30% buff early. It's a bit of a weird case in that sense. But yeah, like, there's two things. The XP scaling is fucking absurd for those levels, but then also War Within Crafting is absurdly efficient. It is just ridiculous XP, even without, like, the Dream Surge stuff. And then also, even if you aren't, like, doing dungeons in that range, the Isle of Dorn side quests are really good. Kind of makes me wish we had them in Chromie time, or 3 or 4, yeah. Like, I shit you not, in a regular, I've timed it, you can see me do in, like, single sitting, it's 15 minutes. 15 minutes, 70 to 80. And that is me starting at 70 and, like, getting everything set up and then going and doing the remaining stuff. I genuinely think that when I do my 10 to 90 speedrun, the 70 to 80 segment is probably going to take under 10 minutes. That's also partially because I will have the 30% buff going into it. So, most likely, for 70 to 80, I'm going to walk into Dornegal, I'm going to do my crafts, and then I'm just going to hit level 80. And if I'm not immediately level 80, if I finish at, like, level 79 or something like that, I walk out, I do, like, 2 wanted quests, boom, 80. And that entire process, like, obviously I have that basically completely down muscle memory. I can do that basically without thinking, so easily under 10 minutes for that. That actually I'm very, very confident on. 60 to 70 is also pretty fast, but Dragonflight crafting is nowhere near as efficient as, what's it called? As War Within crafting. And you also, like, for those level ranges, you're still just doing the tail end of whatever section of the Chromie Time route you were doing. It's not like there's anything special that only works from those levels. War Within is just a weird case where, like, I'll be honest, if Isle of Dorn was part of the, part of Chromie Time, it might be included in the routing. It's really good. But it's not, right? So you can only do it for those 10 levels. And the nice thing is, because you only do it for those 10 levels, you just take... It's very flexible, right? Because it's not an entire chain. Isle of Dorn is... The best parts of it are just, like, little snippets of side quests, which you can very easily do. Fuck me, dude. That's my bad. I should have incapped the word. I thought, like, surely 1% HP. I mean, technically it's mob kill XP, right? Like, we have to kill the arcane elementals anyway. So it really doesn't matter all that much. Damage kind of hurts, though. Just gonna survival instincts. What level did I start at? Yeah.
Since the majority of the vault's caretakers are flightless, I incorporated a means of safe travel via these tomes.
Yeah, the time it took to get the buff was about, like, I wrote it down, it's like 40 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, fuck me. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, so I have to CC these mobs. It is dispellable, though. It is fucking dispellable, man. Nice. Remember that last Azure Vault that was really fast? Well, now my scaling is not favorable. And, my group is not as good. I probably could have Druid shapeshifted out of that. Just didn't think it was going to hit me. Whatever. Still somehow live that. It's fucking wild. Druid is just disgusting. But yeah, like, I will say, right? Like, we can already look at this and say, like, I mean, this just isn't fast. Like, we're already, with the 30% buff, we are already behind the time that I finished my Windwalker Monk speedrun. And I'm still only level 85. Like, it's not even like we're reaching the finish line, right? We're still pretty far out. And we've already fallen behind my, like, non-30% buff Follow the Arrow time. That had Darkman Fair, so technically it's only really like I'm losing 20% XP. And obviously, you know, you do technically, like, it's not as if it is purely 30% faster because, again, the time-walking dungeons themselves are inefficient. The actual time it takes to run it is slow. So you're sacrificing for the 30% buff, which ends up being a time save overall, but it's not like it is just pure profit, right? Like, you are losing a little bit of time by running those 4 dungeons. Woo! Shit. The double knock is not something I was prepared for. But, like, you know, I'll fucking throw down the gauntlet right now and say that I am pretty confident that when we do the Fall the Arrow version of this run, I'm going to be done by this point. 149, we're done, right? We're easy, over. Right? There's no shot that I'm still leveling at this point. Because, I mean, literally, all you do, just delve World Tour, You're good. That's it. I'll probably need to do 1 or 2 more things, but how long does it take to do a Delve World Tour? We're already at 1 hour past. Does it take an entire hour to do Delves? I don't really think it would, especially at low levels when your scaling is at its best. Dude, what the fuck? How does the boss reset? I'll say, this is an Azure Vaults from hell. This is kind of what I expected early on with Azure Vaults. That last one surprised me a little bit. This one is, so far, not so great. Dragon Redux said, I like Azure Vaults. I don't hate this dungeon. It's definitely not my favorite, though. I think visually it's very cool. One thing that I quite liked is the Archival Assault Delve. Because the layout of the dungeon, I think, is a very interesting concept. And I'm probably, like, the single person in the entire world who actually enjoyed the Oculus and thought the Oculus was, unironically, a very fun dungeon. And this is kind of like... The layout reminds me of Oculus, but indoors. So, I was really excited for this dungeon the first time I saw it. I will admit that I'm not a huge fan of how it actually plays. Oh, Jesus Christ, we get an intermission. We'll give our group credit, especially, like, our Warlock. Like, our Warlock is beating me on damage. So, not having the ability to basically solo the boss, it hurts. It will hinder you a bit. And it's not even like I've been getting upgrades. Actually, I just realized. I didn't even notice I looted a puzzle box. I should probably be using that. Come to think of it. Especially on Bear. That's, yeah. Should probably have noticed that. Oops. I'm not even sure if it's worth using this trinket, though. Like, I do actually think that this might be better. Primary stat proc. Hard to say. Alright, I don't want to get too far ahead of everybody else. So, round up the mobs a little bit. Alright, everybody seems to have caught up. I'm gonna hit these guys with a Stamp Roar. Okay, not too bad. Unfortunate thing is we're getting the adds on the side here. And we need all of them to be dead to actually take the tome across. So, even though, like, this one add isn't that big of a deal, the extra 5 seconds it takes just directly cuts into our ability to cross. Let's see. I'm gonna deliberately wait a little bit so I don't lock people out. Scroll up. Come on, Mr. Hunter. Come on. There we go. Let's see. That was the question. Thanks for clarifying. I know you have a video talking about consumables for leveling, but was wondering if something changed in Midnight. A little bit. I have a video that I made for Midnight, but it was specifically for, like, launch day leveling. But it did include some information that, like, technically is still relevant, right? I would say the vast majority of the consumables that I talked about in my previous video haven't changed. The main thing is, like, with the stat squish, some consumables that were a little bit weaker got more value. Like, fried bonefish was, I'm 99% sure I mentioned it in my consumable video. Because it was used, like, all the way back in Shadowlands, even still. But fried bonefish actually, for a while there, was, like, trailing in terms of its scaling. Like, it wasn't good. And it actually kind of benefited more from the scaling changes than a lot of other consumables. It came out really, really, really well. It didn't get affected much. So, fried bonefish went from, like, an okay consumable for a few levels to insanely good for the entire way up to 90. Which I guess, like, that wouldn't be reflected if you watch that video, but I do mention it as, like, a good option. And then you can see in, like, my recent videos that I always use it. And, like, some other stuff. There are some flasks and potions that are, like, just not really that worthwhile anymore. There's also, like, healing potions at low levels, I think, like I mentioned at some point, and they basically, the scaling really punished healing potions for some reason. They give, like, basically nothing now. Don't know why. They're really, really, really weak now. What else? There's, some of, like, the gearing options. Like, I think by the time I made my most recent gearing video, crafted gear was already weak. But if you watch some of the really old ones, I'll recommend, like, crafting gear. Like, especially after they did the initial revamp. And that's no longer the case. It does not scale properly. Turn it in. 300 XP worth nothing. Alright. Make sure that I give my group stamp roar. But yeah, nowadays you want auction house greens. They scale better. There are a few level ranges where, like, a raid piece is technically bis, but it's so minor that, like, generally speaking, AH greens are fine. Like, in a lot of my runs, I just use green items. The other thing is, certain green items, even for speedruns, are really good because they can proc sockets. In some cases. So, it's not even just, like, a cheap thing. It's like, regular greens are still good, but then the best items nowadays are greens for leveling, if you get, like, the perfect roll on it. Which did not used to be the case. It's just, back in the day, I would say, the perfect rolled green is, like, now equivalent to what crafting items used to be. Because you could basically guarantee it. And also, some of them had, like, either set bonuses or, like, socket bonuses. Whereas nowadays, if you get a socket on a green, it's a prismatic socket. And also, some slots that can't roll a random socket will have, like, a crafted item with a socket, because they were, like, from back in MOP, where more items would have sockets. And nowadays, the scaling and crafting items is, like, fallen off. That's one big change that I can recall. But yeah, I would say, otherwise for Midnight, like, obviously, it should go without saying, right, that, like, the consumables for Midnight, outside of fried bonefish, are kind of straightforward. Like, in fact, I should actually refresh Phoenix Oil. So you use, like, the current oil, use the current flask, and then you use, like, the current potion. The only reason you don't use the food is, just like I said, you get more value out of the speed buff. And that's only, well, leveling, obviously, you know, at max level, you want to use the stat food. Oh. And the furry gremlin has finally found his way down here. Hello, furry gremlin. Are you up to no good? I think, yeah, because it's 5 a.m. Generally speaking, 5 a.m. we have an automated treat dispenser for him. So that he doesn't wake everybody up begging for treats. So it seems like he probably just got his treats and then was just like, ah. Head over and see what he's up to. No digging through garbage. No, 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 no. Does the mob have mending clay on it? It just healed. Looks like I will have... Yeah, I'll have, Ravage for Chargath. Nice. But yeah, if you have further questions about consumables, just let me know. The main, like, the issue with consumables and stuff is... Technically, there are, like, new things, like, new minor adjustments every expansion. I don't really bother making new videos on it. Like, obviously for... Like, I made a new video for launch day leveling. But the problem with stuff like that is, while it does contain updated information, a lot of it is... A lot of the new stuff is, like, only relevant for launch. Like, I don't use that stuff for regular speedruns. Fried bonefish is maybe, like, the only thing I mentioned in that video that is still relevant for regular runs, that's, like, different than before. All the other stuff is, like, launch day or, like, campaign run tech that doesn't apply to alt leveling. So, I unlisted that video, like, about a month ago or so, because it's long enough after launch at this point that that information is just no longer relevant. And while it would be cool to make, like, updated consumable things, it is a lot of repetitive information. And videos like that take time to make well, in my experience. At least to my satisfaction. And they're like, niche, right? I think it's safe to say that the vast majority of people who are interested in my speedruns are mostly just interested in the routes, because that's what they can follow themselves. Understandable, right? Or, while they may enjoy watching the runs and understanding, like, all of the stuff behind it, they're not going to try and, like, really get, like, you know, the nitty-gritty details. It's just like, oh, cool, you're using this, like, fancy consumable. That's neat, I guess. But if I try to make, like, a 1-hour guide on how to do it yourself, most people aren't ever going to bother. So it's just too niche, right, to really justify constantly making a new one. It wouldn't really do well. So... But obviously, you know, I discuss it whenever I do my speedruns, and if somebody asks, I always update it. I have my shopping list, which my shopping list is a written document that I try to keep mostly up to date. So if you are ever curious, the shopping list should have all of the important info on that. Sometimes I forget to update it for, like, a few months or whatever, but, you know, I tend to use my shopping list whenever I'm preparing speedruns myself. So I try to do my best to make sure that it's accurate. The only thing about that is a lot of times my shopping list will be a lot more focused on, like, min-maxy speedrun stuff, just because, I mean, it was initially intended to be my just personal use document, but then other people were asking if I could share it, so I was like, fuck it. And nowadays, like, enough people have the link and will regularly refer back to it, so I try to be better about, like, using the, like, formatting it properly, making sure, like, it's, you know, legible. But a lot of times I'll just, like, scribble down some shorthand on there, like a note that I know what it means, but, you know, it might not make sense if you don't already understand what I'm doing for my speedrun routes. For, I did, because, like, early on I didn't have Follow the Arrow, like, set up for crafting, there was a period of time where I used it for the crafting segment, and that I tried to be, like, all fancy, make the formatting pretty. That way people could actually, like, refer to it, and I directed people there. But I haven't been, like, actively updating that section now. You know, the material list is still accurate, but any updates on that from now on, like, Follow the Arrow covers it. The only reason I even directed people there before is because it wasn't in Follow the Arrow at the time that I added it to the shopping list. My Chup said, I don't doubt your way is faster, you just mean if some normal guys like you who can't be asked to do crafting, you can also turn brain off and do time walking. I mean, like, look, that, because this is the thing that, like, always gets argued, right? First off, can't be asked to do crafting. Crafting takes 5 minutes. Crafting literally takes 5 minutes, and the add-on tells you everything you need to know. It's incredibly simple. Crafting is the easiest part of the route, like, period. Just is. It's also pretty cheap. I have a really, really, really cheap setup there. I've heard some valid arguments for not wanting to do crafting, and they all kind of boil down to, like, you know, I have existing professions that I don't want to abandon. In that case, I would say just use your existing professions to get first crafts. And then another argument is, well, I use my alts as, like, concentration crafters, and sometimes I decide to then continue leveling one of my concentration crafters, who I've already done up to level, like, 81 with just by crafting. So I don't have crafting for the end, so I need, like, extra stuff at the end. In which case, you kind of invert it, right? You do a little bit more in the route, and just assume that you don't have it at the end, but, like, you still did crafting. Frankly, there is no justifiable reason to not do crafting other than laziness. A lot of people don't realize how easy the crafting section is. They're like, oh my god, crafting is so complicated, I don't want to bother. And, like, the crafting system, don't get me wrong, for endgame stuff, it is kind of complicated. But the crafting, like, leveling, it could not be simpler. It is super duper brain dead easy. You pick up engineering, you craft Evercore Shades until you reach 31 skill. And the add-on tells you all of this, mind you. You craft Evercore Shades until you're 31 skill. Alright, now you're 31 skill, you train a bunch of recipes. You craft those. Now you train a few more recipes. You craft pretty much all of those. You go, okay. And this is the cheap version. The easier version is then, okay, now we just craft basically everything in engineering, because it's very fast. But if you want to save gold, you craft all the basic stuff in engineering, what the add-on tells you to. Then you go over to enchanting, you learn enchanting, you disenchant all the shit you just crafted with engineering. You get a bunch of skill, get a bunch of dust, learn all the recipes for enchanting, craft those, fly over to a place that the arrow points you to go to, train all the recipes from this, like, bonus vendor, craft all those, go back to the enchanting vendor, craft all those, you're done. Takes 5 minutes, and I tell you exactly what to do. It's extremely simple. It's also very cheap, especially because the reason why I do engineering into enchanting is because engineering is extremely cheap, and then enchanting, well, you just crafted a bunch of really, like, cheap blues with engineering. Now you just disenchant all of it. That gets you most of the skill you need. It gets you a lot of the mats. You just buy whatever mats you're missing, which are also fairly cheap. Dust isn't that expensive. And then you're good to go. It's like consistently under 5k for the entire process, which you can do with basically 30 minutes of world quests at max level, at the worst. And especially, like, once you have done it one time, right? Once you've gone through that process, you understand how to do it. And then it's just pretty straightforward from that point on. Now, obviously, if you just don't want to spend any gold whatsoever and you really want to brain off, you can skip crafting. But even then, time walking would not be worthwhile. Like, time walking wouldn't be faster. So the argument for time walking is not, I want to do crafting. The argument for time walking is, I want to do time walking, and nothing else. Skipping crafting, there's still, at this point, so much other extra stuff that you could do that would be better than time walking, that is not a justification in and of itself for doing time walking. Okay, wow, our mage is blasting. Go mage. I was gonna say, am I, like, actually carrying the damage once again? No, I am not. I mean, I'm doing good, I'd like to think. My damage is overall pretty solid, but the mage is putting in work here, too. But you can definitely notice the scaling difference here. It's very, very, very evident. What level is the mage? Oh, okay. Well, that explains why the mage is doing a shitload of damage. The mage is spamming Arcane Explosion, and they're level 11. Yeah, that's level 11 mage scaling for you. Which, remember earlier when I said, what is the best time to do time walking? Levels 10 to 30. Not only because it fits best into the route, but when is scaling most favorable? When do you get to basically completely cheese dungeons? Level 10 to 30. Now, obviously, it's also pretty good, as we saw, from 81 to 82, but I mean, this mage is basically pressing one button and just murdering everything. It's the same thing when you do Chromie time dungeons, except, honestly, with heirlooms and stuff like that, it would be even more broken than, like, my level 81 scaling. And I'd be able to basically solo the entire dungeon. There's honestly a case to be made of, even as Vengeance, it wouldn't really matter, because I'll just probably be one-tapping most things. You said 4 AM, why are you still leveling? Yeah, it's definitely pretty late, but appreciate you stopping by the stream. Good night.
The exposed life pools are in grave danger. A powerful catalyst is attempting to burn all the nesting areas. You must clear them to get to her.
I will say, for the person who knows who they are, please. I don't know why... I don't know why you think ban evading is a good idea. We've had this discussion. I'm trying to be nice here, but, you know, you were banned for a reason. Please try and respect that. I know you're not, like, being toxic or anything, but, you know, I don't want to have to rehash that whole conversation. You know how it is, and it's gonna stay that way. Yeah, I don't know. There's no point in trying to just get around it. I've already said my decision on that is final. So please, just you know, stop. Oh, okay. What other messages did I miss? Is time walking leveling decent, or should you do Delve World Tour? Oh, no, I mean... I know you asked that earlier. I think I may have already kind of, like, answered that, just passively. But yeah, no, it's worse than decent. It's, like, this is the thing, where it's, like, every time people... You know, the Reddit post from earlier. Like, where's the proof? Like, just, I don't know, test it yourself, right? I'm not speaking to you specifically. I know you were genuinely asking. But it's just, like... That's exactly why I'm doing this, right? Like, here is the proof that it's just slower. The one thing that I think, more than anything, has very much confused me in regards to, like, people's perception of leveling is I keep seeing this sentiment in, like, various Reddit posts and, like, YouTube videos and stuff that, like, leveling this expansion is really slow. Which is just, like... factually wrong. It's just wrong. Leveling this expansion was, for alt leveling, slightly slower than War Within. At this point, we're honestly faster than War Within. But it was slightly slower than War Within. That's it. And people were acting like... I've seen genuinely multiple people say that they think leveling is just so it's so bad, this expansion. Oh my god, I can't stand leveling. It's just, it's worse this expansion than it's been in a while. Like, it's just not. Like, the numbers just, like, don't support that narrative. It just is not bad. It's... Like, War Within was definitely much faster on launch than this. Actually, I shouldn't even say much faster. It was noticeably faster, but, like, not by all that much. And... We also, I think we had, like, more events more often, like Turbulent, or, Winds of Mysterious Fortune, that made leveling faster in War Within, even more so. So, like, that I think is maybe skewing people's memory a little bit. Obviously, now we have Turbulent Timeways, right, in Dragonflight, or in Midnight. But I think after the 12.0.7 changes, I genuinely think that we're actually already faster than War Within leveling, even by the end. So it just objectively is not slow. But people are so convinced that, like, oh my god, time walking is like, it's basically better now than it's ever been because leveling is worse now than it's ever been. Which it's like wrong and wrong. It's worse now, actually. This is the worst expansion for time walking. Like, time walking was not fast in War Within or anything, but it was definitely better than it is right now. And expansions before, when you could reliably find really low-level twinks that would just straight-up one-shot mobs. It wasn't super common, but it would happen, and that, on average, usually made it go faster, because the scaling was more favorable. So, it definitely is, like, it's worse now than it's been before, but leveling is also better now than it's ever been before. So I fail to understand, and it's not like a one-off thing. Like, I see many people running with this narrative, and I don't understand, like, how we can have, like, this, like, mass, what is, like, psychosis the right word? Where, like, everybody is just convinced of this thing that is objectively untrue. Like, I just, where did this originate? Where did this, like, you know, shared belief that leveling is bad now start from, and why do people keep regurgitating it like it's fact when it's just not? Especially, like, you know, I don't know, I don't want to be too egotistical here, right? And, like, maybe I'm thinking a little bit too highly of myself, but also I think just objectively speaking, right? Like, I very often see people mention my add-on without me ever saying anything, like, on Reddit. So I see Follow the Arrow brought up quite a bit. Obviously, you know, I can look at my downloads, right? Like, a lot of people use my add-on. I know that for a fact. And obviously people have been using my guides even before the add-on existed, but more so now than ever, I think. And I know that it's fast, right? So what I don't understand is why, if Follow the Arrow is so widely known, is it also so widely believed that leveling is slower than it's been before? Because it's just not. So that's just the really, really confusing part for me. Right? Where, like, I don't know. Like, I don't think time walking is going to end up being horrible, but leveling is also just really fast now. Especially with this buff. Like, it's just really good. So, you don't need this. I'm going to rebuff here. Usually it takes a little bit anyway, but I'm not going to risk it and then interrupt my buff. I don't know. It's quite confusing to me. Nice. Okay, we didn't lose any time then. Okay, that helmet is a decent increase. Yeah, Dragon Redux. I think you are dead on. Obviously, like, I can't say that for sure, right? I don't know, like, I can't say, oh yeah, it is Legion Remix, but I definitely remember, a big thing for me is going into, like, you can watch the streams, I remember saying this at the time, going into testing new Chromie time, multiple people were telling me, oh my god, it's so much slower, it's so much slower, and I actually said at the start, a lot of people have been telling me it's really slow, that they've tested it, so I'm prepared for this to be slow. And then at the end, I'm like, wait, guys, this is faster. What are you talking about? Like, this is genuinely faster than it's been before. Why are so many people telling me, oh my god, Chromie time is so much worse with the new scaling? It's better! That's, like, the crazy thing for me, right? Like, if I'd said, no, it's, like, comparable to before. It's not just comparable. It's better, and people think it's worse. Like, that is kind of the disparity that just really boggles the mind. Right, and I do think you are correct, Dragon Redux, that I do think it is largely Remix. I think somehow Remix has, like, skewed people's perceptions of what fast leveling is like so heavily that they just have forgotten what we used to have. Like, they've forgotten the days. Obviously, if you didn't play back in, like, Shadowlands, or, you know, God forbid, expansions before Shadowlands, then you obviously wouldn't know. So, like, I'm not saying, oh, how do people not know how bad we used to have it? Like, this isn't a classic Andy type of a stance of, like, oh, back in my day, we went uphill both ways. Like, not one of those. It's the people who claim that they remember leveling being worse. Because at that point, you're not saying, oh, well, you know, this feels fast to me, and then you're like, you know, you young whippersnapper, like, you have no idea, or something like that. In this case, it's like, people will say, in past expansions, it was faster, when it wasn't. And then I just have to wonder, like, are these people just, like, talking out of their ass? Like, did they not actually play those old expansions? And they're just, like, making shit up, right? Or do they just somehow completely forget that, like, before, in Shadowlands, Turbulent Timeways, like, my speedruns were 4 to 5 hours long for the current expansion. For fucking 82, was it that long? I forget exactly. I'm sure I could dig up my old... In fact, actually, fuck it, why not? Why don't I dig up my old, Shadowlands runs? I didn't optimize it as much as I, you know, do now. Iridius Fragment would have been quite nice to get. I'm trying to, like... I'm looking on my second computer. I'm scrolling through as I hold W here. My fastest turbulent time. I vaguely remember. Oh fuck! I'm running into a wall. I vaguely remember doing a run. I'm trying to find the run. I'm sure I would recognize it when I saw the thumbnail. Shit. Yeah, I believe this was my fastest run. And honestly, this wasn't even like a hyper-optimized speedrun. Like I said, I kind of stopped really trying to optimize it at the time. But I had a 4-hour, roughly, 4-hour, 50 to 60. And that was after, like, later in the expansion. And it took a while, right? Later in the expansion when they had massive buffs to Threads of Fate. And it was, like, around 4 hours still. Now, I would imagine if I probably put the same effort into optimizing Threads of Fate leveling as I did into, like, doing, like, max level, or the, like, 80 to 90, etc. speedruns now, I probably could have gotten that down to, like, 3 hours or something like that. But keep in mind, we're, like, right now, my fastest run for Midnight is already under 2 hours. And my fastest time for the entirety of Shadowlands was about 4 hours. Like, that is a staggering difference. Because that is not like, you know, regular person versus speedrun. That was still a speedrun. Like, I don't know. I'm sure that probably because I wasn't actively doing it, somebody probably had a slightly faster time. Oh god, I think they're about to pull. Do not pull the bus. Do not pull the bus. Do not pull the bus. I think they got the idea. That mage almost just walked straight in. Like, it wouldn't have been the end of the world if we pulled it, but, you know, may as well. But yeah, I'm sure somebody probably got slightly faster, but at the same time, you know, I know for a fact, if anything, it wasn't that much faster, because I still had pretty fast times, and most people who did play Turbulent Timeways leveling back in the day will tell you it was slow as fuck. It was not fast. So, compared to that, like, obviously, when Dragonflight came around and leveling got a lot faster, like, I was pretty happy. But Dragonflight, like, early on in the expansion, I was getting, like, around... I think I got a sub 3 hour time pretty early. And imagine how thrilled I was. It took until the very end of Shadowlands for me to get, like, a 4 hour time. And early on, we're already sub 3. So I was thrilled at the start of Dragonflight. Sub 3 hours for, like, my optimized, I think I played Guardian Druid for those runs, speed runs. Now, it was not still that fast, like most people were probably leveling in like the 5 to 6 hour range for Dragonflight, but still the fact that my speedruns were that fast were pretty fucking good. And unfortunately, the issue with Dragonflight is while they did give buffs later on, the buffs that they gave with Dragonflight were fucking Dream Surges, which were super RNG. So while it did technically make leveling fast, it took me literally until like the final few months of the expansion to finally get a sub 2 hour time. And it was like a 1 hour 59 minute time or something like that. I barely scraped through, and that one took multiple attempts because there was just so much RNG. I lost so many runs to garbage Dream Search nonsense. So it was fast-ish, but still pretty bullshit. And then, we get to War Within. War Within, within a few months of the expansion, I already have like a 1 hour 30 minute time. Within 6 months of the expansion launch, my fastest time, 1 hour 5 minutes. Now, admittedly, they didn't give that many buffs later on. Like, I ended up improving that time to eventually a 1 hour 4 minutes. I shaved 1 minute off my time by the end of the expansion. Never quite got sub 1 hour by the end of War Within. But we got really, really fast leveling very early on, and it kind of stayed that way. Now, obviously, yeah, War Within, like, it kept getting faster. And if anything, you can say for Midnight, things didn't snowball. We took like a step back or two. Right? That's it. But like early on in the expansion, without Darkman Fair, I got a 2 hour 17 minute. Like, that's still good. That's still way better than fucking than Dragonflight. And then I already have a 1 hour 38 minute, and like I said, again, that time can be improved. That's like without the 30% buff. At this point, I'm reasonably confident that like sub 1 hour might actually be doable this expansion, I think. So, I mean, I already thought leveling was still perfectly acceptable beforehand, but objectively speaking, leveling at the start of Midnight was slightly slower than War Within, and considerably faster than Dragonflight and Shadowlands. And then obviously, for anybody who played before the Shadowlands leveling reworks, leveling was way slower before that. Like, BFA, way slower. BFA was like fucking 6 to 8 hours. What was it? Legion was a little bit weird, especially because later on when they added invasions, like, Legion still was slower than, like, it might have been close to Shadowlands in terms of time, if you used invasions. But that, like, you could level decently fast with those. But also low levels for Legion, so like 1 to, like, was it 1 to 110 was the range? Those levels were very slow in Legion. So only current expansion was, like, fine. And then back in WoD was obviously very fast, right? But WoD was an anomaly, right? MoP leveling, very recently, MoP Classic came out. I made a MoP Classic leveling guide. MoP Classic leveling for current expansion was, like, about 10 hours. I think I haven't really done many speedruns just because at this point it looks like there's a chance they might completely kill Progression Classic, in which case I don't really have any interest in optimizing it. But I got Cataclysm speedruns similarly in about 8 hours for current expansion, and MoP I think is probably reasonable to get like anywhere in the 5 to 8 hour range if you heavily optimize it. You can't use the potions though. And then yeah, WoD went fucking crazy. WoD was super fast leveling, but like when people say that leveling is slow now, are they talking about WoD? I don't think so. So I don't know. I just I have to imagine it's one of two things, right? So I haven't been looking at a chat. Give me a second. Oh yeah, and I should have been looking at your chat. Power Brad subscribed with Prime. Thank you very much. Sorry, I don't know how long ago that was. I know I kind of got distracted. I had a Twitch chat closed because I had the my YouTube history pulled up on my other monitor. I was looking through the old speedruns, but I appreciate the subscription. But what's it called? I think it is either one of two things. It's either somehow people are just, like, misremembering Remix, and they think that Remix is supposed to be normal, which, by the way, did I not call this, right? I did say many times during Remix that, like, hey, it's cool that we have fast leveling and all, but whenever you do something like this, it fundamentally breaks the game, right? Whenever you give people fast leveling like this, people aren't just going to be like, oh yeah, I understand, this is event only. They're going to expect leveling to just be that fast the entire time. So it feels great to level really quickly during Remix, but then it also feels really bad for leveling afterwards. So Blizzard has put themselves kind of in an impossible position now, where they objectively have leveling faster than it has been really in any expansion ever, and people are still telling them that leveling is slower than it has ever been, because I would imagine that you're probably not wrong, it is largely because they're used to Remix. So what is Blizzard supposed to do now? Just make the baseline leveling speed equivalent to Remix? And some people might argue that that is good. I honestly, I don't really have strong feelings one way or the other. I do think that, like, some fundamental things for leveling should change, but honestly, I think more so they should do things to the structure of leveling to make it more enjoyable, right? But, you know, could you argue that, like, leveling should be better in some ways? Yeah, absolutely, you could argue that leveling should be better. But I don't think that the real question is, like, should leveling be as fast as Remix all the time? People may hate leveling, but, like, I do think, like, look, I like MMOs, you know, and call me crazy, right? But, you know, well, leveling is not my end game, as a lot of people mistakenly seem to believe. It's not, like, the thing that I play this game for. I also, like, I do enjoy playing multiple variations of Classic, and I do think that having, like, the leveling aspect of an MMO is kind of important, to a certain extent. Now, I do think that there should be, like, ways to mitigate it for people who mostly want to play M+, right? I don't think people should be railroaded into leveling all the time. I think there are a lot of other games like Guild Wars 2, you know, my eternal example of, like, an MMO done right, that really knows how to solve that problem. But, you know, if you're not going to go with one of those, then, like, I do think it is important to strike that balance. I think completely doing away with leveling, I know some people want that, right? But, like, hey, you signed up to play an MMO, like, tough shit. That's what a lot of people here do actually want. And while I don't necessarily love leveling, it can be fun when done right, though. Like, I kind of get bored of retail leveling because retail leveling is, at this point, kind of just neglected and poorly designed. But there's a reason that I very often enjoy playing Classic, because leveling there, as many people will tell you, is the game. And in that case, it's just fun. You know, Classic isn't for everybody, but if you are somebody who does enjoy leveling, there's a reason why Classic players will always say, oh, retail sucks now, retail's the worst. It's because to them, that's the experience they're looking for when they play an MMO. And retail has kind of lost that. Now, I think retail could support both if Blizzard, you know, actually gave a shit. I don't think they do, unfortunately. But there's always, like, this push and pull of, like, one or the other. You know, either leveling doesn't exist and, you know, retail is, like, you know, for fucking Zoomers now, or leveling is too hard and, you know, retail's for the classic Andes and Blizzard's pandering or whatever. Like, there is definitely a way to strike a balance. But, I don't know, right now Blizzard's just kind of in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, and it's entirely on their own making because of what they did in Remix. And, you know, I played a big role in that because, yeah, sorry, I fucking got a sub 2-minute time. Tough shit, Blizzard. Now that is the benchmark that I've set for people. Unlucky. But it's what it is. I do think so. Partially right for the Remix argument. Well, I do believe there's a lot of credibility there, and I think that is largely a reason why people are confused, because they're used to Remix leveling, and they don't, like, they might not realize that that is not normal. I think that also kind of goes hand in hand with what I believe is another issue, which is, obviously, the more experienced and knowledgeable you are about a game, you know, the better you are at playing it. And that applies to everything, including leveling. Like, the more aware you are of efficient leveling strategies, the more you're able to, what's it called? The more you're able to, like, benefit from it. So I think a lot of people will, like, I don't know, they'll think back to, like, back in the day when they played the game and they weren't as knowledgeable, but they knew, like, this one strategy. And, like, maybe when they first started, leveling felt, like, so slow. Like, oh my god, this is the slowest thing ever. Like, this is excruciating. And then over time, they learned a few more strategies to make leveling a little bit more bearable. So leveling went from, like, this impossible endeavor to, you know, in one expansion, they started leveling, like, 5 times faster than they did before. And so to them, that felt like a staggering difference of, like, now I'm just so much faster than I was back in, like, Shadowlands or whatever. When in reality, like, yeah, sure, leveling, you know, maybe improved a little bit, but it was really just because back in Shadowlands, they didn't even know the fastest leveling strategies. So they were taking maybe like 12 hours to level when I was doing it in 4. And then as they played the game more, as they got better, they went from leveling from 12 hours back in Shadowlands to leveling like in, I don't know, 5 hours in Dragonflight. Like the time got cut in half. And maybe they got used to leveling feeling like it was getting faster. Not that it was like numerically X amount faster, just that it felt like it was that much faster compared to previous expansions. So it kind of builds this idea that as time goes on, leveling is just going to keep getting better and better and better, because in my experience, it did. And then, you know, as time goes on, like War Within technically was fast, and then Midnight suddenly hits this wall where now they've been playing the game for however many years, and now leveling is slower? What? But, like, how much can you realistically push it before it just becomes unreasonable? Frankly, we're kind of at that point already. We're almost reaching remix levels of speed. Like, I have never, outside of... Well, I was going to say I've never gotten a sub 1 hour run, but also, like, technically that would only be sub 1 hour bracket, but it is true. I have never gotten a sub 1 hour current expansion, like, level range run outside of remix. It's just never been a thing. Maybe back in, like, WoD. I don't even know if it was possible in WoD. In WoD, I remember the fastest runs I got for, like, the WoD level range were, like, 2 hours, right? Maybe if you had the 300% XP pot, like, I don't know. But that's, like, a little bit silly, right? I don't know if that's a fair comparison. But we're reaching a point where that's possible. The closest is War Within, obviously, but even then, like, outside of Remix, I have not pulled that off. So, how much is too much? I don't know.
We have been gone for some time. The growth here. The way should be clear.
Oh, what the fuck?
I know students that require my personal attention.
Let's see, what did I miss? Remember timing this dungeon with 1 second left for your portal? Nice. Level the couple of Ultim Warlords with crafted gear and you still have worthless gear lying around in your warbank? Yeah. Well, Warlords was weird for gearing. Honestly, Warlords had a system kind of like what we're doing now, but like a little bit lopsided, where Warlords you would... And this is technically a thing in MoP too, where because of the 300% potion, you would want to basically get as much stuff as you could, almost complete, then pop a potion, and then go around and turn in as many things as you could during the duration of the potion. So, it's a similar structure to what we do now, with getting as much stuff as we can done before turning it at the end, but for fundamentally different reasons, right? Where nowadays we do it to avoid poor scaling at the end. Back in the day, scaling wasn't really a thing. It kind of was. There was like a little bit of scaling. But by and large, you did it because you wanted to just maximize the uptime on your really good buff. Now, it's kind of weird because, like, the buff was really valuable. It was hard to come by, which is why you maximized it. If I were to do, like, WoD speedruns, I would set it up in such a way where I had permanent uptime on that buff. Because it was, in theory, possible to do that, right? Whereas, like, right now, you can't, like, magically make it so the scaling doesn't affect you. In the case of WoD, if you just... Shit, I got another puzzle box? That's funny. Like, in WoD, if you theoretically just slammed potions back-to-back, like, you could have full uptime. I also just saw, what level am I after 2.5 hours? Well, there you go. 88. Which, like, this is not horrible, but again, the last 2 levels, these are going to be the most painful for sure. We're going to start to really feel the scaling kick in. I also, oh, fuck, wow, that queue popped fast. Can I, actually, I can pop on my auction house mounts. And I can buy stuff here. I keep forgetting I have this now. Shit, I actually don't have enough. It's good to be back on North American grounds. terrain, territory, I don't know. Look, I've been enjoying my time on Europe, but definitely every now and then I forget what it's like to not have access to certain features, like my auction house mounts. It's, you know, it's kind of nice, I'll be honest. Also kind of critical for speedruns, which is really the only reason I decided to buy it. It is just kind of an insurmountable advantage for leveling speedruns. You kind of need to have it. And while in theory you could argue like, well, maybe a rule set would ban it, the reality is for stuff like launch day leveling, which like there's no rules for launch day leveling. Yeah, everybody's just like every band for himself kind of thing. It's basically required, so yeah. What are you gonna do? That's not as bad as I thought, though, comparing your typical pace, not yours. Yeah, I mean, well, keep in mind, right? And this is what I'm hopefully going to demonstrate. It's even faster if you just use Follow the Arrow. Like, if you look at it, and that's where, like, it frustrates me. Everybody looks at this in a vacuum. They're like, oh, yeah, wow, that seems fast. And then they forget, like, okay, but it applies to everything. So if you just look at Follow the Arrow with the 30%, like, you don't even need to be me, right? I saw, there was a separate Reddit comment I saw, it's like, well, maybe if you're just Harldan, then you could do this thing. And I'm like, dude, I'm like, all I have is I have the route memorized, right? Like, I created it. So it's muscle memory for me. It's there for everybody to follow. And now, are you going to get exactly my time? No. But I'll be honest, like, let's be real here. While I am probably able to do... Well, I'm almost certainly able to do Follow the Arrow faster compared to the relatively... Give me some, cut me some slack, it's fucking 6 a.m. Relatively speaking, I'm able to do Follow the Arrow faster than a normal person, compared to the time a normal person would take to do Timewalking dungeons, or something like that. I think that's probably fair to say. But, at the same time, the average person also would not have gotten a as geared, Guardian Druid, and probably wouldn't be piloting it as well. Not to say that not everybody can, but it's not as if this is like the regular super normal average Timewalking speed versus my super optimized Follow the Arrow routing. I am making an active effort. I'm getting instant queues. I'm playing tank. I'm doing extremely aggressive pulls. And up until, like, a level or two ago, where my scaling has dropped off a cliff, I was largely carrying every single group that I was in. So, it's not as if the vast majority of, like, average players are going to get the same time-walking times that I am, especially if they are not getting, like, tank queues or whatever. It will be slower for them. Now, is it going to be that much slower relative to, like, how much slower they do Follow the Arrow? Maybe not. But we're already almost at 3 hours here, and as I've said, I will be extremely surprised if doing this, but for Follow the Arrow, it takes me anything above 2 hours. I think it'll be much slower than that, right? And that's my speedruns. What you do? Like, is it really... The nice thing also is, with the time-walking buff, you, what's it called? You don't need to do as much complicated Follow the Arrow routing as before. All you're doing is getting the 30% buff, using Follow the Arrow to, like, do stuff like Legends of the Harronier, which it guides you through, and then it directs you to do all the delves, and you're mostly just doing the delves, and then moving on, and then doing the final turning. Like, you can skip a lot, and it's pretty straightforward. Now, is it as brain-off as Timewalking? I don't know. I can't really speak to that. That's personal preference. Everybody's gonna say, well, it's better for me. And, like, I can't argue against that. But I think, like, doing delves is pretty fucking brain-off. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's brain-on. So, I don't know what you want to call delves, but, like, they're not exactly difficult content. So, I can't really imagine that for the average person, it would be that much more complicated to just do a full delve world tour after getting the 30% buff, do a few extra things like Legends of the Harronier as recommended by Follow the Arrow, and then turn in. Like, how is that difficult to understand and or more complicated for somebody to, like, brain off follow than time-walking dungeons, in which a lot of stuff can go wrong. Like, I've had pulls here where, like, shit gets messy and I have to adapt. It has not been 100% brain off. Like, I could go 100% brain off if I really wanted to and not really care about my time, but I haven't been. I've been trying to make an active effort to do really aggressive pulls and to, like, optimize my damage and to, you know, play around people in my group who are, like, you know, lagging behind and whatever. Like, I have been doing these dungeons brain on, and, you know, they're not terrible, but I'm also not going to say that they're the fastest thing ever. Does Priest still wreck time walking at low level? It's not really a time walking thing, right? So whether or not you're doing time walking or regular dungeons, it's not different. It's entirely a scaling issue. As for whether Priest wrecks low level scaling, kind of. It's weaker than it was before because Rhapsody is no longer a thing. But Holy Nova spam still exists, and honestly, even without Rhapsody, Holy Nova spam is still just good. So you can do that and get good value out of it. Like, it is fine. And the big thing is, if you have, like, fuck me, that's really unfortunate. If you have stuff like heirloom gear at low levels, and you're able to just kill things in a few hits, the advantage of Priest is just, like, if anything, basically insta-kills, which is the case a lot of times for low levels. It's the same reason why, like, in the earlier dungeon, you saw that Arcane Mage just spamming Arcane Explosion and just murdering everything at level 11. If you have, like, a spammable AoE, then you could just get really far by just doing that and pressing literally one button. And Holy and Disc Priest are able to do that, and it makes them very, very strong at low levels. And they can also do it while moving, right? So, whereas, like, people will often advocate for Resto Shaman at low levels. And Resto Shaman's not bad at low levels. It's not. But, even though Chain Lightning does hit really hard, you can't cast Chain Lightning while moving. And stuff like Spirit Walker's Grace you don't have at lower levels. That's a higher level talent. So, I don't even think you have Nature Swiftness at low levels. That's also, I believe, higher levels. So, Resto Shaman can, like, round up a bunch of mobs, plant, and then nuke them all. It's not bad, and it's also why, while doing low-level dungeons, you should be playing Resto and doing exactly that. But if we're comparing the two, the reason why I usually rate Disc and Holy much higher is because, A, they scale way better into later levels. Like, just watch the Disc Priest run from 80 to 90 that I did before. Resto Shaman cannot hold itself up from 80 to 90 leveling. Disc Priest actually did really well. So it doesn't scale as well, and then also Disc Priest and Holy Priest can do that by, like, holding W. You hold W and you press one ability. And also, here's the thing about Holy Nova, it heals. So, you're not only murdering everything as you go, you're also healing everybody as you do it. So, you're keeping your group alive, you're doing your job, while also killing everything. So, it's just very, very, very efficient. Oh, shit, I should probably... This is, like, it's not going to be realistically possible to do the skip, right? I think we just need to suck it up, hold W, and just do a big pull here. Especially because if I play around my CD here... Okay, is this, yeah, level 16. Okay, so there are scaling issues with Brackenhide. So that's what was happening to that Shaman before. It's unfortunate. I wonder if that literally does one-shot, or if it's just if you stand in the puddle afterwards. Like, if you don't run out fast enough, then it one-shots. Like, is it actually avoidable, or not? Unclear. I do think, yeah, I tried to do the big pull here, and it worked, but it took fucking ages, and this is avoidable, so... Off to the side we go. Oh, and somebody pulls it anyway, man, come on! Why do you have such a big butt? Problem is, it's also like this caster, I can't... I'm just gonna... I don't even know where the other person is, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't... Yeah, it's the healer. I don't need them. I just want to get out of Rack and Hide. I'm just gonna solo this boss if that's what it takes. Unlucky for them, I guess. Can V-res them. Seriously, the priest pulled multiple mobs on the way back. Okay, why is the... Yeah, I was gonna say... what is happening? Okay, somehow Threat is bugging out here. The boss dropped 2 totems. The totems stopped taking damage, and that actually wasn't a tooltip bug. It just genuinely did. And then I somehow completely dropped Threat. And the person is dead. This dungeon is so fucking ass. I hate Rack and Hide so fucking much, man. Like, is this brain off? So we're talking about how Timewalking's brain off. Is this brain off? Right? Is what I'm having to do right now to get this done brain off? Do you think that if, you know, the average Guardian Druid player was playing brain off, they would be able to be doing this? I don't think so. Because I fucking main Guardian Druid, and I'm stressed out right now because I fucking hate Rack and Hide, and, you know... obviously, it's not the priest's fault that low-level scaling is a bitch, but, like, it is a bitch, right? Deep Gaming WoW said, "Hi, gamers. I notice you're not running the Apex list builds." That's Mythic Plus stuff. Doesn't pertain to leveling. Builds differ depending on the type of content, right? Like, even in raids, in Mythic raids right now, people don't run the Apex list build. That is entirely a Mythic Plus thing. I mean, for leveling, you don't even play Loon's Chosen, you play Druid of the Claw. And Druid of the Claw obviously runs Apex, because it synergizes with them. One of the reasons you don't run Apex talents is because Loon's Chosen gets very little value out of it, and the way Loon's Chosen plays, it gets, like, almost no value out of Apex at all. And Druid of the Claw is not really viable in M+. But the reason why Druid of the Claw is not viable in M+, is because with all of the endgame stuff, you know, it does less damage than a Loon's Chosen once you have, like, everything. And, to top it off, Druid of the Claw just can't live. Druid of the Claw's damage is honestly not that bad. It just, it can't survive. So you play Loon's Chosen. Why? I mean, it's how the spec works, right? Like, I don't know how much you know about Guardian. Like, how much time do you have for a fucking Guardian thesis, right? So what does our Apex talent do? After you cast Incarn, you get access to Wild Guardians. So you press Incarn, turns into a separate button, gives you the buff of Wild Guardians. So your next casts of Iron Fur, Maul, and Frenzied Regen are echoed. Basically get duplicated, right? So Frenzied Regen and Iron Fur, that obviously just gives you survivability. Now, while that is okay survivability, it's not really needed for M+, because there's actually just a lot of other talents in the tree that also give you comparable amounts of survivability. So you don't really gain survivability by doing this. So it's not actually useful for that, in that sense. At least not entirely. You get flat Mastery, okay. Mastery is like an okay stat for us. Obviously, you're never going to be upset about tons of stats. When you cast Wild Guardians, you gain 2 stats of Dream Guide. Like that, they're all kind of bundled into each other. That doesn't really do much. It's just kind of bundles into each other. Rank 3 means the Echoes are now 200% more effective, which in the case of Iron Fur is like a little bit more armor. In the case of Frenzied Regen is actually basically worthless because it just overheals most of the time. And then they echo a little bit more, and then now Maul does a little bit more damage while empowered. Now, Maul, for Druid of the Claw, like, you don't even press it. It does, like, very, very little damage. It's not a considerable part of your rotation. All it is a rage dump. But you would rather just dump Rage with Iron Fur, especially in high M+, where damage intake is a real concern. And then also you get, you know, value out of this. You get more mastery, right? And because as a Loon's Chosen, most of your damage comes from Moonfire, Thrash, and Lunar Beam, you don't actually need Maul damage. So the fact that Maul, or rather Raze, is being duplicated, it's like a small portion of your damage is being duplicated. That's extremely trivial. Now, Druid of the Claw, the entire thing about Druid of the Claw is that your Mauls become really heavily empowered. They turn into this ability called Ravage. Now, Ravage hits like a fucking truck. It's the main source of your damage. Like, if we look at that big poll I did earlier, so I did top damage here. Obviously, Thrash still hits very hard, right? And Loon's Chosen buffs Thrash more than Druid of the Claw. So because Thrash is now a considerable part of our damage, that's why at endgame, with all of the modifiers, with like the 4-piece bonus, etc., which is pretty sizable, Loon's Chosen ends up doing more. But you can see that Ravage was doing a lot of my damage. And when I have Ravage doing most of my damage, and I get the benefit of the Apex talent, which, you know, we'll see in a little bit. So I have all these mobs rounded up. Around the corner here. Use my puzzle box. Do this. I have big buffed up Ravage. Another big buffed up Ravage. And notably, this isn't even full effectiveness because the max Apex talent gives you another Ravage at 200% effectiveness. But now I'm getting a ton of damage out of those Ravages. So they get like a bunch of duplications. So that's, I mean, it's just good damage, right? That's why you run Apex. And you don't actually really get much damage out of the other stuff, because what are the other things that give you damage, right? Arcane damage, right? Which arcane damage obviously buffs a Loon's Chosen stuff, because if you are, if you're playing a Loon's Chosen, then Thrash deals arcane damage, so then arcane damage modifiers apply to Thrash. But if you're not, then you don't actually get value out of that stuff. All it does is buff your Moonfire, and, well, technically your Lunar Beam, but that is a very minor part of your damage for Druid of the Claw. And if you look at, like, my damage on that previous pull, you can see, in that case, Ravage actually did quite a lot. Why is Druid of the Claw better while leveling? So, two reasons. One of the big advantages for Druid of the Claw while leveling is this thing, Killing Strikes. So your first Mangle after entering combat causes your next Maul to become Ravage. So basically, you get way more Ravage procs in a leveling scenario, where you're able to drop combat frequently and get that big Ravage upon entering combat. Another thing to keep in mind, and this is just general leveling theory, this applies to pretty much any spec in the game, is while leveling, burst damage is king. Think about it this way. If a mob is dead, then any damage that you would have done after that mob is dead is irrelevant, right? So if all of your damage is front-loaded, then that is the only relevant part of your DPS, right? So if you're looking at a Mythic Plus overall, pulls in Mythic Plus tend to last pretty long. You know, the mobs are really beefy, even in a raid environment, right? Raid bosses last multiple minutes. So in cases like that, if you're able to get maximum value out of a lot of stuff, then, you know, across a longer period of time, Druid of the Claw will fall off, especially because a lot of Druid of the Claw's damage is very front-loaded. You know, you get, like, so much out of stuff like Incarn, and then once Incarn fades, like, you lose a lot of damage, whereas Loon's Chosen is all about sustained damage with Moonfire, Lunar Beam, and Thrash. So, in that window, in that Incarn window, Druid of the Claw does really good damage, and you can see what I'm able to do here, right, as I'm doing these, and this is honestly the worst possible scenario, I should note, for Druid of the Claw, and it's still really good. But I'm able to do these gigantic pulls. You know, I have Incarn ready to go. And then I'm going to pop all my stuff, and then the entire pack will be dead by the time that Incarn's finished. So I'm going to round up all these mobs. And then I'm going to get my double Ravage. And scaling right now, like I said, this is the worst possible scenario because you should not be leveling. Like, I'm at this point, I'm almost level 89. There's a reason why in the regular Follow the Arrow route, you want to be done by, like, level 86 at this point. You don't want the mobs... shit, Menning play. You don't want the mobs to be having this adverse scaling, but I still, with those initial ravages, managed to kill off a lot of them. And if you watch some of the earlier dungeons, the moment I do my big double ravages, I just instantly kill multiple mobs right then and there with proper scaling. Same thing for delves, right? You basically pull the entire delve, you pop Incarn, you do your empowered ravages, everything just dies. Boom. And then you pull another pack of mobs, you get an empowered ravage, you ravage, it like basically does 80% of the mob's health, and then it dies. Kill those mobs, pull another pack. Boom, because of killing strikes, you get an immediate ravage, and then it does shitloads of damage. So at this level, because the mobs are living a little bit longer, Elun's Chosen would probably be somewhat comparable. But if the mobs are, in theory, if you're playing Druid of the Claw, if they're dead within your burst window, then Druid of the Claw ends up being ahead. And at this point, survivability is just not even a consideration at all, which is one of the other major selling points of Elun's Chosen. Hopefully that makes sense. It's also the reason why, for instance, Shadowpan for, like, Windwalker is really good at endgame, but Conduit of the Celestials I tend to find is a little bit better even still, just because Conduit is all about having, like, a big burst window, so for a leveling pull, you can just blow all your cooldowns, and then by the time that your Conduit ends, and, like, your Invoke Swen, all the mobs are dead, and then you do another pull, and all that stuff is back up again. So, at that point, the only relevant factor for your damage is your damage within your burst window, which for some specs is really good, and then completely falls off a cliff outside of it, but if it's good enough to kill the mobs, then that is all that matters. And ideally, while leveling, you should be structuring your pulls in such a way that that is all that matters, because for the vast majority of specs, even the ones that aren't primarily focused around their burst windows, they're going to do most of their damage in cooldowns. And the best specs for leveling, naturally, are specs that do have a lot of high-value cooldowns that they can leverage into just deleting gigantic pull after pull after pull. Because any sort of travel time while leveling basically is cooldown reduction. As you're flying from point A to point B, you have natural CDR. Which also means that a lot of times, if you look at a talent for leveling that has, like, 100% pick rate, and it's like your major CD is reduced by, like, 45 seconds or something like that, there's actually a lot of times where you won't take that talent while leveling, or, like, if you're being optimal, right, you won't need to take that talent, because that actually might not make a difference. You might already have your cooldown up all the time. And if you have that talent, then it just means your cooldown will be sitting there ready to go while you're out of combat, doing absolutely nothing. But you might see people taking it all the time in endgame content, because obviously if you're in combat, right, non-stop, having more uptime across a fight of your major CD is important. All that to say, builds change. Everything is relative. Am I testing dungeon spam? Yes. Yeah, so for anybody just joining in recently, what we did is I completed 4 dungeons to get the 30% buff at the start of this. And then I copied that character. We paused the timer. After the 4th dungeon was complete, it was 40 minutes and 33 seconds was the final time for those dungeons. So then I paused, copied the character over at that moment in time onto the PTR, and then picked up where I left off, only dungeon spamming. So what we're testing is identical character, literally carbon copy on the PTR. How fast does it take to level it through dungeons versus through Follow the Arrow? There's no other variables. We've eliminated everything. The only change is, like, the actual route itself. So we're close to the end, right? I'm level 88 and something. When I'm done with this, we'll hop onto the BTR, and we'll do the second run. The, alternate path, where instead of spamming dungeons for fucking 3.5 hours, we just use Follow the Arrow and do it in one. You were wondering whether the play would be Druid of Claw early and then Elun's Chosen later? Like, well, ideally the play is just to never be in this position, right? You never... This is why we try to avoid the bad scaling. Like, I'll be honest, Elun's Chosen would not fare that much better. Elun's Chosen would be slightly... I don't know if it would do more, but it would at least be better just because mobs live longer, but that's the reason, like, for leveling in general, you never want to be in a position where mob scaling is this bad. It's one of the many reasons why, you know, just blindly time-walking spam is inefficient, because one of the many advantages of Follow the Arrow, and really, I wouldn't say just Follow the Arrow, but like that philosophy in general of front-loading a bunch of delve completions for a big turn at the end, is that you avoid poor scaling, which means you spend more time leveling in a way where you can just burst down mobs, which means that builds like this are, you know, they kind of snowball, right? They get better and better and better. I should also note, right, Elun's Chosen would not be bad. Like, Elun's Chosen Bear would still be, like, significantly better than, I would say 95% of specs in the game. It's just, I think that, what's it called? Druid of the Claw Bear is, like, one of, if not the best leveling specs in the entire game. Elun's Chosen would maybe be, like, top 10, top 5. Still really good. Like, Guardian Druid is just kind of fucking busted in general. But if you can play around Druid of the Claw's advantages, it is very, very, very strong. And I should note that also this will also be even more so the case in 12.1. I'm not really taking that into account when I was giving my explanation before, but, you know, worth mentioning, right? Elun's Chosen is getting a decent hit next patch. You're only thinking of an 80s and 90 dungeon spam run? Yeah. In that case, maybe. But there's a reason why I'm doing this run. The reason I'm doing this demonstration is to basically say, don't do this. Learn from this, and follow the arrow. But yeah, no problem. Tapilla said, appreciate the research. No problem. Nice. Hulls of Infusion. Hey, it's not Brackenhide, so fucking... anything better. This doesn't look faster than your pre-.7 character with 15% if we assume the same relative difference between your spin and mine, but it doesn't look god-awful. Yeah. It definitely could be worse. I will say, I think it is important to note, Dragonflight Timewalking seems better than I expected. That is, I think, my biggest takeaway from this. But the other takeaway to that is, if you're not leveling in Dragonflight Timewalking, if you're leveling in BFA or Shadowlands Timewalking, then this will be considerably slower still, because those dungeons are fucking trash. So, you could probably expect Classic Timewalking to be about the same speed as this, I would say, on average. There is much heavier variance in Classic, where I think, to my surprise, a lot of the times, like, we're getting a pretty consistent, like, 8 to 12 minutes for these runs. Definitely there's some slightly faster, but that is not, like, a massive spread. Like, the worst dungeon being, like, Brackenhide being about 12 minutes, and, like, Ruby Life Pools being about 8 minutes, that is, like, fairly low variance. A 4-minute difference. But there are definitely, in the Classic dungeons, the variance is higher. There are dungeons that you can do pretty consistently in 5 minutes, and then there are also dungeons that will take, like, easily 15. So, way worse variance. BFA and Shadowlands just slower across the board. They're pretty fucking awful. And then TBC is, like, on average, much faster. I would say TBC is pretty solidly in the 5 to 10 minute range. And then also just has better quests for, if you're doing it at a lower level. Speaking of Legends of Harendir, only a couple artifacts are enabled for you. You got to do all of them on your account. So the way Legends of the Harendir works is every time you do an artifact, it's like disabled for future characters, and you have to do a different one the next time. Now you can do this on multiple characters in the same week. So on my European account, I actually on all the healers, I went through and I did like a different artifact on each one in the same week, and then that unlocked it. I finished the achievement. Once you have, I think I have it on North America. It's for midnight. Yeah, this thing, Legends Never Die. So once you've completed this achievement, then you can pick whichever one you want. And then if you want to, which, you know, you would for leveling, you can pick Alnara's Bloom every single time. But if you do Alnara's Bloom on your first character, you will not be able to do it again until you've completed all 6 of the other artifacts. I explain this a little bit more in the notes, but, you know, it's a bit of a weird system, so it's kind of, I would imagine, hard to fully understand. But the nice thing is, like, you have to do it. The game will not let you go around it. So if you don't have Alnara's Bloom, you have 2 options, right? You can either go on to max level characters and just blitz through them until you have all of them unlocked and you can do Alnara's Bloom on your alt, or just kill 2 birds with 1 stone, do any of the artifacts on your alt, and then same thing happens, right? Like, that artifact is locked out, you have to do a different one. Once you've done all 7 of them a single time, which it's impossible to miss, because it quite literally forces you to do an uncompleted artifact, then eventually you will, you'll reach the end, and you'll get the achievement. And then it's smooth sailing from there. The only thing that's a little bit awkward is after you do, after you unlock Sky's Hope, or rather, after you reach the point where Sky's Hope is the last one, there is a side quest chain required to make Sky's Hope work. So there will be one point where the game will say you need to do Sky's Hope and you need to do a side quest chain to make Sky's Hope available. And then the nice thing is Harrandar Sojourner is fully integrated at this point. I'm missing, there's like a few max level quest lines that I haven't added. But it's all there. The specifically the one that you need for, it's a pretty late one, I think. I'm trying to remember. I think I have it all the way at the end. I think it's Palette of Feelings. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this one, Palette of Feelings. You need to do this quest line, and once you've done it once in your account, you unlock the ability to do Sky's Hope. And then once you finish Sky's Hope, which is the last one, then again, you can pick Alnara's Bloom on all future characters. Like, admittedly, the system is kind of annoying, but it also, like, it doesn't really take that long to do. Like, I blasted it out in, like, 2 hours or so on my European account across a few alts, and then I'm good to go, and now I can do Alnara's Bloom on every character. And it is really efficient, so, yeah, you may as well. You don't visit Harrandar other than for raids or delves? Yeah, I feel that. I mean, literally until 12.0.7, I did not bother doing that achievement. I had done like 1 or 2 early in the expansion, and then I just kind of ignored it because it was really shit, and I didn't like it. There was no reason to do it. But once I saw how good it was for leveling, I looked into it, and I'm like, oh, actually, yeah, this isn't too bad. They did change it, right? Early on in the expansion, it was a massive pain to progress it. It was like weekly locked or whatever. The fact that you can now spam it on alts, that is a change from launch. So it would have been a much bigger nuisance if it worked the way it did on launch. So I guess thank God that they did change that. Poor Miss Weaver was worried for you. Yeah. I mean, I think the only time I was even remotely in danger was that one Azur Vault. Chillin'. Bear OP. You have a bunch of PvP mates that you tend to carry through dungeons? Yeah. Domcroft said, may the arrow be with you. I appreciate it. And with your spirit. There's gonna be like one fucking other person who I don't know, like I don't know actually how common that is, but surely somebody out there is gonna think that was funny as hell. But I don't know. Maybe it was a really dumb joke. I'm not even Catholic anymore. Do I save? I think I could probably justify Puzzle Box here. Gives me some damage. And then I can incarn the boss. I think I missed a message earlier. Yes, I missed I definitely missed some Twitch messages earlier. Let me go back. Some people hate questing and think it's slow. Yeah. I mean, I can understand the people who don't like questing because they don't want to, like, figure it out, right? Like, that's why I've said a few times, you know, with the addition of Follow the Arrow, there's kind of no reason to really hate questing anymore, right? You can maybe hate the idea of questing, sure, but, like, if you hate the fact that questing takes you a while, it's like, I mean, I've done literally all of the hard work for you. There's nothing to slow you down anymore. But I definitely understand that point. Of some people just hate it. It's just, I wish, you know, it sucks that people can't admit that, right? Like, people can't be honest about, like, how they actually feel for stuff like that. Instead of just saying, like, I don't like questing, and, you know, that just is how it is, that's my preference. There's that constant narrative of, like, having to force their point to be correct. Okay, I think we're about, like, one dungeon out. Give or take. I will say, so, okay, instant queue. If I'm, like, literally half a bar away, I'm not going to do an entire extra time walking dungeon for half a bar. Because if anybody is literally, like, half a bar away, and they do, like, one time walking dungeon, that person's a fucking moron. Don't do that. You should not do that. In fact, I mean, I already have these quests to turn in, which will be some amount of XP. I should probably... I don't even know where this turns in. I'm guessing Valdraken? So I'll do this dungeon, I'll turn in that, and then that should definitely be enough. But if somebody is barely sure, I mean, you would just do crafting something to get that remaining tiny bit of XP. We're almost there. I'm almost free from prison. And look, I'll be honest, like, what I never understand is why people say, like, that oh, time walking is so fun. I just enjoy brain off time walking. Dude, I'm dying here, man. Like, they're not wrong. Like, this is, for the most part, outside of moments like the fucking Brackenhide, it is mostly brain off. But that's also why I can't fucking stand this shit, dude. Like, I'm just so bored. This is just so fucking miserable. If I wanted to do dungeons, I'd just do M+. And I understand that people are like, well, they find questing boring, and, like, maybe it's because I'm thinking about, you know, the routes and stuff like that. And, like, I'm trying to optimize questing. I don't know. It's like the entire reason I even started doing speed leveling in the first place is because I was kind of getting bored questing. So what did I do? What level is the mage? Mage is 84, actually, so that's decent. Hunter is decently geared. Alright, so it's not just low level scaling here. But yeah, I started getting bored of doing quests and stuff like that, so I started just recording my times. Like, alright, you know, this isn't the most fun thing ever, but what if I tried to see if I could, like, you know, figure out better strats every single time and improve my time, and then next thing you know, I'm making YouTube videos about it. So, in an effort to turn a boring but necessary activity into something a little bit more fun, I, you know, started doing this whole YouTube thing. Feels like a much better way to approach it than, you know, I'm gonna force myself to do the slower thing that's also boring just because I refuse to try and think of creative ways to do the other thing that I find boring. I don't know. Woohoo! That was clean. But you can, like, look at how little damage I'm actually able to do at this point. The scaling is brutal. It's insanely boring for you? What, questing or time walking? I'm not going to pretend questing is, like, riveting content, right? It most certainly isn't. But I definitely feel far more engaged doing questing than I ever do, like right now. I mean, I genuinely... I'm like, fucking falling asleep here. The only thing keeping me going is that we are almost at the end, and then after this, I get to showcase how fucking kick-ass the Fall of the Arrow route is. Like, that's the thing keeping me alive right now. But, oh my goodness. It's just like... Okay, time walking? Alright, alright. So we're in the same boat. Look at this show. I'll be honest, I did not plan that at all, but I'm gonna roll with it. It just, if it works, it works. Especially, like, I mean, Algathar, right? Like, Algathar is literally in the current season. I had to farm this dungeon on my main druid for fucking Puzzle Box, and here I am, back again. Oh. Give me a Ravage prop. Give me a... there we go. Do we really split our stuff 50-50? Surely we just kill. We ignore this. I do think genuinely, though, like, for this boss, you do Fire Goal, right? Because it dies in one burn. You do Fire Goal, you pop Lost, boom. Dies in one burn. Even without Lost, dies in one burn. You don't need to do both. So if you have to pick between both of them, the Fire one is far more impactful. The other issue is, like, normally I did a gigantic pull here. There's no way that I would survive doing the same pull that I did before. With Incarn, maybe. Without Incarn, no. Also, I can't kill the mobs. Like, to give you an idea, by the way, of, like, we were talking before about the advantages of Druid LaClaw. When I was, like, level 82 or something like that, I pulled this entire hallway all the way up to where Veximus's boss room is. I popped Incarn, and I did, like, 90% of the overall damage and just soloed all of that trash and killed it. Like, I think the first set of Monotonous Lectures went out, I in-cap roared it or typhooned it or whatever, and then they were just dead. And I just killed it from there. Like, that's how much burst Druid of the Claw can do in an Incarn window. But at this point, like, it would not be even remotely the same. Oh my god, okay. Yeah. Well, it kind of works out well that, like, in the dungeon where I am at my weakest, we actually have 3 really good DPS who just fucking obliterated that ball. Okay, sure, yeah. We're stuck in Doragos' Eternal Hell. Almost free. We're so close. Free me. I think, like, what was my prediction? Did I make a prediction before starting about what I thought time walking would be? I think I said about 3 hours. I don't know if I don't know if I vocalized that. That is what I was thinking around. But honestly, I thought it might be faster. there is some level of variance here, but, like, I suppose this is where you could maybe make an argument that, like, pre-made groups, like, if every single run was as fast as, like, the first few runs I did, then maybe you can save up to, like, 30 minutes. You could probably get time walking spam under 3 hours. I don't think that's unrealistic. But I think if the stars aligned, if you had an absolutely perfect group, and realistically speaking, it would either require, like, level 90 Twinks boosting you, or rotating between, like, level 11/81 Twinks or whatever boosting you. Something like that. And if you did that, maybe you could save, like, enough time to get, like, a sub 3 hour. But, like, it's so hard to imagine a world in which you can save that much more time. Like, really, what could you do at that point? And then we're still, like, I mean, you'll have to see the Fall of the Arrow time. Like, I already know what to expect, right? I just look at my time without the 30% buff, 1 hour, 38 minutes. Like, even that alone without the 30% buff, we're so far off my existing current record. But even with the 30% buff, like, how are you going to get that much time saved? How is it going to be even that much closer? I don't know.
Greetings, new. Who are you? You are not registered here.
These are sacred halls of learning. Only those registered may access them. Learn from this. Learn from this.
There's also the Brackenhide affix, true. Alright, does this get me the rest of the way? Not quite. Okay, so I will need to go turn in those 2 quests, but if I turn in those quests, which technically are part of time walking. For 10 to 80, though, no, it's not. Absolutely, it's not. You get the 30% buff, and then you follow my route. Time walking is still not fast from 10 to 80. And if you don't know where to find my existing guides, they're not in Follow the Arrow yet. They're like the routes have not been added with the arrow, but you can find links to my YouTube guides. And when Follow the Arrow is updated for these routes, this is what the route will be. It'll just be the route in my YouTube video, but built into the add-on. Because it's still fast. Where? Okay, it's back there. This should be it, right? Okay, this should be it, right? Okay, that is it. Let's do... Alright, I mean, under 3.5 hours, which is, like, could be worse. It could be worse, but, like... Woo! Okay, and now I gotta stretch my legs, and then we run it back again. Ah, fuck, it's 6 hours already. Alright, well, the nice thing is, the second run is going to be a lot faster. There's that. Honestly, I'm glad I did the time walking run first, right? Because imagine if I did the Fall of the Arrow run, and then I went back to do time walking spam. I would have been fucking dead inside. Whew. Let's see, I missed a few messages. Let me scroll up real quick. Master the Fur said, Legion Remix burned you out. You rather do expansion by expansion, leveling, delve, world tour, crafting, and some characters reserved for Sojourner. Yeah, I think knocking out Sojourner questlines is also a decent option, especially if you need, like, rep rewards and stuff like that. WoD treasure collecting was fast but boring. Yeah. Some in-between expansion events fall in the same category. Kind of. I'll be honest. Remixes... I mean, Remix is just kind of a different level of insanity. where, I mean, I've been playing this game for a while. There have been definitely in between like events, like, you know, mysterious Winds of Mysterious Fortune or whatever. There have been times where leveling is fast. People often cite like the Legion invasions or whatever. I mean, Remix was so broken that we leveled from start to max in under 2 minutes. Like, it's not even remotely in the same realm of speed. Now, were most people still leveling in about, like, 45 minutes, which is definitely a mile off sub 2 minutes? Yeah, sure. But the fact that that was even possible in Legion Remix is not something that would have been really possible outside of, like, genuine exploits, which, don't count, right? Using perfectly legitimate means, we got a sub 2 minute time. Like, that is absurd. That is a thing that can only happen in a mode like Remix. It's in a league of its own. Joined stream late. Is there a specific reason you subjected yourself to this CBT or just purely testing? Yes, there is. Well, it mix of both, right? The specific reason is somebody on Reddit called me a giant nerd, and I wanted to prove them correct by testing time walking. If you go back to the first like 30 minutes of the VOD, you can see the Reddit post that kind of set this all in motion. Really, like, I had planned to do this for a while. I said before I was going to do 80 to 90 testing with turbulent timeways. Now, initially, all I was going to do was test, like, Follow the Arrow with the buff. But then because I have to deal with so many people who are like, but why is dungeon spam not fast? Like, I'm just like, alright, you know what? I'll fucking prove it. I'll prove that I am, in fact, a giant nerd, and that time walking spam is not fast, and I'll do it by setting up a fucking control group and then doing a second run. On that note, right, the entire basis for this is I'm hopping over to the PTR, so now we have a second speed run. So for anybody who joined late and missed that part, we're doing another run now. That is the first run. After getting the 30% buff on my druid, I basically duplicated my druid onto the PTR. So that's the dungeon spam run. Now we get the Follow the Arrow run. So we're going back in time, which, thematic, I suppose. And are you fucking... Okay, for a second. I was worried. I accidentally logged on to the 12.1 PTR, and it said my characters were incompatible. Got rage baited into the 3.5 hours of his life being reduced to atoms. Yes, but at the same time, think about how this plays with, YouTube shit. Like, I can now literally say at the start of a video, I did 2 test runs, one with dungeon spamming, and it took 3.5 hours. By using my route, it only took me, I guess, whatever the end result here is, like an hour and a half or something like that. And in this video, I'm going to teach you how you can do it too, by using my add-on Follow the Arrow, or something like that. So, I'm not, the thing is, people are like, oh, he's just trying to get people to use his add-on, so he's lying. Like, no, I've fucking tested it. Here's the fucking evidence. I did the fucking work. So, now, it's not a case of, trust me, bro, my thing is faster. It's, I did the exact dumb shit that you people always bait me into doing, and I've proven that it is slower. Here's the proof, and here's the faster way. Now, congratulations. Stop fucking dungeon spamming if you're trying to level fast. So. Now, before I do that, let me scroll up a little bit. Oh yeah, I missed, can we prepare the Turbulent Timeway buff beforehand, or does it fall off being logged off? No, it persists when you're logged off. Now, so, I have the buff, and as you'll see, when I log into my druid here, which, I'll quickly log in just to demonstrate, right? I'm not gonna start the timer or anything, but I'll log in, show you the buff is intact on this copy of my druid. It does not decay while you're logged off. So the loading is finished. And then we'll do the run again. Lying to get people to use his add-ons for free. Dude, yeah, see, it's the fucking 12.0.7 servers. I don't know what's wrong with these fucking servers, dude. I haven't had these issues with 12.1 so far, but the 12.1.7 or 12.0.7 servers are a fucking disaster. They have serious connection issues, and it's just a massive pain in the ass. But yeah, see, buff's still at 3 hours, and this is, I logged onto this character hours ago, right? My buffs, persist. So yeah, you can get the buff and then just log out. Wait, you commented on that thread? Well, if so, I appreciate you, I mean, I don't know which comment was yours, but I wish, like, if somebody had commented on it, next time somebody says that, just tell them to ask me, right? Because that was the thing that annoyed me the most, is, like, multiple people on that thread were saying, why don't you just ask Harldan if you don't know what he means? And they're like, oh, well, he's clearly tired of talking about it. Like, no, motherfucker, just ask! Instead of, like, making a gigantic Reddit thread about it, just fucking ask me. Like, it's not that hard. I put my contact information in, like, every fucking video. I have a Discord server. I answer questions all the fucking time. The 30% buff is tune-specific, yes. Oh, you were one of the people who said to just ask? Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. That's I wish I had found out about it earlier than like I guess 12 hours ago or so, whenever it was. Because the thread was locked by the time I saw it. And like I have left multiple, especially over the last few months, because as I said, I have seen a lot of people discussing my add-on. Like, there was, just a few weeks ago, somebody in my guild said that they saw a Reddit post about my add-on. They sent it to me. And the title of the thread was literally Question About Fall the Arrow add-on. So, I've seen a few people make Reddit posts asking, either leveling-related stuff and then mentioning my add-on, or directly asking a question about an issue they ran into. And I try to give answers, and I'd like to think that, you know, every single time I carefully explain it, and usually they're like, oh, thank you very much. Like, I try to explain. Unfortunately, like, that was on the WoW Noob subreddit. I usually, like, I will every now and then open up the WoW subreddit and, like, scroll through to see if there's any, like, juicy drama that I missed out on. Or sometimes see posts like that. But I didn't know about this. I don't browse the WoW Noob subreddit, so. The first time I even heard about it was actually like a few weeks ago, when on one of those, there's a really funny thread. If you guys look through like my Reddit comment history, one of the things I responded to, some guy had like an absolute fucking meltdown. Somebody asked a question about Fall the Arrow. I gave them a nice answer. The person said thank you. Some random other dude comes in. It's like, do not install the Fall the Arrow add-on. It is horrible. It is super slow. Only for people who speedrun is it actually good, but it is terrible. I had a horrible time. It doesn't do this, and that. And then like I left a comment basically saying like, sorry you had a bad experience, but like a bunch of the things you just outlined, the add-on can do. Like, it's in the settings. Just open it up, right? They never responded to me, by the way. They left this massive rant about how, like, the add-on is horrible. I explained to them how to fix the problem. Never gave me a response, right? I don't know if that, like, they knew it was me or not, and they just didn't want to engage, right? But, like, I also did explain their problem, and they didn't acknowledge it. But then other people responded, basically saying, like, dude, what the fuck is your problem? Why do you hate this add-on so much? And they went on this long rant, and they compared Follow the Arrow to GitHub. They said, GitHub is the kind of thing that programmers will tell you to use because it's such a helpful tool, but it's only good if you know how to use it. And like, somebody else said, what the fuck are you on about? Why are you comparing a leveling add-on to GitHub? They're like, don't you know what a metaphor is, brother? Like, Like, you really need to read it to get the full understanding of, like, how fucking deranged this entire thing was. I really considered, like, jumping in after and basically trying to, like, understand. But, I don't know. I figured, like, there's, at a certain point, while I may, like, enjoy reading drama from a distance, I do try and keep my hands clean every now and then. And there was just, like, this person was clearly deranged. And thankfully, other random people on Reddit were, like, you know, very aware of how deranged this person was. And they kept basically saying, you know, this is unhinged behavior. Why do you hate this add-on so much? But he just kept responding. Like, it's a gigantic thread. It just kept going back and forth, back and forth. And I never got a response, right? And my response was super nice. I just said, like, hey, here's how to fix your issue. Sorry you had a bad experience. Never said anything. Just kept responding to the people telling him that he was unhinged. Oh, boy. Must be nice living the Voldemort life, yeah. He's tired of talking about it. Meanwhile, your first experience of joining the Discord is staring at a wall of text from you longer than a doctor's thesis. Yeah, sounds about right. I actually, speaking of which, there was an Icy Veins post about one of my speedruns, like, a week, well, I think it was the monk speedrun, a week or so ago, and I saw it, and in that post they mention, in his Discord, Harldan further clarifies blah, 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 blah. I'm just like, wait, what the fuck? Like, the Icy Veins writers are reading the Discord server now? I never really thought about that. I usually think of the Discord server as, you know, a place where, like, people ask questions that I just give them answers and other people can read it. But, like, now news articles are, like, reading my Discord for further comments. Like, they didn't presumably ask the question to me. I don't think they were the person who asked me about, like, Windwalker or whatever. So they actually joined my Discord server and then read one of my fucking doctor's theses or whatever. And used that as, like, extra information, or maybe an AI scraped it. I don't know what Icy Veins does, but either way. Yeah. I mean, I'll give them credit. Like, they did their I'm too tired, man. Due diligence. Does the 30% apply to Delvers? 30% applies to everything, yes. The 30% buff applies to all sources, not just Timewalking. So, yes, you are correct. Well, I can't get to... first off, 82 would not be enough to get straight to 90. But also, this is what my character reached after getting the 30% buff, right? So, if I had all the Delvers turn-ins at this point, that would be lovely. I don't. I still have to actually do the Delves. I have to get the turn-ins first. So, you know, kind of a key component. Now, that being said, by the time I'm done completing all of the Delves, there is a good chance that I will be ready to do the turn-in. I'm gonna have to make more coffee in a little bit. We're gonna reset the timer though. So edit splits. What the heck? Close splits. Edit splits. What time is it? Okay. 0. 40 minutes, 33 seconds, and 60 milliseconds is precisely where it was before. And we have reverse time. We have already completed the bad ending. Now we've gone back in time to get the good ending, where Harldan chose to instead use Follow the Arrow instead of running Timewalking dungeons for 3.5 hours. It's only good for the people who want to level fast. Yeah, exactly. WoW Redditors are truly a different breed, yeah. Not the GitHub debate again. You remember reading a thread somewhere where people are going mental over GitHub being leaked stuff because there's no massive download now button in the middle? Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. Like, I'm not a big fan of GitHub, but also, like, I'm not a big programmer, right? Like, people have... It's kind of a separate topic, right? Because this person's random, you know, tangent about GitHub is wholly unrelated to... what's it called? Completely unrelated to my issues with GitHub, right? But a lot of people have been asking me to, like, you know, follow the arrow on GitHub or whatever like that, and I don't want to, but it's just for unrelated reasons, right? Not necessarily that I think it would be complicated, but just, like, it's work that I don't think is necessary. Like, why would I do that? But, either way. Alright, let me... I think I've decompressed enough after that. I'm ready to go. But I do need more coffee. So, I'm going to refill my coffee, and we're going to sit down. We're going to do the second speedrun. Second of 2 speedruns. It is currently almost 7 a.m. I am very tired, but the nice thing is, this should be pretty fast. And then I will have all the footage and evidence that I need to finish making my video and hopefully have that out by Thursday. And then, you know, all the Reddit threads will maybe finally shut up. We'll see. Alright, I'll go make coffee. Alright. Coffee has been obtained. Let me quickly double check like Discord and stuff, make sure I haven't missed any messages before I sit down and knock this out. Because I'll be honest, I probably, like, the moment I'm done with this, I probably will, well, definitely, that'll be the last thing for stream, but then also I'm going to probably immediately go to sleep. So if there's any, like, missing comments, I want to make sure I've gone up them all. I think we are good. All I need to do is make sure at some point I do the Wordle, but 24 hours to do that. Alright. I'll be honest, by the way. I'm pretty sure, I feel like, what's its name? Sergeant Dokes. For, my guild's Wordle. I am, like, fairly confident that our Fury Warrior is cheating on the Wordle, but I just can't prove it. I don't know. But, I mean, like, okay, so, hold on, can I gotta show you guys the type of fucking guesses this guy was doing. Here. Where is it? I have to scroll up and find this. It's gonna take me like a minute. But there's just like a certain level of some people just don't get Wordle. Some people are just fucking shit at Wordle. And you know what? It happens, right? It's not everybody's game. But at a certain point, if somebody is just clearly like their brain doesn't get it, right? And then they go from being like one of the worst players ever to suddenly consistently getting it in like 2 to 4 guesses, like every single day. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just like, and like every now and then, like the other day, he got it in 6, right? But he was running it down, and then on guess 5, he like just perfectly got like everything he needed, and then guess 6, he got it. And then he had the balls to call, like he put a gif of calling somebody else a noob who failed it when he chickened out on the second to last guess. Like, it's kind of sus behavior. Man, I posted this a while ago. Problem is, it was on my last computer of these images. So in order for me to show it on stream, I have to find where I posted it in the guild Discord so that I can pull it up. Man. How long ago was this? Surely I must be getting closer. Any second now. Any second now. No. Okay, I will say, I thought it was gonna be... I thought it wasn't gonna take me fucking... How long have I been hitting the scroll wheel? Dude, a lot of time has passed since, this image. So, okay, credit where it's due. He has had, I guess, wow, it's been a month since we started doing Guild Wordle. Maybe a little bit more than that. He has had some time to improve. I'll give him that much. But, like, I don't know. Like, whenever I finally find this image, you'll see what I mean. The warrior cheating on Wordle is the most hilarious thing you've heard. I mean, like, if you saw this guy, or well, if you had to raid with this guy, and frankly, if you've heard him in any of the fucking dungeons and stuff that I streamed, or whatever, that he was in, like, he's just, I don't know. There's something about Baze. Baze is like an interesting fella. He really is. I don't know. Like, the thing is, some of the stuff he says, like, you have to imagine it is rage bait, right? Like, he says things where you think to yourself, like, nobody could be that stupid, right? And I think, like, you can't, right? He is, in many ways, embracing the warrior thing, because he's one of the warrior theory crafters in what's it called? like the Skyhold Discord and whatever. Like he's an official WoW ambassador. So he is like the warrior ambassador, right? He's supposed to represent the class, and he does a really good job at that. Like you could not get a more picturesque version of a warrior player. But it's hard to sometimes tell like how much is just, you know, playing it up to live up to the title and what is actually genuine. I don't know. Holy shit. Okay. I did not realize this felt more recent to me than it was. I am currently back in May. It's been a while. At this point, it would have definitely been faster to just like find the images on my other computer. But surely this was like start of May. Because I remember this was around the time we killed Lura, which come to think of it, I guess was like 2 months ago, huh? Fucking hell. Okay, I found it. I fucking found it. Okay, finally. Warrior players say no more. Yeah. Warrior theory crafting blink once or blink twice. Okay. Let's see. Save image. And then, all right, how do I bring this up on screen? It would be under downloads, right? Okay, and these were, in fairness, some of his earlier Wordles, right? Okay, I think I know what to do. I have an image display on OBS. Well, this works. All right, here we go. I think you guys can see this. So this was one of his first Wordles after he started playing. As you can see, he didn't really understand how to play. So there's so many things wrong with this one. Now, when I was, because like I started like the whole guild Wordle thing. A few people in my guild were talking about the Wordle, and I just like I ripped it in because there's like the whole like app thing in the general channel for our guild Discord, and a few people who normally don't play Wordle started joining in. So I was like yapping about, you know, good starting words and whatnot. And I pick like off the wall starting words that I think are fun. Like my go-tos tend to be quest and guilds, just because, you know, haha, funny, like thematic stuff. But also like they're not terrible starting words. They really aren't. They have like a good mix of vowels. So, and quest is like fun just because whenever, I've said this before, whenever like a word does start with Q and you just like nail it in 3, and people just run it down, like this one, you know, that actually was a Q word. So I can't remember what I did, but I almost certainly got this one in like 3. And then a bunch of people usually end up running it down. But I mentioned that, you know, a lot of people, you know, like to start with slate. Slate is like considered to be the best word. Adieu is another word because it knocks out all the vowels and stuff. Yeah, curio is another good one. There's a lot of, like, optimal starting words. So I had mentioned that, like, slate is considered to be optimal. You also said salé. Slate, but with, like, a bit of a twist. So, because I had mentioned slate was good, so the warrior starts with slate, then we get, you know, he already has A confirmed, but let's try A in a different position. We're also... the E at the end is grayed out, but, you know, we're gonna reuse it in the second one. And then goes straight into a double letter guess. There's, you know, no evidence that O is in there, but we're gonna immediately guess 2. And then he somehow, like, lucks into the CK there. And then his first instinct is to go with a Q. Now, this one, admittedly, is so cursed that, like, I don't know if he's trolling. You'll also notice, by the way, that he started, like, Slate starts with S, right? It's gray. He uses S again in Raise. It's still gray. His fourth guess, which ends up being close, starts with S again, also in the first position. Not that it matters. It's still gray, but he uses it in the first position again, for some reason. So 3 S's, despite it being gray all 3 times. But, you know, that's not going to stop him. And, at the time, I remember people were kind of suspicious of this one because, like, how do you go from just ripping Moody in the blue to, like, magically getting Snack, which reuses S in the first position, which, like, is conveniently getting you very close to, you know, Quack, right? Which ended up, in this case, this was 2 months ago, right? This is not a Wordle spoiler. This is, like, a 2-month-old Wordle, right? Yeah, I mean, there's so many things wrong with this one. Right? Like, you don't even know where to begin. But then, this was, like, 1 day later, this was his next Wordle. And, like, I mean, I don't know if this is better or worse. It was pretty close back to back, right? We have a classic of, you know, you get a gray E on the first guess, immediately follow up with a gray E on the second guess in the exact same position. I mean, that's just brilliant. There is also a third guess, by the way, water. There is also an E in water. It's still gray. That didn't change. He also, like, the craziest thing about the fourth guess is watching him do this. He gave up, basically, on the fourth one. He couldn't think of any words, had no idea what to pick, and just started punching in random strings of letters that sounded like a word. I don't think he knows what Jumar means. I don't even know what Jumar means. What does Jumar mean? Jumar is a mechanical rope climbing device generally called a descender that grips a rope securely. I don't fucking know what that means. This guy's never climbed a rope in his life. He definitely doesn't know what Jumar means. He just punched in a bunch of random letters. But he also decided to choose R in the final position, which he already knew was, you know, yellow because of, water, his previous guess, so he got basically 0 information from this, except he, like, you know, lucked into the A and U position. And then Quran is, I mean, it's something. It's technically, out of all of his guesses here, the only one that isn't, like, objectively dogshit. And then we eventually end up with Rural on the final guess, which, at this point, I think I remember, like, it took him about 5 minutes to get that last one, and I ran through, like, every possible combination with the words he had available. I don't even know if there was a valid word after Quran outside of the correct solution, so I think he reached a point where it was impossible to fail. So good for him, I guess. But this is what his Wordles looked like when he first started playing Wordle, which 2 months ago. But at some point along the line, I don't know, like, what happened, but, you know, today, the Wordle, a few hours ago, he got it in 3. And he's been doing pretty well, in fairness, right? But it kind of felt like, all of a sudden, you know, he still ran it down quite a bit over, like, the first month of Wordle, and suddenly there was, like, a shift, right? Where I've been playing Wordle on and off for a while now. I'd like to think I've gotten pretty good at it. But, you know, frankly, if we're being real, I started, I think, at a much better position than fucking this shit. So, I don't know. It's sus. I'm watching him. He definitely cheated on this one? Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely very sus. Am I going to be using the Midsummer buff? No. The Midsummer buff, keep in mind, it's 10% mob kill XP only. It's very minor. It also doesn't stack with Darkman Fair buff. So, I didn't use the Midsummer buff in the first run, which obviously means I'm not going to use it in the second run to keep things equal. But the bigger reason why I don't want to use it is I want to keep a solid baseline, right? This way, we have an understanding, like a foundation of what to expect without Darkman Fair, so you can have a reasonable assumption of when you have Darkmoon Faire, how much faster will it be? That's the idea. But okay. I think that's enough of a little side tangent. I don't even remember why I started ranting about this, but you know what? I think would you say Koa catching Wordle criminals wasn't on your stream, Mingo? Yeah, honestly, not on mine either. But I felt like that needed to be said. Oh yeah, I think it was really just because I saw his Wordle today, getting it in 3 guesses. I'm just like, another one, huh? He's either on a very lucky streak, or he's turned to the dark arts. Because, I don't know, with a starting performance like that, it's hard to really be convinced. Alright. Guild Wordle and New York Times Wordle are separate puzzles? No, it's the New York Times Wordle. It's just there's an app in Discord that lets you play it. And it shows the people's scores on it. I will say, the only other person who I'm just who confuses me out of Guild Wordle is our mage. Our mage, I know he's not cheating. He's definitely not cheating. And the reason I know he's not cheating is because every now and then, he'll just, he'll get to the final guess, and then he has, 3 out of 5 of the letters, and he writes something completely random that doesn't even use all of his unlocked green letters. He will have 3 green letters, and then he'll, his final guess, I don't even know what it is, but, it shows you, the boxes, right? And his final guess only has 1 green letter. And then I'll add him in the server, and I'm like, what did you do on that final guess? You clearly at least had 3 out of 5. At least your last chance, make it something that could work. And it was just I don't know, I couldn't think of anything, I gave up, I just YOLO'd it. It's yeah, but if you're gonna YOLO with the guesses, the information you have available. Don't just pick a random word that you know can't be possibly it. So he confuses me sometimes, but I'll give him credit, he tries. And he doesn't cheat, and I respect him more for trying and, failing than trying and potentially, I'm not gonna make any accusations, but potentially cheating. I'm on to the warrior. Would I recommend someone leveling a Demon Lock who doesn't get instant TBC queues to use Midsummer? Yeah, well, okay, to be clear, if you don't have, right now, Darkmoon Faire is not active. If you don't have Darkmoon Faire buff, yeah, use Midsummer. It's free XP. The reason I am not using it is because I am trying to gather data. I'm not just trying to level as fast as possible. Whenever I'm trying to level as fast as possible, I do it with Darkmoon Faire buff. So, for my actual speedruns, I have to wait till Darkmoon Faire. This is not a replacement for Darkmoon Faire. But because of that, I want to make sure that my non-Darkmoon Faire runs are kept, to a standardized baseline. Does that make sense? Because I want to make sure that the data is clean. But, you have no such obligation. You have a XP buff available, regardless of how trivial, use it. That being said, I think I can log in. Alright, I'm gonna make sure everything's in order. Because I think my UI might be fucked up. And then once I know everything is good to go, we'll start the timer. Get set. So what do I have left off, right? I think, I'll clear my bags. And we have to do the engineering thing, right? Yeah. So we have the engineering helmet left. I have most of my consumables left. I had buffs up before it wipes your oils when you transfer over, so I'll buff that up. I mean, it's 5 seconds? Doesn't matter. Oh, fuck it, I'll refresh fried bonefish. I'll give myself a... Oh man, I'm getting a 5-second advantage of refreshing fried bonefish, but also, I kind of sat here for a little bit and monologued. I'm gonna tick down a little bit. Also, war mode is, just to clarify, war mode's still 15%, right? There's no shenanigans afoot. Just so it's clear. We got today's Wordle 5th try. Nice. But okay, I think that is good to go. So let's... Where's my timer? Oh, it was just okay. I had the window minimized. All right, and let's go. All right, so gonna go over here. We're gonna talk to Liadrin. Definitely want to first heard this tale before. Skip. We're going straight to Eversong. I'm gonna quickly skip through all this intro stuff. Right, so there's all these steps. You don't need to know this stuff. I'm on the campaign, actually. Oops. Skip, turn on war mode, speak to Liadrin, pick up Eversong. Alright, so we're gonna do... Hello? Mouse? There we go. What is going on here? Alright, okay. So, something interesting. I just realized my, well, that's awkward. My PTR version of the add-on is not actually up to date. Which is fine, right? Obviously, I know the route. But that is, just a little bit unfortunate. Just because it'll be difficult for me to properly walk through everything, and also I'm gonna need to fuck. I'm also fuck yeah, I forgot. PTR, I'm gonna have extremely long Harrandar load screens. That's life, right? Gotta deal with that. So I'm gonna lose a solid 2 minutes on this run just because of the I have no idea what's wrong with Harrandar, but this zone in particular does not load properly on the PTR. That's what it is. And even with these massive disadvantages, I'm still going to completely smoke the time walking time. I'm also going to immediately leave Harrandar, because as I was on that loading screen, I realized I should go to Voidstorm first to adapt, because I've already hit level 81, like we're 82. Normally, I would only do this section later on, after I've done the initial delves, because if I'm starting at level 80, I would not be jumping straight in at level 81. But in this case, because we started with the time walking dungeons, I'm there already, which means I can buy the rep rewards, and that will be beneficial because I'll get better scaling. So we go down here, talk to you, see the renown items, transfer. I don't have Voidlight Marl. Right, never mind, I can't do this. Alright. We're burning 2 minutes. Burning 2 minutes right at the start just to flex, right? That's the only reason to do this. We're fucking flexing on the time walking spammers. Right, because you need to have at least like a tiny bit of Voidlight Marl to actually transfer, which means I need to do at least a single delve. Technically, can I do this? That gives me fucking 2 Voidlight Marl. Okay. Alright, and then do this. Transfer, just transfer all. Well, fucking, we got there in the end. So, obviously, if you're watching this and you have not used the new Follow the Arrow update, then I'm just letting you know right now, all of this stuff is included in it. The unfortunate thing is, apparently, it did not auto-update my PTR, and I had not considered that. So, the old version of Follow the Arrow is currently loaded on this version of the game. And I'll be honest, I am not about to go and, like, pause the run and get my PTR versions updated and whatnot. I'm gonna do the route. You can trust me that it is updated. I mean, you can go download and see it for yourself right now. But it's, like, I'm also one thing that I could do, right, is I could keep Follow the Arrow running along with me and, like, skip around and whatnot, but honestly, I'm gonna lose too much time doing that, just for, like, silly demonstration purposes. At this point, what I need to do is just, like, you know, follow the arrow in my mind, and just, at this point, what's important is that the demonstration is intact, and that we get a good representation of, like, how to level quickly. Get this. Teleport out. I have no idea if the rare mobs are up today. Normally, before starting a speedrun, I check this, but also... okay, yeah. You know what? I'm gonna skip it in this case. So, for those dailies, you could do them if you want to, but it really doesn't matter, and I only tend to do them when all 3 of the daily quests are up at the same time. I don't think it's worth it otherwise. Go down here. I also am currently of the opinion that it is better to do the delves on tier 1. It's going to take a while to load in, because the delves count as, like, instances that they need to get spun up. So. You need some to transfer, can't you take warband transferable currency? Can you do that? Where is that? Oh, fuck, you can. Okay. I learned something new today. Whoa, okay. Something really broke on the PTR. I'm telling you, 12.0.7 is, like, fucked to shit. Oh, yeah, another problem, right? Keep in mind, because we've, I talked about this in the speedrun, but my scaling is not going to be that beneficial, because Blizzard forces an aura onto you, this thing, that sets your item level to a specific amount. So the fact that I have really good gear won't matter. I'm going to be scaled as if I am still fairly undergeared. So this actually would have been even faster if I had done it on live servers, because my character would have been stronger relative to the delves. So I am actually basically completely fucking handicapping myself by doing this on the PTR. But by doing all of this, I am completely removing any possible argument that can be used against Follow the Arrow. So you know what? Worth it. And it's fucking lagging like shit. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna break this mushroom. Stuck on something. Oh, Mandate just procced. Alright, let's go. It's nice that Mandate works on the little mobs like this as well. Would be nice if it could affect you too. Okay, let's Typhoon. Nice, we got the cast. And then I just need... Nice, okay, it's dead. Then one more mushroom. And at this point, honestly, we're going to do a full Delve World Tour. And if I feel after the fact that I need any additional XP, then we'll play it by ear. One thing is, I'm probably going to skip Southworld's Soiree, which I would normally do on live servers, just because in order to get Southworld's Soiree to work, you would need other people to make it, like, efficient. And I'm not going to find that on here. So I won't actually have Southworld's as part of the final turn-in, so I'm probably going to be a little bit more lenient with when I actually do that. I also... trying to think about what else I need to adapt. I think if I had Southworld's, I probably... Yeah, if I had Southworld's, I probably would skip Abundance. But since I don't have Southworld's, I do think it is worth including Abundance as the final turn-in point. Just to make things a little bit more efficient. But we'll see. Okay, do this, then it starts the roleplay. Grudge Pit has too many mini-bosses that you don't run unless it's leveling. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying. The nice thing is, as you see though, like, some of those mini-bosses can be one-shot by Mandate. So, like, the final boss here, this is like a boss, so Mandate won't insta-kill it. But those mini-bosses still sometimes just instantly die, so it's not, in my experience, not usually too bad. This one especially is the fastest, because there are, like, usually, like, a bunch of interact stuff, and then mini-boss stuff, and then it's over. So not too bad. We're going to do this because, obviously, getting a trinket would be really nice here. Didn't get it, that's fine. I'm going to use Hearthstone. Then we do Grudge Pit. I have plenty of time until the daily reset, so I should be fine with the whole, like, calamitous thing. Now, with all of this is why it's like it's hard to calculate, because with the whole, like, you know, you can turn in at 85, that is assuming you have abundance and Southrills and all that stuff. Jesus Christ, dude. What are these error messages that are popping up? How is the 12.0.7 PTR this fucking broken? I'm assuming it's... Is it working? I mean, I did make multiple copies of my Druid. If the 12.0.7 PTR just shits itself, right? Like, I will just try again another day. Okay, yeah, it's just very laggy. Like, look at this. What is this error text that's fucking popping up here? What are we doing, Blizzard? Like, if it works in the end, it's fine. Just, I don't know why it's being so glitchy. Okay. Trying to make sure I do this in, like, efficient pulls, because I don't want to abandon these mobs too much, especially while Incarn's up. Maybe should have saved that for the boss, but it's fine. Rounds up all these mobs, then we get the Alma thing. You can clear out a huge cluster here. I picked up Gulf of Memory. The one issue with doing this without Fall of the Arrow is, I'll be honest, I definitely, like, it's easy to get used, like, to the Fall of the Arrow reminders, even for me. Like, I will regularly rely on the reminders that I set for myself in the add-on. So, this is actually... it's kind of nerve-wracking, because if I miss something, if I forget, I have no safety net. Like, there's no add-on to remind me. I just, I have to hope that my muscle memory is good enough to execute the entire route purely based off memory, while also still trying to go fast. It's, yeah. Also, at fucking 7:30 in the morning when I'm quite tired, so I might make a mistake, I hope I don't, but it is not inconceivable. One nice thing is I think I'm going to deliberately avoid turning off war mode, just because obviously that won't matter on the PTR, but also, like, that will allow me to save a little bit of time that I would have lost otherwise by having to, like, re-enable it. It's very minor, but it's just like, I'll take whatever extremely minor save I can get. Do this. We can go here. Our Cantina key. And then what do I do now? The problem is we have March of the Arcane Brigade today, so that's the issue with stuff like Parhelion Plaza. And on any other day, I would actually say, like, if I didn't know already that I was gonna miss South Rills, like, is it possible to transfer the Arcana? Would that even... I don't think it would be worth it if I can't rely on other people to be there. So I do think that I just give that up. And yeah, I kind of need to do Parhelion Plaza. There's no way around it. The question is when, and I guess probably still best to do it now. But then... we also cut Prey. Right, but that doesn't matter. You absolutely can do Prey if you really want to, but in this case, I don't think it's needed. I'm gonna do Void Storm first. I think the time difference should be fairly trivial. Just because... yeah, we'll do this again. This is definitely, like, major adaptation, but also this is, like, everything possibly that can go wrong will go wrong, so I'm just, you know, adapting, doing what I have to. And then even though I'm not going to do, like, a bunch of quests in Voidstorm, this is literally free XP because it's on the way. That's identical. This. Right. And then I guess the question is, what's the okay, yeah, so that's gonna bug out. So I'm basically gonna lose like 30 seconds on every single delve just because it's gonna take me forever to get in. Which, if anything, just goes to show how much faster this can be. And I will get to test that later on with, no, you're good, Sky Games. I appreciate it, though. It is totally fine. Honestly, a lot of people have complained that, like, you know, they struggle to find the runestones and stuff. If anything, this just gives me yet another opportunity to show, like, hey, you can absolutely adapt. You know, you don't need to do literally everything in the route. It still works. I'm trying to, like, do mental napkin math to figure out if I don't have that, which at this point I'm planning on not having that. At what level can I turn in? It's only, like, a 100k difference. It's not actually that sizable. Right? But then I might need to do a little bit more at a later date. I don't know, will I have our Cantina key? I don't think our Cantina key will be up in time for me to return back to Silvermoon. Shit. Come on. So I'm planning to use Wormhole Generator. And I think I can do Wormhole Generator to Silvermoon. Or Wormhole Generator to Eversong and gamble. Right? Like, it's entirely possible I get a really shitty Wormhole Generator location, but I also could be dropped directly inside Silvermoon, which would basically be like a better Arcantina key. It's in theory possible, I think, for me to be dropped at Parhelion Plaza, which would actually be a minor time save. It is a gamble. If I'm dropped somewhere in the south, then I can do Shadow Enclave first. And then I can adapt by doing Arcantina key after. or something. I don't know. Alright, what do I need? I need stabilizers. So I should do... Yeah, I should do this. And then I get the stuff by the boss last. So I get... round up all these mobs. And then the roleplay, yeah, just kill one so the roleplay starts. And then... I guess I pull him. This means I don't get my guaranteed Ravage proc, but it's fine. I'm gonna drums here in that case. Especially because, yeah, I don't have a Feral Frenzy, so I want to get through this quickly. Okay. Ravage proc goes nice. Thing is, he's gonna end up dying, like, basically the moment Feral Frenzy's up. But there's really nothing else that I can actually use it on. Like, by the time we get to the next delve, it'll be up again. I'm not even gonna risk the reward. It would take too long to go loot it. Alright, I'm gonna turn this quest in, just because may as well, it's free XP. In theory, I could justify doing the quest here, especially because I need to do some backup stuff. But... you know, I'm not gonna... Okay. I actually, because I need to do a little bit of backup, I'm not gonna do the entire chain here. But these, like, 2 quests plus bonus objective is actually very good. It's, by far the most efficient set of these quests. And definitely in Voidstorm, pretty much the most efficient set of quests, period. So, I may as well just do this while I'm here. Like, this would be worthwhile. This will help make up for South Rills. Let's do big pull in the direction of this stuff. And then we do the shadow graphs. And then we should do one more big pull. Big pull in this area. And... Ravage proc? Maybe? Perhaps? Oh, nice. Okay, that actually quite good. And there we go. Shadow graphs. Now we do this. And then this is literally just go back to the camp. That actually, it doesn't even get full XP. Fuck it. Maybe it would have been worth it. I don't know. It would have fed directly into the next quest, but I think at some point you need to pick, like, a jumping off point. I do think Abundance is probably still worth doing. Yeah, I can't imagine this would be bad. It's like, as much as I don't think abundance is like the most efficient thing ever, it's fine. It's definitely... If you absolutely needed to cut something, you would cut this, not South Rails. But South Rails I just don't think is even remotely an option for me at this point. And I know, you know, you volunteered, like, oh, you could help out, but, like, I'm just... I don't want, like... It gets murky, right? If I ask for people to help. You know, when I did this test previously on the PTR, obviously in that case, I had to simulate it, because I wanted, like, it couldn't be done on live servers at all at that point when I did my test run. And then also, I used my own alt character. So, you know, really, it's like, I'm doing a very basic thing on my own alt to help set it up. I think that's different than having somebody else help out. It's one of those, like, once you cross that line, it, you know, kind of, I don't want to give anybody, like, opportunity, right, to question that this is faster than Turbulent Time Waste Spam. Even with multiple things going wrong and me having to cut out what I believe to be more efficient parts of the route, this will still be faster. If anything, it just adds to it. This. It does, like, right now, I do believe I am on track to fall behind my 1 hour 38 minute time, which is kind of funny. That you just end up losing so much time from time walking that you can't complete it. There's just so many things that are required to get, like, the perfect turn-in setup. And even with 30%, like, you're going to reach a point where, like, sure, you might be able to, in theory, just do the big turn-in. But at what cost? It's obviously still worth it to get time walking, but, like, we can imagine a world, in theory, where time walking is not actually worth it. I don't think we're there yet, but if the rest of leveling was just so hyper-efficient that it was just better to do efficient activities for, you know, 45 minutes instead of doing time walking to get the buff. Okay, I gotta make sure I deposit this. I think I got enough, but... Yeah, okay, I did. Nice. Figured I did, but it's, always hard to tell with abundance. We got, Calamitous here. My best guess is... Oh, I'll be done in less than 2.5 hours. I mean, that is a very, very, very excessive estimate. You don't think 30% is worth 40 to 60 minutes? Well, it definitely, yeah, with the Dragonflight dungeons, it's, you know, it hurts a little bit. You do have to keep in mind, right? I am kind of bleeding, you know, a decent amount of time here with all the PTR hiccups, right? And even then, no, I will be very, very, very surprised if this takes longer than 2 hours. I think it'll end up being longer than my previous speedrun. And I do still think that in the long run, another thing to consider is this is why I say that for speedruns, it's going to be worthwhile to get the 30% buff at the lower levels. It is just significantly better to do it that way. For sure. I guess looting things don't matter. It's a PTR. Really? I can't use this in combat? That's crazy. At least I have the guaranteed Ravage. But yeah, it's definitely worth it. The only question is, how much extra would I want to do? And I don't know, like, there is a case to be made of maybe you just do delves. the issue with, like, with delves is, like, obviously delves are really good, but then getting, like, doing all 10 delves, like, there would be a world, in theory, where imagine Hope in the Darkest Corners didn't exist, the quest to do 10 delves. If that wasn't a thing, almost certainly you cut Parhelion Plaza. But because by doing Parhelion Plaza, you basically get an extra 100k XP that you wouldn't otherwise, it can be viewed as doubling the value of Parhelion Plaza alone. Because if Parhelion Plaza is the sole thing holding you back, then you just take that extra value and you add it to Parhelion Plaza's efficiency. And at that point, if Parhelion Plaza is worth double a delve, then the fact that it takes a little bit longer, you know, doesn't really matter. But it's a complicated thing to really fully evaluate. But yeah, I think, we'll have to see where I'm at after all the delves. Like, you're definitely going to do all the delves here, or rather, I should say, I'm definitely going to do all the delves as part of this. Also, my Arcantina key's up, so I don't need to gamble with the, I don't need to gamble with the wormhole generator, so that is nice. Shit. I'm gonna interrupt that. Yeah, so I do all delves. After that, it might be very close to turn in, especially because I don't need to do the start of Eversong since I'm not doing South Earls. The only question is, I guess, what do I do? Yeah, I will check this since it's right here. And if it's a trinket, that would actually be quite good. It's not. We'll do this. What level do I turn in at? Definitely not at 84. I think closer to like 84.5 without Darkwind Fair buff, without South Earls, is probably reasonable. Especially, yes, since I did get Abundance. Timewalking dungeons are decently quick for someone slow like you. I'm telling you, you know, if you want speed, right? Like, look, if you enjoy Timewalking dungeons, I'm not going to try and argue with you. Look, what is happening here, dude? Dude, the fucking servers are melting. Deferring object creates. Yeah, like, some shit is broken on this server. That somebody fucked up, right? It looks like it's only on the PTR, though. But, like, man, it's rough. Because it's been... I'm glad that I'm not crazy, though. And that now... I've been testing the 12.1 PTR. It's been fine. I go back to the 12.0.7 to do this run, and nothing works properly. Something on the back end got fucked up when they set up the 12.0.7 PTR, because it's been a fucking train wreck every time I've tested it. Which is, you know, unfortunate, right? I'll have to do a big pull here. But yeah, like, if you enjoy Timewalking dungeons, then do Timewalking dungeons. If you don't genuinely enjoy Timewalking dungeons, they're not fast. The idea that, like, you are somehow magically slower and that you can't follow the route, honestly, what I would say to that is, if you cannot follow the arrow at a speed faster than Timewalking dungeons, then that is a failure on my part, and I would hope that you can, like, explain to me which part you struggled with, so that I can improve it, so that it is better. Because I don't think that it would be slower. I think that the add-on should be self-explanatory enough and easy to follow, to where you would be able to level faster. If you prefer time walking, that's a separate issue entirely. In which case, to each their own. But if Follow the Arrow is not easy enough for you to use to level faster than time walking spam, then let me know so I can fix it. I'm not gonna do my Feral Frenzy here, because I really want that for the final boss. And, like, this is a chance where, like, Mandate could proc. It didn't, but, you know, there's always a chance that it does. Drop down. Jump. What's the best rogue leveling spec? I've been told it's subtlety. Still. Last I tried, it was subtlety. But most people seem to agree, who play rogue actively, say that that's probably still the best option. Oh, shit. I didn't realize that was a fear. Man, I'm getting fucking 0 Ravage procs on this fight. This is... I can't get one right at the end, so okay. Shit. Alright, that's pretty fast. Okay, shoulders. Now, Darkway into Parhelion Plaza. And then, after finishing Parhelion Plaza, we Wormhole Generator into Eversong, and we hope to high roll. Really, like, the average result for Eversong would probably be better than using our Cantina key again. Because if it takes us, like, to Shadow Enclave, obviously, that's a colossal high roll. If it takes us to anywhere generic in, like, Central Eversong, that still saves travel time. Man. Come on, Blizzard. Oh my god. Obviously, if you want, like, a more accurate time for this, you could just, like, pause the timer, ignore the timer as that's happening, because that's, like, that is not realistic for what you would experience on live servers, but I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna basically handicap myself as much as possible, just so that people can't say, oh, but you paused the timer, so it's not legitimate, right? Now, I don't necessarily love this variant of Darkway, but I will say, the more I do it, the more I'm like, it's not the worst thing ever. I think there's a lot of Delve variants where I think as you get to know them, they're okay, especially for leveling. Where, like, in the case of leveling Delves, it's a little bit more acceptable, just because Delves that have, like, excessive numbers of mobs tend to not feel quite as bad if you can just kind of blast through them in a leveling context. Max level, like, this stuff feels like fucking shit, I'll be honest, but... This... Especially in this case, where I can Typhoon it away. Then we align that... If you have ways to, like, knock the mobs away from the conduit so you can actually click on them, it's really annoying how a lot of these interactables, it requires you to have, like, a full cast, which really heavily favors specs like this. Frankly, there's a decent amount of specs that can do something similar. They can knock mobs away, and then boop. But there are specs that can't do that, and then it feels extra bad, because then you just have to sit there and kill all these mobs instead of just kiting them throughout the delve. Nice. Can I get this cast? Nice. And now it's just a case of filling the bar. Should... Yep, fill really quickly. You don't move as fast as I... Yeah, but, like, I mean... I'm difference between speedrunning, right? Movement speed and stuff like that. It's just the amount of time it takes, the amount of XP you get. Like, you could go at literally half my speed, movement speed, and this would still be a faster method. Nice, that's actually quite a good hit. I don't know why the error messages are popping up on my screen, but you could see there it said evaluating CRZ transfer. Evaluating cross-realm zone transfer. So whatever reason, like, somehow the internal Blizzard error messages are popping up visually, which I didn't know could happen. Alright. Fucking March of the Arcane Brigade. Slash debug enabled? Yeah, it wasn't happening before. Maybe a pre-made time-walking group? Nope. Nope, just nope. When will I update Follow the Arrow from 1 to 90? By 12.1 it will be updated. Where are the ballista bolts here? Surely there's a ballista bolt nearby. Just gotta find where. Fortunately, I don't see any. Okay, I see the ballista bolt, actually. I'm blind. Of course, it gets dropped the moment you try to get in combat with this fucking mob, because why not? Why wouldn't they design it like that? I hate the stealth variant so much. It's so fucking ass. Everything about it is designed to just piss you off. It's just so fucking trash. Okay, nice. That one's done. Okay. If I activate most of these sentinels, it could be enough. Of course, these mobs are possible to get around. You can do this in combat, right? Yeah, it's just if you take damage. Okay, Ballista Bolts. Ballista Bolt plus 3 Sentinels, I think, is enough. Honestly, I don't know if it's enough, but the last Sentinel here should be enough. Okay. And then I have to kill these guys so that I can activate the Sentinel so that it goes straight into the pylon without getting attacked. And then all of these. I mean, surely this is enough, right? Okay, yeah, that's enough, so I can run to the middle. Any second now, finish the roleplay. There we go. I hate this stuff so much, I genuinely, like, didn't believe for a second. I'm like, there's no way that they, like, died at 1% or something. But that's exactly the type of thing that would happen to me in March of the Arcane Brigade. I fucking hate this fucking place. Okay, so this will get me to level 84. Honestly, yeah, the final few delves should get me basically more than enough, and then I can do the final turn. So it'll probably take me another 15 minutes to do the remaining delve. I'm probably looking at like a 1 hour 50 finish or something like that. Which is a bummer. Bummer that it's slower, but if anything, that just shows, like, yeah. Timewalking, actually, just in general, is not that fast. If you have to actually do the dungeons. I really thought it would do faster than this. It's definitely faster than spam. Like, that's not even... We're not even remotely close. In terms of, like, is it faster? But I really thought it would be even faster than this. That's wild. Does Mastery of the Time Waste deplete when not offline? No, it doesn't. You love the variant where you have to destroy the void portals? It's okay. Holding the line, the one where you just kill mobs, build barricades, that's the only one that's, like, genuinely fast. Bombing Run is the one you're talking about. It's okay. It does favor specific specs, though. And you're encouraged to not kill things. So, like, holding the line is really fast, and it's one of those, like... honestly, good spawn. Really good spawn. We're, pretty close to Shadow Enclave. So that's ideal. So holding the line is like a hold W, kill mobs delve. So any delve that is fast, that also requires you to kill a lot of mobs, is good. Because it means that it's basically just like, pull the entire delve, cleave it down, you're done. So that is really optimal in the case of holding the line, because not only is it fast, you get mob kill XP from it. Bombing Run is a little bit slower than holding line, and it also usually requires you to avoid pulling mobs, which is a bit of a bummer. What's my quickest 1 to 90? I haven't done a full 1 to 90 yet. Or blah. I haven't done a full 1 to 90 yet. I've done... Well, actually, I guess technically I have. But I didn't do it in one sitting. I did it in, like, 1 to 80, and then 80 to 90. So you can add it up if you want. I will be doing, within... probably on Sunday is when I expect. On Sunday, I'll probably be doing a full 1 to 90. That being said, that's not meant to be like a speed run. I will speed run it, right? Like, I'll be trying to go fast, but the plan is to level a Death Knight. And Death Knight is like, it's not bad, but it's definitely not like a, world record speed run contender spec. It's just that, I want to level a Death Knight. And while I'm at it, I'm going to test out, Turbulent Timeways a little bit more. We'll get some more data on that. Really useful. Just grab this. Yeah, so I also, like, if you would add up my fastest, my fastest 10 to 80 and 80 to 90, then that'll give you a rough idea on what to expect. And then later on in this patch, I'm going to be doing a full, like, super optimized speedrun. But unfortunately, due to the way that the scheduling is laid out for Turbulent Timeways, it's not going to be realistic to do that until towards the end of the event, which is just a bit of a bummer. I think probably pull. This one's always a bit weird because you need to collect the Twilight material, so you can't really do one gigantic pull because you can't just get mob kill %. It's still fast, but it's just you have to do these kind of intermediary pulls, because then if a mob dies, you need to be near it to actually loot it. So there are some other variants where you can kind of just let mobs trail you the entire time, and then your dots will kill them. Or, they'll have things such as, in this case, I'm actually going to stealth. Oh, the eyes detect me. Okay, I'm not going to stealth. But after this, I can just run straight to Antinorian, I suppose. That's all the Twilight material I need. Come on. Alright. But yeah, you can't really ignore a lot of it. Especially because it's... If you run straight to the end, what the fuck, dude? The game is just actually having a meltdown. But yeah, if you run to the end and then you don't have enough Twilight material, you end up just losing a lot of time as a result. More than you would if you, didn't stop to loot it. So it's just not worth it. Alright, I gotta kill this mob so that I could leave the delve. It also should open up automatically. Honestly, not worth waiting on the roleplay. Was my 10 to 80 speed? My fastest 10 to 80, if I recall, at least as of midnight, is, 2.5 hours. But that's, 100% outdated. I can do better. Which is why, like I said, I'm setting up a faster speedrun. But I believe that is the fastest I've gotten. It was 2 hours, 34 minutes or something like that? Yes, we do this. We do this, we do Twilight Crypts. We turn in at Amanizar Village. Our Cantina Key. Turn in at Silver Moon. Crafting. Lose 45 seconds every single delve because fucking shit PTR. You like doing delves first at 80, then getting the time walking buff?
One moment.
I mean, you know, just to point out the obvious, right? What you're describing is exactly the same thing I'm doing, except you don't have the 30% buff for the delves, which, you know, I'll remind you, they do give XP, right? Like, the delves do provide relevant XP. So, it's not just the Delver's Call quests. You do get XP from the delves themselves. So, you're just doing the same thing, but 30% less from the delves. Obviously, if you don't have instant queues, do what you can, right? But, no, it is... And like, yeah, so that was another thing, right? Like, if I had been trying to speedrun, right? And when I eventually do my speedrun, I am going to... I'm going to be doing... Like, chipping away at this, like, positioning myself better in between dungeon queues, which were nearly instant, but there's still, like, you know... I don't know, a minute or so that you can use to mitigate travel time, right? So there are definitely things that you can be doing in the interim. So yeah, it, like, obviously in an actual speedrun, there are ways that you can optimize this, but you would always want to start off with the dungeons if you have to. And then in theory, like in the actual speedruns, you just do it earlier on before you actually get to the 80 to 90 section, because you lose so much time having to do it at 80 to 90. Now, it's still going to be faster. Like, this is one of those where, like, I'll be honest, in all practical senses, like, it's definitely going to be faster to do time walking, even though, like, I do think it is quite funny that this will end up being slower. Technically, it already, I think, has slightly fallen behind my other run. That is quite funny, that my other run was faster, down 20% XP. Right? But there's a lot of, like, you know, quirks that I did just for the demonstration here that did slow me down a little bit. And the other thing that's possible is I might get to the end here and maybe I massively overshoot. Maybe I didn't need abundance. Maybe I didn't need any of that stuff, and I could have cut that out. And then, you know, I saved 5 minutes. So that is another thing we're testing, right? My napkin math says 84.5 is when I do the final turn-in. And then because I don't have Saltharils, I need a little bit extra. Like, that's what I'm thinking. But it's entirely possible I just blast straight past that. And we find out that, like, you know, I wasted, like, 5 minutes here. But that's why I need to do these test runs to really understand that for the actual speedruns later, I have a better understanding of when you can do the final turn-in. Without spending IRL money, what's the best? Fastest way to make gold? I think yes, and other people gave you solid answers in chat. Honestly, I think that is really all I would say. It really depends on, like, how much gold you need. The reality is, like, World of Warcraft is kind of weird in that sense, where there's a lot of stuff that you don't need gold for. And I'm sure everybody will have different definitions of, like, what does it mean to need gold, right? But you can basically do pretty much all the content in the game, you know, spending... Like, the only thing I would say you need is, like, consumes, right? Enchants. you can afford that just by playing the game, right? If you want to buy all the fancy shit, like the mounts, pets, etc., you need a lot, right? And at that point, it will absolutely reach a point where there are definitely methods that you can use, and, like, some auction house baron will swear to you that they know this, like, super amazing way to make, like, shitloads of gold. But in practice, you know, the reality is that you're just going to be better off buying tokens at that point. For 99% of people. Especially because the reality is, with a lot of stuff, you know, you need to spend money to make money for World of Warcraft. Like, if you're already heavily invested in the game, and you already have, like, you know, ways to make gold established, then yeah, it's easy for you to then make more golds. But a new player having to, like, get all of the investments set up to make golds, like, you're investing one of two things. You're investing, you know, initial starter golds, and then hoping to work back towards that. Or you're investing a lot of time. Realistically, you're investing both. Or you're investing a lot of time in both cases. So, at that point, it just becomes, do I want to invest all of this time into just making golds? You know, it's like the people who pay for their sub with WoW tokens. Like, if you're at a point where, like, you've been playing for so long, or I guess also if you're, like, in my case, right, where I don't buy my game time with tokens, but in theory, if I wanted to, like, I make enough from, like, raid sales, which I'm gonna do anyway. Like, I play the game, and I make so much from that. But obviously, I am in, like, a unique position, right? You know, if you're in a Hall of Fame guild already, and you just get sales done on Reclear, well then, yeah, you're just going to be making a lot of gold. But also, like, if somebody asks me, how am I supposed to make gold? Am I going to tell them, like, oh, just fucking do Hall of Fame sales, right? Like, obviously not. You know, that's not realistic. But then also, because of that, if I wanted to make golds, I often find myself in a position where if I think of something, because I play the game a lot, that can make gold, I can make gold very easily, because I'm already in a good position to be able to make it. So if I need to invest, like, a few $100,000 to, like, get a profession set up, like, there's been a few times where I'm like, oh, contracts are going to be profitable this patch. I spend, like, a few $100,000 gold getting it set up, I make, like, $1 million or $2 million. Okay, but that requires you to get, like, 100,000 to invest in crafting the actual contracts and getting the materials. It's, yeah. So, if all you want to do is have enough gold to play the game, congrats, just play the game, right? And you're covered. What am I missing? Which hostages? How did somehow I overlooked a lever? Oh my god, it's right in front of me. You know? This is the dangers of yapping. You start yapping and you make fucking dumb mistakes like that. You thought the XP buff was account-wide? It is not. That was a mistype by Blizzard that a lot of people just kind of latched onto. I'll be honest, I don't know if I have enough XP. It feels like I'm short. But I don't know. YOLO. And plus should reward a little gold upon completion. That would just cause inflation. I mean, it does, I guess, enough to cover repair costs. Like, I think it already does. Does it not? I think repair costs are a separate issue. Repair costs have inflated. The amount of gold has not. It used to cover repair costs. But they are also lowering repair costs in the next patch, so, you know. Should hopefully balance it out. I mean, while I'm here, I may as well do the final exam, just because, like, this is the freest quest ever.
Put a good word in for me to Zul'jin. Do you need protection?
I think, honestly, fuck it, I gotta...
All made or gathered in Zul'jin. Right.
We gotta just YOLO it. And if I'm short, I'm short. You know what? Actually, you know what? You know what? This. If I'm short, I Hearthstone back here. Unfortunately, oh, man, I just remembered. I'm gonna... Yeah, the fucking zones have unloaded now. I'm about to eat a fucking 2 to 3 minute time loss. Purely because of loading screens. Yeah, that feels rough. Like, that's also another thing, by the way, that I mitigated in the test run. The 138 run. That, like, I didn't do here. But, like, what are you gonna do, right? It's just... is what it is. The Harrandar loading screen especially is just, it's such a fucking piece of shit loading screen. I don't know why it takes, like, so long. But yeah, all the zones have now unloaded on the PTR. Ah, it's rough. There's no way that it's 5 levels of XP? I mean, it's close. It absolutely is close. Even Silver Moon. Yeah, the problem is nobody's on the 12.0.7 PTR right now. I mean, look, at the very least, the entire point of this is just to one-to-one compare with the Timewalking spam run. And, like, that at least it's been pretty fucking solidified that this is faster. Alright, we do crafting. Alright, we need to do... You...
Glory to the Syndor. I am out of range.
What needs bring you here? Sanu Amanori.
Shit. Engineering. And then Evercore Shade. It's possible I'm short, but it's so hard to tell with this buff, right? Like, you really can't know.
Glory to the Syndor. Sunrise glory shine on you.
First craft bonus.
Anu Belore Dalana. Anu Bala Belore Alan.
Maybe I'm not short. I hope not, because I'm gonna lose multiple minutes just to these loading screens. Or not. Voidstorm loading fast? Alright. Harrandar's the killer, though, so...
Area is compromised. It is vital to our mission.
Okay, actually, I think that's dead on, right? Gonna lose a minute to Harrandar, probably. But Harrandar is... Abundance, Legends, the Harrenir, 2 Delves. That's definitely a full level with the 30% buff. In fact, this probably overshoots. Just fucking crazy. The problem with this overshooting, I think the main thing you cut is Abundance, right? Abundance I was on the fence about. With South Rails, I was like a little bit unsure. Keep in mind also, like, I had Rested Experience at the start, right? Which, if anything, throws the numbers off against me. Because I end up too high going into the actual, like, delve process. Jesus, that Harrandar loading screen is just such a fucking killer, man. This is, you know, incoming multiple comments about, like, do you have a solid-state drive? Or whatever the fuck people always say. Not understanding that this is a Blizzard PTR issue and has nothing to do with my hardware. Shoot, the amount of fucking comments I got on the Druid run about that. So fucking annoying. No game. Stuck in a root.
I can teach or learn. Search for the path.
Hello? Game? Fuck off, dude. Are we serious right now? What the fuck? The NPC's just fucking bricked, dude. It's just not fucking working. It's actually just not letting me turn in the fucking quest! Are you serious? Okay, I just heard like a massive quest page icon. No, he's just bricked. He's just somehow fucking bugged. Man, are you fucking shitting me? I'm pissed. I'm actually really pissed off about that. That's so fucking stupid. Yeah, I'm actually... This is a rare... I have to pause the timer for that, because, yeah. One NPC bugging out, literally all NPCs in the zone breaking and disabling the ability to turn in is like a pretty safe to say, okay, Blizzard shit is fucked, and I am not going to, like, you know, just say, oh yeah, dude, I guess I lost 5 minutes here. Like, yeah, obviously, okay, and then whatever the fuck somehow, holy fuck, what even just happened? It looks like the entire PTR server just crashed. I'm on a Ridicron. Okay, literally the entire 12.0.7 PTR server just crashed, dude. What the fuck? Well, I want to do my runs in the live servers. I literally only did this for, like, to make it more accurate. I'm handicapping myself. I mean, yeah, there's absolutely nothing I can do about that. Obviously, that's just like a fucking act from God, literally, of like, okay, all right. I mean, yeah, like I don't know if obviously the PTR servers were like malfunctioning. Something clearly was wrong. I don't think they shut the server down. I mean, error messages were flashing. I think, honestly, I think the servers genuinely crashed. Because some shit was just going on that entire time. Like, error messages were flashing on my screen. And something with Harrandar I don't know what it is, but it just causes the servers to fucking melt. Something is wrong with how they've optimized Randar. I don't know what they've done. So, and the other thing is, like, 2 of the 12.0.7 servers are up. 2 of them are offline. Like, I'll check again. Yeah, it's still just, it's just these 2, right? Why are these 2 offline? Like, see, this is the problem. Obviously, like, we all know the run is sub 2 hours, but this seriously fucks me in terms of footage, right? This seriously fucks me. I needed to record the end of the run. Like, the entire point of doing this was to get footage for the video. So this, like, really, really, really fucks me over. Because obviously, like, you know, saying, oh, well, you know, good enough. Like, the entire point of the video is that, like, piece of shit, stupid-ass garbage Blizzard. I don't know. I mean... Like, what do you even do in a situation like this? I mean, it's also the fact that 2 of the servers are working, and it's only... Like, I'm gonna try to log in and see... No, yeah, it's just, yeah, it's genuinely offline. Genuinely, it's just down. Like... I mean, at the very least, I think, if anything, this just solidifies how fucked the PTR has been, right? That I'm not crazy. That, like, it's malfunctioning to such a degree that it literally crashed before I could finish the run. But I still need the footage of me completing it. Now, presumably, it comes back up, right? Like, you would hope. You would hope that they have some automatic, like, you know, it goes down for a few minutes and then it brings itself back up. And I hope that I don't have to wait until, like, you know... fucking people on the West Coast clock into their 9 to 5 to boot up the 12.0.7 server, because they probably won't. Because I'm the only fucking human using these servers. Because it's, like, why would anybody else use the 12.0.7 PTR servers? There's no reason to. So, I mean, there is a non-zero chance that the servers stay down permanently, and I literally end up 30 seconds away from finishing the run. In which case, like, did it copy over my account data automatically? It might have. Yeah, so, like, Elvira Illyria is already level 90. Like, worst case scenario, I just do it again, right? I do it again, and we just accept the fact that, like, you know, the one-to-one comparison thing, and I'll just do... In that case, I do it on live servers, right? And I avoid the fucking PTR bullshit. To reiterate, right? Because, like, I think a few people may have not understood the point of why am I dealing with PTR bullshit, right? I'm on live servers, because obviously Turbulent Timeways is, you know, you have to do dungeons on live servers. On live servers, I did 4 dungeons. I got the buff. I then copied that character onto the PTR. An exact duplicate. And then on live servers, I continued spamming Timewalking dungeons. That was the start of the stream, right? I've been streaming for 8 hours. The first run we did was the dungeon spam run. That took 3 hours, 23 minutes, whatever the fuck. So pretty slow. Would have been over an hour slower, even with all of the complete bullshit that has gone on right now. So I did that on live servers. And then the idea is that by making a direct exact copy of my druid on the PTR, it's like a one-to-one comparison. Nobody can say, oh, well, you know, because the you know, there was this difference with, like, you know, you did the run, the time-walking dungeons of this one thing, and this other thing's better for questing, or whatever. Like, it's exactly the same character. It is literally exactly the same. It's just, what would you do if, at this point, instead of spamming dungeons, you just use follow the arrow? And at this point, I mean, like, look, if I have not proved it already that this is faster, like, you are beyond help, right? But there's a difference between demonstrating that extensively, meticulously, over the course of an 8-hour stream, and having the proper, you know, demonstrative footage to put into what is supposed to be like a 5 to 8 minute video. Right? And for that, I need the fucking footage. and the servers go down. I mean, genuinely, what the fuck are you gonna do about that? I mean, that is just... Like, I'll give it a minute or so. But obviously, if we reach a point... What was the time on your OG 80 to 90 speedrun? 1 hour 38, so like, faster. Faster than this. Now, that being said, right, keep in mind, I literally just, I straight up lose 30 seconds every time I do a delve. You just slap 5-minute penalty on, slap another 5-minute penalty, the cumulative loading screen times. This is easily 10 minutes slower, and that's not even including, like, the other hiccups that I've had to go through. So, it's... The fact is, it probably would have been much closer, right, to the 138. At bare minimum, it is just, like, 10 minutes of straight time loss. Have a coffee? I mean, I'm drinking a coffee as we speak, right? The nice thing is I do still have my half-full mug of coffee. So, yeah, it would have been closer to 140, right? Because we're literally in the last 30 seconds. I also, like, I mean, I lost 30 seconds there, again, because I'm sitting there circling the fucking NPC, figuring out why isn't it working. Turns out the server's fucking died, right? So, technically, you subtract 30 seconds off the timer there, right? But, like, I turn that in, I turn Abundance in, I turn Grudge Pit in, we're done. Like, that's it. That's just it, right? That's enough for a full level. So, it's annoying, but, like, the only thing I proved what I needed to prove. It's just unfortunate that I might need to do an entire other speedrun on live servers just to get the actual fucking footage. Which, like, I was hoping that, hey, 8-hour stream, you hope that you have what you need. Fucking hell. Now, I hope that, obviously, later on, the servers, if they don't come back up soon, which, like, you know, I'll give up in a minute or two. There is genuinely a good chance that for, like, PTR servers, it might not automatically come up. It might just genuinely be, like, completely kaput. Gone. Toast. They go down, and, like, they don't automatically restart. Especially if something seriously malfunctioned, which, given the constant error messages that I've never seen before, flashing on my screen, is entirely possible. That something really fucked just happened. You've been in queue for a BC dungeon for 16 minutes as demo lock? Yeah, DPS queues at low levels, I mean, they're rough, for sure. How am I doing? Well, I was at the last 30 seconds of a speedrun on this server here, Iridicron, on the PTR, and it crashed. That's how my day is going. But, you know, appreciate you stopping by the stream. I mean, look, like, you know, I did manage to finish the run, at least. For the most part, right? Like, spiritually, it's finished. The footage really is the only thing that matters. Realistically, I'm way too tired to sit around and, like, you know, kill time. You know what I could do, right? I could kill time. I'm gonna check my Europe vaults. Because fuck it, may as well. Check my Europe vaults. If the PTR servers aren't back up by the time I finish checking my my Europe vaults, then fuck that. You know, oh well. I'll check back in later today. I mean, you can't transfer PTR servers. Right? I'll check in later today, and if it's up, you know, I'll record it. I'll screenshot the final time, whatever. I'll be honest though, like, considering how many things went wrong, I'm actually strongly considering doing just another live server run. Probably not on stream, just because, like, I don't have the energy to set up an entire stream for what would ultimately be a short run. It's just like the idea of having to like do all that shit it's so annoying. I also like I know I can do it faster. So it's frustrating not only losing all of that time, but having the footage get scuffed to boot. So if the footage is gonna be fucked, I may as well just redo that part of the run. Just wish I had known the game was gonna fuck me over. Okay, I already have a socket and 2 extras. I think, I'm actually just gonna take the hero track piece. Just because that's one of the slots I'm still missing. So, fuck it. Saves me a little bit of time gearing this character. There's no way I'm gonna burn through all those bonus rolls anyway, so it's, may as well. Analyze it later. Fuck. My bad. I forgot to swap the display. You didn't miss much. My monk took, hero track gloves out of the vaults. I already had 1 socket. I had 12, vault tokens, so I can either buy 2 more sockets or 2 more bonus rolls. And I had hero track gloves in the delve slot. Normally I don't take delve loot, but in that case I had crappy gloves. It's one of my lowest pieces of my monk still. So I figured, yeah, screw it. My shaman was my last character that I finished leveling, and I've actually gotten quite lucky on delve loot. Character's already 248. Also, world boss loot has hit pretty well on this character, so it's pretty good. You're gonna start leveling mirror characters for next tier. It's depressing for you. You hate leveling. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, honestly, you know, it's better now than it's ever been. Drum of Renewed Bonds is actually quite good as a trinket. The only thing is, in this case, my shaman has no tokens, so in this case, this, like, theoretically is, a socket is worth more than that stuff. And shaman especially uses Crucible as one of their trinkets for quite a while, until I get, like, you know, double Mythrack trinket, so I only need 1 good trinket on that character. But yeah, that's what I've been doing. Like, one of the reasons I leveled that druid is to have another mirror druid. I have a mirror blood DK, I have a mirror monk. I don't have a mirror prot warrior. Maybe I'll do that next. We'll see. Let's see, what does my priest get? Priest gets... I already have that with Leech. Okay, yeah, this is... All these are bad. I have 2 sockets already. What is this? Head bracer belts. I'll buy yet another socket to cover all 3 possible slots. And then I'll take this as a backup socket and/or bonus roll. What's the next 0 to hero class? This one. Discipline Priest. As you can see, I haven't spent any crust yet. It's already pretty geared. I've gotten fairly good drops in this character. I mean, on the, that, Mythic Dungeon quest weeks ago, I pulled this necklace out, which was crazy. So, I'm sitting on 620 hero crests and, like, others. So, I can easily get this up to, like, 276 with crafts and whatnot. And we're doing Disc Priest either Saturday or Monday. It just depends on how far behind I'm on. I haven't done any delves and stuff on Warrior and Demon Hunter, but I did it on the other ones. I'm going to save my Evoker for last, just because my Evoker actually has Myth Dungeon Vaults. You have the feeling it's a Warrior season again? For tanking? Honestly, I do like the warrior changes for tanking, but Mountain Thane's getting nerfed pretty heavily. So while I think the changes are good, numerically, I don't know exactly where it's going to land. I hope we end up with another Colossus tier. I'd be thrilled with that. Stuff's cut a bit. I also don't have any sockets in this character. So I'll just do that. Raid. Well, keep in mind, like, so Prot Warrior was not that good. Prot Warrior was fine. Like, it was not bad. The only fight where Prot Warrior was, like, genuinely really, really good on is Light Blinded Vanguard. And then you could make a case for Prot Warrior being the actual, like, one of the two best. Druid was obviously the best tank on Beleren, but Prot Warrior was pretty good at soaking orbs on Beleren. So I do think, like, Race the World First, probably, like, yeah, having Prot Warrior there really helped just in a vacuum. The real reason why Prot Warrior gets brought, though, is because DPS Warrior was not in a good spot. And if DPS Warrior was, like, guaranteed, there's a chance that you don't bring Prot Warrior. I don't think they were so objectively, like, overpowered. Like, in the case of Druid, there were, I think Echo was running Resto Druid and Guardian Druid at one point, right? Like, they were running a second Druid buff, because Druid was just that good. Prot Warrior was not that. It was good, but it was not like, oh my god, this is so broken, we need to have this. So, it's tough to say. Because definitely Mountain Thane, the current build, is, like, kind of strong, especially in raids, but it's getting severely nerfed. Yeah. I mean, again, don't get me wrong. It's a good tank. It's just, my point is it... Like, the reason it got brought over something like Blood DK is because of the raid buff. Otherwise, you bring Blood DK. And there's a reason why the vast majority of guilds are running Blood DK Bear on Prot. So. You go away for 2 to 3 hours, and I'm still streaming? Well, Yeah, unfortunately, Blizzard kind of fucked me a little bit, so... I'm opening vaults. I'm opening vaults just to kill time to see if the PTR servers come back up. But... worst case scenario, I just, give it. Do I think Liquid will take... I mean, I have no idea. No idea. It's, it could go either way. Obviously, I'm rooting for the American team, but... well, this is pretty bad. Are either of the... this has Leech on it? Oh, it's Veteran. Okay, yeah. Who even cares, then? Is there any merit for this? Funny thing is, there actually kind of is merit for the offhand. Because I have a main hand weapon, I don't have an offhand, and this would let me swap it. What would be the better offhand? I don't even know what offhands exist. Let's crit haste. I guess, is that slightly better for Prez? Probably. Do I care? Is it significant enough? I don't think so. Can't see some. Reverse, that's worse. That's the one that's in my vault. Okay, so that's better. Yeah, I mean, that's crit mastery, right? But as much as you want crit mastery, like, you don't need it purely. I'm gonna take this just because it would let me... Like, the question that I need to ask at this point is this better than the average bonus roll? And the answer to that is yes, it is. It is a targeted upgrade for a specific slot, even if it's not full bis. But it's either this or a bonus roll. which a bonus roll will likely not be anything, and then it's, like, delayed value. So, may as well just take this. The crafting one is BIS. Most people are not. No, most people are running double... what's it called? Double Arcana Weave lining at this point. I mean, I'll double check logs right now. Also, there's a good chance for weapons they're running, like, a staff or something like that. It just so happens the reason I'm taking the offhand is I already bonus rolled a Crit Mastery one-hander. So, I'm able to run that, right? I have a hero track offhands, right? I have another, you know, myth track one-hander. But because I have myth track one-handers, it makes sense, at least for now, for me to take that. Would I, like, actively really want that? If there was a better option, I would take it in a heartbeat. But, I mean, it is either that or a bonus roll, really. That's just what it boils down to. And that is, in the immediate moment, better for me than a bonus roll. Okay, yeah. Prez Evokers are running... Jesus. Okay, well, it looks like what Prez Evokers are really running is whatever shit they can get their hands on that has Leech as a random roll. That's crazy. One of them's running the Crit Mastery Staff from Seats. Another one's just running 2 weapons that happen to have Leech on them. Crit Haste, Crit Haste. One of them is running Sigil of the Hunt on offhands. I'm looking through, like, different top evokers. One of them is running 2-handed staff from Algathar. Crafted weapon with no embellishment, actually. Interesting. Crafted weapon, no embellishments. Weapon from Nexus Point Zenus. Yeah, honestly, there doesn't really seem to be any rhyme or reason. And while I'm seeing 1 or 2 crafted offhands, there's just as many, like, random crit haste ones. So, yeah. This actually would be a perfectly valid combo, based on what I'm seeing compared to other top Prez Evokers. Just, you know, decently statted one-hand offhand. It's fine. You hate the earlier questing zones? You cannot skip cinematics? No, because owner, like, Silverpine Forest, you can skip it. What he means is, like, Silverpine, if you skip it, the quest doesn't finish. You have to watch the cinematic for, like, Silverpine Forest. Alright, let's do one final check. This was my last vault in Europe. If the servers are back up, cool. If they're not, we're literally, like, we finished the run for all intents and purposes. It just got fucked over and didn't get the footage. And then I'll just do another run later today and just, you know, suck it up and... Yeah, they're down. That's crazy. Like, that is, I will say, I don't think I've ever had something like this happen. Just, literally, the server crashes. Because it's an unused PTR server, it's not coming back up anytime soon. If it doesn't auto-restart, like, if it's not coded to, after it crashes, boot itself back up, what are you gonna do, right? So, almost certainly, I'll finish... Like, whenever, if they bring the servers back up, obviously, if it doesn't come back up, then, like, oh well. But I'm assuming later today, probably, they'll fix it, I would hope. Or maybe they'll just be like, fuck it, we'll take the server down, in which case, like, whatever. But then I can say, in a video, I did one test run, I got a sub 2 hour, and the servers crashed, so I did it again, and I got another sub 2 hour, because, like, obviously, we ate 10 minutes time lost here. I would do yet another run. And then I would say, like, you know, so it just... If anything, I'll just be able to demonstrate how consistent this route is. Right? It does mean I have to fucking sink another 2 hours of my life into setting up a run later today. And like I said, I'm not going to stream that because I'm on the 12.0.7 PTR. That's the problem, right? So there's a good chance they won't even bother trying to fix whatever servers they have here. Who knows? But yeah. I'm not going to do another stream later today just for like a 2-hour run. I'll record that. Maybe I'll post the raw footage on like Patreon or something, right? And then obviously the you know, you'll see the footage in the video, the little guide video that I'm going to be ideally posting on Thursday. Though I'll be honest, right? This definitely throws a wrench in my plans, and considering, you know, the initial plan was like, all right, you know, I go to sleep, I wake up, and I get to work in the video. Now it's I go to sleep, I wake up, and I have to set up and record another run. I actually, this single-handedly might delay the video back to Friday, which, like, whatever. Whatever. Is what it is. The other problem is, like, the fact that it would be delayed, the slight delay also pushes it back so that, like, I have raid testing on Thursday, right? So if it ends up taking too long, then at some point I need to get sleep to be up in time for raid testing, which I plan on streaming. So it's not like I can just stay up as late as I want to get the video done, right? So it's just what it is. Turbulent Time Waste so good, just leveled from 50 to 70 like cake. Well, yeah, but those levels aren't real, right? Those levels are just extremely fast. Timewalking, assuming you're saying Turbulent Time Waste, as in spam, I mean, it's just not fast, right? But, you know, you're welcome to test it. I just did. Win-win, not for me. Not for me. It's unfortunately not a win-win for me. I lose 2 hours. It's a... You know, it will make the video better, right? But that is that 100% that is a silver lining. That is not a, win-win. No, it is a, I got fucked over by Blizzard servers crashing, and then the silver lining is I have to invest 2 hours to get a better video. So the fact that I am forced to spend those 2 hours is not ideal, but it will make for a better video, so... Yeah, that is the silver lining. But it's not ideal. Anyways, yeah, the PTR servers are fucked. They're probably not going to come back on. I'm going to go to sleep because I'm obviously really tired. There's a non-zero chance they have decommissioned. They haven't. 2 of the servers are still up. It was the server that I was on and one other that just crashed. So half the 12.0.7 servers are up. Half of them are crashed. Right? And whenever they shut down the servers, it doesn't say... It doesn't do this. It doesn't say offline. It says incompatible. Because I've seen that before. I've seen what happens when they shut off the servers. It says incompatible. So this is 100% the servers crashed. I don't know exactly what caused them to crash or whatever, but the server that I happen to be on crashed. Is what it is. Right? Nothing to be done. He's crying over spilled milk. We got the testing footage that we needed, for the most part, the demonstration. Now, I'll need to get additional footage. I'll check back on the server. I'm going to obviously go to sleep now. They run 4 PTR servers for each. Each PTR always has 4 different servers. Yeah, you can check right now on 12.1. Same thing there. But yeah, I'm going to go to sleep. I'm very tired. And later today, I will check. Hopefully the servers are back up so I can record the last 30 seconds of this run. And then get at least the final footage of hitting level 90. Which is a bummer. I don't have that. And then I'll have to record. And I'll post in Discord how that all goes. But overall, I think productive stream. I think it went pretty well. Thank you for watching. And I will see you on Thursday for raid testing and whenever I finish the video. Yeah. But yeah. See you then. Peace.